There we are. I think we're live. Hey, Zen friends. Happy Sunday, 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 or early Monday morning for some of you on the other side of the planet. Can you believe it's Sunday again already? I know I say that like every Sunday, and I know I say that every Sunday because it just flies by. So, hello, everyone. Hope you're doing well. Enjoyed your weekend. Enjoy what's left of it, and excited. Happy August. Can you believe it's August 2nd? No, we can't. Uh, but we'll, we'll see what Spirit has to say here today. So much. What a great session last night. Felt like group therapy. I think that was last night. It just all runs together now. And I love it. I love all that we learn and all the support we have for one another. I'm so grateful. I do feel so blessed and so lucky to have such a loving and giving community. So thank you guys so much for being here. And before we get into everything, what we're going to do, of course, we like to jump in to with a big deep breath to kind of just get us out of the chaos, right? Get us out of the future, the past, slow our roll and come back to this moment. So we'll take a big deep breath together. If you want to join me, we will hold it for as long as you feel comfortable. Slow exhale out. And then we'll bring in the singing bowl, of course, for more amazing energies. And that's what we'll do. So if you want to join me in that deep breath, let's do it. So big deep breath in. Here we go. Feels so good. I tell you what. And then we will hit the singing bowl 3 times as I do. And as we do that, just let it vibrate into your emotional body, your mental body, your physical body, your spiritual body, just filling everything up, raising the love vibration, and then flowing out to the external world. Let it do whatever it wants to do out there to raise the vibration of the planet, the human collective. And of course, we can raise our vibration in the moment by focusing on just one little thing to be grateful for. It's so powerful. It just catapults us into higher vibration where we become magnets for what we're grateful for, but also open up to messages from spirit. When I hit the third bong on here, I will bring in the magic feather and we'll be sending out love energy out to the world just to fill up every what I've been doing, all the authority across the world, whether it's presidents or dictators in some countries, right? Tribal leaders. If it's like we have Congress, we've got all our House of Representatives, our Senate, uh, our Supreme Court, our Department of Justice, heads of the FBI and state governments. We have so many leaders across the country and across the world, parliaments and committees and everything else, CEOs of corporations, all that kind of stuff. We're going to flood all those with high unconditional love energy, high vibration, just to fill the positions, just to let it flow in there and let it do what it wants to do when we're vibrating love energy into those lower vibrational beings and energy can't stand to be in the higher vibration. It's um too energetic, it's too high vibrational. And so it either has to vibrate higher to feel comfortable or it needs to leave the area. So we'll allow that to happen however it is, the higher selves, um, and the collective wants this to unfold. And so we'll do that. We'll add a little extra oomph energy to help all that. So if you want to join me in doing that, please do so. So uh, that is what we'll have. So remember gratitude. Let's begin. All right, let's try this again. Think I might be back. Maybe I might be back. Let's see here. Okay, yeah, I think I am back. I think I'm back. Lordy, lordy, what is going on? All right, my tablet is showing me live again. I'm alive. I'm alive. I'm back from the dead. All right. Okay. Thank you, Debbie. Debbie. Yeah. I look up from doing the singing bowl and it's spinning. So evidently that energy was a little too much for the internet because it slowed it down. So, oh, you did hear the bowl at least. Well, that's good. So, welcome everybody. So, I did that last night at the beginning too. There must be maybe just a lot going on in the world or something. I don't know. I don't know. But welcome everyone. If you are new to these readings or to the channel, hey, I'm your Buddha Z. We are here to spill the tea from spirit. So welcome. We do have a great group of Zen friends with huge hearts, great senses of humor. So welcome. There's always room for more Zen friends. If you want to know how the process works, it's all down in the description area of the video. Donations do get first priority. And if you want to make a donation, you can use the super chat at the bottom or down in the description area of the video. We do have Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Square, and Google Pay. Don't have any set dollar amounts, but the amount you donate does determine how deep we go. A dollar donation, US dollars, is like ankle deep, and then et cetera, et cetera. So that's how that works. I do post a pinned comment at the end of each session listing all the readings completed with timestamps. I know we're super fancy. And then I also mention in that if I'm able to get to free readings in that session, and if I don't, then I list all the readings that I will come back in the morning to complete. So the pinned comment after the session is over is the place to go for the info. Look at making rhymes up. Because I do mention if I got to all free readings or no free readings, et cetera, in there. Like this morning, we did pop on. Oh, I did grab it. I was like, did I have that? So last night I didn't get to any free readings in my 9-hour session. So here's the link for the morning session. If you did have a free reading last night, you can jump in there and look at it there. And then we'll see how that goes tonight. So I think that's the skinny on that. I do have a free podcast too, if you want to hear more from Spirit on how to make this path of humanity an easier path instead of a harder one. It may never be easy, but it can be easier. So that's what this podcast is all about. It's always linked down in the description area of the video and then on my main page. The most recent episode had to do with what people think of us. Why we're so interested in what people think of us and feel about us, and some nice things on how we can make that an easier journey instead of this lovely anxiety prone, depression filled journey around that. So be sure to check that out if you haven't. Also, I know we are so close to the big drawing tomorrow. If you haven't heard, where you been? I've been blabbing about it all a lot, right? So all of those of you that already know, thank you for your patience as I mention it to those who maybe haven't heard yet. I was celebrating during the month of July for reaching 2,600 plus YouTube subscribers. So every Monday I was giving away a free 30-minute personal recorded reading to one lucky winner from the donations, and then also from the free readings, one 15-minute personal recorded reading. Nothing you guys have to do with that. You're already into that. I'll have one more drawing tomorrow for that. So I grab all the names. I do the drawing through the Google number generator with my little fancy way of how many times I click on it. and that determines the winner. But tomorrow is a special drawing because we are going to have a drawing for one winner of a 60-minute personal recorded reading, two 30-minute personal recorded readings, and four 15-minute personal recorded readings. All you have to do is have commented on at least one of the winner videos that came out already on Mondays. Here's a link to all this. These are all listed down in the description area of this stream too, for ease of use if you want to check those out. Um, and one entry per video. So if you put a bunch of comments on one of the winner videos, it's just one entry. So you don't need to spam. Save yourself the effort. Just one, right? One per, and you can do one per each of the four winning Mondays we had, and that's four entries into the drawing. So I'm excited to pull all the winners. It'll be tomorrow afternoon. I'll put a video announcing the two winners of the regular Monday and the special ones as well. And if that's not amazing enough, I hit 2,700 subscribers a few days ago. So all of the love that you guys are putting out, all the thumbs up, your donations, participating in these chats and commenting on the videos and streams afterwards, watching my podcast, all these free things that you can do have helped be part of that Zen tsunami of love. And it's put the channel in front of more people, which is what it's all about in, letting other people know that they can hear from spirit uh, and be filled with that love. And of course, the love of our community too. I mean, we had a great session, like I said last night. As Debbie said, we're cheerleaders, we're each other's cheerleaders. And I love that, just helping each other through, walk us all home. We're all walking each other home on this wonderful path, having a blast. It's an adventure, letting it be fun instead of feel like work, right? You've had jobs like that where you have such a blast with people. It doesn't even feel like you're going to work. It's just fun, right? Now, that's kind of far and few between usually, right? But we've had those. And then there's others that it feels like work. It's work just to walk through the door, right? Well, we want life to feel like the first one, right? Adventure. Us all in this laughing at our stumbling down and face planting ourselves in mud and all laughing together, right? Instead of crying. We can still cry together. But laughing is so much more fun. All right. But that's the skinny, I think, on everything. And let me look at my list. Yeah, I think I did. So let's just move that out of the way here. Let's make sure we've got all of our lists all updated, and then we will dive into the readings. So let's see here. I think I got down to Eagle Money. I sure did. So Eagle Money, I got you. You're number 6 on the free readings. We got Debbie O, of course. Oh, you like my grumpy cat. The little ninja cat. This is one of my shirts of my reminder. When we go into fear or anyone's in fear, we act like our 2-year-old self with its pet hissing cat, right? We hiss and attack, hiss and run away, or we hiss and attack and then run away. So I like it. Thank you. And you, of course, you are number 3 on the free readings, but you'll be el numero uno for the el donations. Well, that sounds like Spanish and French together, but you know what I'm saying. So we got you there. And then we also have Donna Marie. Hello, hello. Happy Sunday to you. Good to see you. And here is your croissant. We'll get you added on to the free readings. You'll be number 7 on the free readings. Oops. Let's do that. There we go. Tomorrow's the big day. I love it. And Kat Mia's in the house. Hey, hey, good to see you. Got your free reading. It'll be number 8 on the free readings there. And thank you, Donna, for the congratulations. Sharing with your 2 friends and their 2 friends and so on and so on. That's perfect. I love it. Thank you. Yeah, meow. All right. I think that's it. Oh no, totally. How did I skip over Cat Marie? Like the donation, the big green donation chat across the screen. How did I miss that? Okay, we're gonna have to pay close attention today. So you'll be number 8, Cat Marie, for your donation. Thank you so much for that. And we got that here. There we go. I'll give that a love and a like so I know I did get that. Um, oh, how did I miss Kaja here too? The screen I must have flipped fast through the screen. Oh, and yeah, what happened? Because here's Helen Hummingbird too. Wow, okay. Let us slow down here. For some reason oh, it says top chat. Okay, I need to update this. It looks like it reset. So hold on. Hold everyone, hold your horses. Let me get these before I hit that button because I never know what it does when I have it here. So I'm gonna have some adjustments here. Wow, what's going on? Well, first it was spinning and now this. We're in the Saturn retrograde, but not the Mercury. Okay, let's try this again. Let's change this to live chat. Okay. It's all updated here. Let me just make sure. We'll go back to Eagle Money. I know I got them before. So I got Cat Marie, I've got Kaja, I got Helen. All right, good, good. And I've got Donna. You know, I got that. Donna. Okay, we got that. Okay. So it was only those that were weird. So Kaja, you will be number 7 on the free readings. Helen, you'll be number 8. There we go. And then Donna, you'll be number 9, which is your favorite number anyway. I'm just kidding. I don't know if it is. And then Cat Marie, you'll be number 10. So now I think we are good. We got everything set here. Okay. Lordy. Oh, the one thing I didn't say. So if you make a donation of $5 or more, the little cake for tonight, we're gonna be pulling from these Citadel. They're like kind of archetype kind of cards in a way. So you'll get one of those. If you are not a free reading. God, I must be tired. The under $5 donation, you still get a fortune cookie. And we're pulling from these 54 emotional insight cards. I got some little decks like these. I have another one called 54 coping skills and another one. So we're gonna have some little mini therapy cards. I like these. And then today, the tarot deck we're using is the Santa Muerta. See if you guys can see that. Can you see the name there? Kind of. Santa Muerta. So I love this. So that's one we'll be using this day. So I think we're all set. Let's just do a quick cheers. Thank you guys again so much for all the thumbs up, all your love and support, for being part of the Love Tsunami. I'm so grateful. I'm so blessed. I love you guys. Salut. Cheers. Hey, nice to you. Afternoon to you. Good day. Good day. All right, let's get the party started. So, Debbie O, 2323 is going to be your timestamp here. Look at those repeating numbers already. Thank you, Linda. Appreciate that. All right, so we got a good big deep dive on this one starting off. So buckle up, everyone. We're going to be hanging here for a little bit. Spilling some tea, hearing from the peanut gallery, diving into all sorts of fun stuff, right? I get deep and you get cake. Yes. A couple pieces of cake we will do here. Kind of split it out into like 4 because you did 4 donations. So you'll get 4 pieces of cake. Little I know, I'm gonna have to save some for later. All right. So the air conditioner has started up. We're ready to go. Yeah. And then the one that cleared that was pending since the 30th was what, Thursday? Friday? No. Yeah, because there's 31 days in July, so it was pending since Thursday, and it just randomly cleared today. So I got 4 total donations for you. Woo, woo, woo. And I'm so grateful. Thank you so much. Yeah, every once in a while, there's something going on weird, right? Electronics, but, we're just gonna go with it. All good. Perfect. All right. So, first of all, you wanted something encouraging, right? So we'll take a look here. Oh, yeah. Thank you, Chels. So real quick, sorry, Debbie, I didn't do that either. See, I knew I forgot something. So thank you, Chels. So Debbie, of course, is number one. And Chels, you're number two. No apologies at all. I normally do that. Totally spaced it. Oh no. I needed to be sidetracked, evidently. And then number three is Beatrice, the power of Beatrice. And then four is Lauren Smith. So Lauren, you'll be up. And then number five and six is Lemon Lime's Lulu. Number seven is May. Oh, I didn't say hi to May either, did I? I think the screen switched. That's probably why. Because I saw your name and then something weird happened. But May, good to see you as well. I saw you said hello. And then Kat Marie, you'll be number 8 on the donations. All right. So hello. Welcome, all my Zen friends in the house. All right. So first, you wanted something encouraging. Let's take a look here. Yeah, we could all use it. We'll all hijack your something encouraging reading, right? Okay, we got that and that. All right, what do we got here? Yeah, this is encouraging. We got the 5 of Cups, which is the sorrow and sad energy, but, this is about turning the frown upside down. The energy is switching, right? And I like that. That's encouraging that they're saying there is an energetic switch coming up here. Yeah, I wonder what's going on in the astrological planes. There might be some energy out there happening because I felt like something switching today. So maybe the moon is going into a different sign and all that. I don't feel the super urge to grab the book, but I feel like there's something there. Yeah, and again, a 5, the Hierophant. I like him. Look, a ZZ Top skeleton. Um, but this is the number of change, the master of change, the master of transformation. So I feel like they're going peace, there's going to be peace today, even though it's like this. I feel like they're going, I'm bringing peace. The growing pains, we're going to pause for a moment. Um, and I feel like it is like this was a rough weekend. I know we did a lot of uh, diving into a lot of emotional, energies these last actually, even since Wednesday, just a lot of stuff happening, which I know Saturn has gone retrograde, so, it's been pushing us into a lot of reflection and a lot of that freedom work, but I feel like they're saying, "I'm gonna give a we're gonna take a break," and so I feel like that's good energy. They're like, "I'm bringing peace for a little bit." Take 5, right? Take 5. That's what they're saying with all this. Take 5. All right. I like it. Good news. Got Queen of Swords, 10 of Cups. Yes. Good energy, right? Queen of Swords is a balance between head and heart. Look at this beautiful 10 of Cups. What a beautiful blue butterfly. Little house of love down there. So this flood of joy. Um, and I like this wonderful balance of just taking a big deep breath and just let the inhale the love that's around us, just and then when you exhale, let the low vibrational energy out. Just and maybe do it like a huff, like and I feel like that's, filling that up and letting the other stuff out, right? Your sweet mama, I love it. And then also we've got the moon. Well, there you go, right off the bat. Here's your Cancer moon. Boom, boom, got your moon, all done. And here's Mama Moon. Look at this beautiful how they have this, moon card. Isn't that one of the most beautiful moon cards that we've had, right? So I like that. I know, right, Chels? Your emotions. Yeah. So it's this beautiful letting instead of big ripples, just little ripples, not tsunami waves across our emotional pond. So I like this. There's a little take 5, maybe 5 days. 5 days we have of that energy. Okay, I have to check now. Sorry, everyone just gonna have to put up with it for a sec. Hold on. Need to get this little book here. Because we do have this. I pull from this Llewellyn's Daily Planetary Guide, and she's got a weekly thing going on. So next week, oh my gosh, this is crazy. So it says, after a few astrologically intense weeks, this is for August 3rd through August 9th, the skies calm down considerably, settling into a laid back, upbeat mood that is perfect for the summer season, as long as you can just get past Wednesday. A rather explosive lunar T square on hump day could see egos clashing, so it's best to stay out of the fray and practice de escalation techniques. Monday and Thursday are filled with confident boosting vibes, helping you achieve your goals at work or life. These are excellent days to schedule a job interview, pitch a project, impress the boss, or go into business for yourself. And if you're on vacation, your desire for unbridled adventure could lead to once in a lifetime experiences. So dare to be bold and spontaneous. A lunar grand trine with Venus, Pluto, so planet of love, Pluto, planet of death and rebirth, and Uranus, planet of sudden change and new ways of looking at things, right? Could drop a soulmate at your feet on Friday. So singles should get out and search for love. Ooh. As for couples, this incredibly auspicious energy will help rekindle the fire of romance and bring you closer to your sweetie. For the weekend coming up, just since I'm talking here, Saturday's buoyant, productive energy makes it a great day for tackling chores or socializing, or why not do a bit of both? Sunday's another story, however. So next Sunday, due to a grumpy, manipulative lunar T square that pulls Mars, Venus, and Neptune together. Even though you feel revved up for action, passive aggressive responses from others could push you over the edge into anger. So mind your, gird your loins next Sunday, right? But the day is much more positive for self improvement. Once Mercury moves into Leo in the early afternoon, spend your time revamping your wardrobe or trying out new hair and makeup styles. And then tips for a 5-star week for this week from the 3rd through the 9th. Don't waste your energy getting into a battle of wills with those at the same or lower level of the hierarchy. Instead, use your self confidence to impress higher ups and move into their ranks. So I like it. So that is that energy. We're having a good reprieve energy this coming 5 days. It's going to feel a lot different than the last couple weeks. So good news. All right, so that's something encouraging for us all, and thank you for allowing me to hijack your your reading. It's for you, but then it's also it's like, you got a big you got a big you got a big plate of fries, and we're all stealing fries from your plate of fries. All right. So, September 9th, 9/9, what a great, is that why 9's your favorite number? So 9/9 is your birthday coming up, and you're gonna be the big 60. Wow. I'm gonna be 60 in February. So you're my senior by a few months. So I'll have to respect you now or something. No, I always do anyway. Hey, AKA, good to see you. So happy early birthday. I know, right? Who knew? Who knew? I don't feel like I'm 60. I'm just like, "Wow, really? Is that possible? It's been 6 decades that I've been on the pla." Actually, when I look back over my life, I'm like, "I'm only 60?" Feel like I've lived, like, 5 or 6 lifetimes in this lifetime already, right? Right. Yes, yes, 9/9, September, I get it. But I can still give an early shout out. I celebrate my birthday all year, so, no birthday wishes ever too early or ever too late. 36 AKA, wow. Yeah, yeah, really, right? Yeah, we still feel like kids. It's exactly right. My brother, I have I'm my only sibling's an older brother that I know of. I might have some half brothers and sisters out there that my dad doesn't know about, but, um, I definitely, he's like 3 years sometimes he's 3 years older, sometimes he's 2 because but he always hits the marks before me. So he turned 40 first, he turned 50 first, he turned 60. So by the time I get to it, I'm like, you know, you're 36 and you feel like you've done nothing. Oh, I mean, when you look over your lives, Chelsea, you too, I mean, you look at what you've endured and thrived and survived through, you've done a lot. In comparison, you're like, "Yeah, I kind of feel like it's been less dramatic over the last decade, right, compared to the first part of your life." You just wanted it all done early. Alright. So, sorry. So happy birthday, Deb Deb. You have endured a lot. You have. So you'll probably go to dinner, yes, with your friends, is it? Okay, very good. And you wanna know, will you do anything special? So based on current energies, what does the birthday day look like for you? Like you said, it is a Wednesday, so you'll probably be in bed by 9. 9:09 on 9/9. Good night. Alright. Yeah. I feel like maybe somebody's gonna do something at work for you. Got the devil card, which is Saturn, Capricorn energy, so it represents work, and look, you got the 9 of wands on the bottom, a 9 energy, and it's on here twice, 9, 9 on either side, so I love that. So maybe they'll do something for you at work. You have to rewind. You forgot already. It's the good news is that we're changing. The good news is that the emotion is changing. We have 5 days, take 5, right? We have 5 days of energy. So that's the good news. That's the encouraging news. Alright. And then we've got here, yeah, you got the Queen of Swords, really balanced energy here. So I don't feel like you're gonna do something too crazy on the Wednesday that's there. You got the 4 of Cups, which is kind of stagnant energy a little bit. Not stagnant, but calm emotional energy. Um, and then the Page of Wands, is an energy that's it's I almost feel like you're saving your energy to do something more for the weekend than it is for on the actual, day of, is what, is coming in here. So, I feel like for the birthday itself, I feel like it's just kind of balanced energy that's coming in with that there. So, I like that. What is this? No. No. You're telling spirit, "No, you're not right." Which is totally true, you know? Will you do anything special? That's in your hands, right? So, you get to decide what you will do or not, but based on your energies right now, they're saying this is kinda where you're at on that day, but, with that on that and that's the Page of Wands too, they say. That's you get to choose what you do that day, you're not, you know, Your life isn't happening to you. You're choosing your life, so you could, like, take the day off and, um, do whatever you're wanting to do, as well, right? All these Virgos. Oh, how fun. Alright. So I feel like that is that piece there, and then we'll get into your husband's questions here. Let me just, if you don't mind, I'm gonna catch up real quick here on the chat. I just wanna make sure I don't miss anyone here. We did all those, we did all those, we did all those, AKA, hey, hey, hey. So those, I think everything is just basically been commenting, right? Yeah. All right, very nice. So, and we got Phoenix Oracle Healing. Hello, hello. Good to see you. We'll get you on the donation list. You'll be number 9. Uh, another 9 being mentioned here. So you'll be number 9 when we get to that there. All right, so that'll be my little point I know I've gotten to there. Yeah, crazy during the week. Oh, okay, that's what you're saying with no. I hear ya. I'm like in bed by 9:09 on 9/9, right? All right. And then, the last part of this one, and then we'll get you a little piece of early birthday cake here. So for this one, what kind of hobbies does your future husband like? Or is he too busy for hobbies? Let's take a look here. All right, so what kind of hobbies does he have here? Yeah, 4 pentacles. He likes working on the home improvement energy. I just hear, like Tim the Tool Man. He likes home improvements, working on home, you know, doing doing little projects and stuff like that. So he must be good with his hands with all of that. I like this. Here's you telling him what to do. Bridezilla, you will do this, you will do that. Here's your honey-do list. So I like that. What else? Got the 5 of swords. Um, there is something here. The 5 of swords, I weapons did come in here. So I feel like they like going to the shooting range. I don't feel like they like hunting necessarily, but they like going to a shooting range, which makes sense being being a judge or a prosecutor, you probably wanna know how to handle a gun. The wild, wild west, you gotta know how to, do a weapon there. Um, we got the Queen of Cups energy, and this does feel like mama energy, and one of his hobbies, I guess you not necessarily a hobby, but it is something that takes up like he does regularly, and I know that's one of your questions coming up here too. How often does he see his mother? I feel like it is like a weekly thing that he goes to visit, like on Sundays. It's something about Sundays, um, that he goes and he looks like he has a like a not a ritual, but what is it called when you do something every like he brings his mom a I feel like with this heart, I'm hearing tart, but some sort of like, little, um, pastry, but it's a fancy pastry that she loves, and he brings her, like, a different flavor, and every Sunday, and he just goes in for a little bit just to, you know, while she's there, so that's cute, and then what else here? And then he has King of Cups. Drinking. No, that was one of the other questions there. He's not a big drinker, but I feel like there was something like golf came to me, like he likes to go golf and then that's when they, you know, as he's saying, shoot the shit. And then they have a little beer at the golf club, you know, but not a big drinker, just a little drink, hanging out with the boys, getting some exercise, some sun, with that. But that doesn't feel like it's like a once a month kind of thing. They have a get together to do that kind of thing. So I like that. So those are the things that he has there. Does he smoke? Let's take a look here. Only in bed. Whoa. Yeah, right. Here it is. He only in bed. This is the Two of Pentacles, but no, he doesn't smoke. um, I do feel like his dad, and that's another one of your questions. Well, they're just bringing him up. I feel like his dad died from cancer from smoking. Um, and so he always has done that, right? So, we don't have that. Yeah, sorry, Phoenix. I'm wild. Wild and crazy. That's me, especially on Sundays. I'm a bit giddy after all the readings I've been doing since Wednesday. I'm a little drunk in spirit. I'm a little less filtered on Sundays, it seems. But, yeah, I don't feel like he smokes, and then he's not a big drinker, so we answered that. How often does he go see his mother? We answered that. Well, they were just coming through, boom, 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 ahead of time here. And then what happened to your future husband's father? That was that one. How long ago did he pass away? Let me just confirm here too, um, because I wanna find out when he passed. Was it from wow. So was it from the cancer or something else, that happened? I mean, look, we got the death card, Santa Muerta herself. I'm like, his mother killed him, slow rat poisoning in his food. Um, yeah, we have the Queen of Swords, which it felt like it was a long time that he had it, and it's like he fought it. It felt like it went into remission, it came back, went to remission, came back. But let's see here timing wise. When can we know how long ago it was? Feels like a long time. Yeah, he passed in July. Not this last July, but in the month of July. Let's see, can I get anything about a year? Yeah, and it was here. The timing of his passing was pushed back due to blockages. So it does seem like there's something to do with the heart coming in there with heart blockages. Oh, yeah. So balance between the head and the heart. So it does feel like there was something going on with his heart, and then something going on with, brain too. He might have, oh, that's right. No, that's his mom. Um, because there's something to do with his dad's brain too, and like a brain tumor. So there was like cancer, um, and I feel like he had like lung cancer and it moved to his brain, and then he had stuff with his heart. And I do feel his dad was a heavy drinker and smoker, and that's why he doesn't drink a whole lot and doesn't smoke either because he knows all of that. So it does feel here like I feel like it was like when he was in his not his dad, but when your husband future husband was in his 20s. It just feels like 23, 24-ish, and I feel like he'd been smoking and drinking since he was, like, a teenager, kind of, because his father and everyone else did all that too, and, so he lost him when he was, like, 24, 25. His dad didn't get to see him. He got to see him graduate college, but he didn't get to see him, move up as a lawyer, and because he had to go to law school and all that too. So he didn't get to see him do that, but he got to see him at least graduate college. So, interesting. I know. Wow, wow, wow. What a life he has lived. But all right, let's see here. Let's see your first fortune cookie here. So from the Citadel, what's the first one? I don't feel like there's a stepfather involved. I can ask that though when I start your next section here before we go into that next one. You have the astronomer, discovery, augury. Ooh, look at there's the moon. Page 62. All right. So, gold instruments were a telescope tilts upwards, revealing galaxies impossible distances away. The planets turn, reliable and infinite, unaffected by the frantic lives of men. The astronomer thrives in shadows, for it is the darkest night that shows the brightest of stars. Wow, right? Where others look to books and history for knowledge, the astronomer knows that are greater powers at work in the world. The constellations tell them what they need to know. You're in a complex situation, and clues of how to navigate it won't come from past experiences. Now is the time to look both beyond and within for answers and to trust in your intuition. I like this. Let go of the material needs and concerns that are holding you back and meditate on what your gut is telling you. Others who are like minded may be able to guide you. Be open to their perspectives, but don't be bound by them. I love it. Reversed, before you can make necessary decisions, you need to be practical and put some long term goals into place. Without these, you're likely to overlook important details that could cause disarray further down the line. So don't let material needs sway your choices, but don't neglect their necessity either. I like it. Listening to the stars. All right. So that is that one. And then we will dive into this other one. Let me just grab here. Hey, Twin Flame, good to see you. Hello, hello. You'll be number 10 on the donation list uh, once we, once we get down to number 10. Duh. All right, gotcha. All right, so we are caught up to here. I don't think anyone else said anything, right? Oh, only in bed. Okay. Now I know why you were laughing, Phoenix. Does he smoke? Only in bed. Boom. All right. And if it ain't smoking when you're done, then you ain't doing it right. All right. That's an old joke. All right. So we're going to um answer this one first. So did his mom remarry? Let's see here. Was there another? So just one card. The Empress. Nope. She stayed just by herself. Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, the matriarch. Yep. I think she was like, one was enough. She dated and stuff. She never remarried though. She was a Texas queen. Big hair and all. All right. Let me take a sip here and then we'll go into the next one will be about your boss, right? Cheers, cheers, everybody. All right. So this one is your boss is going to be on vacation on a cruise the first 2 weeks of September. So will everything go smoothly with Val or V? Well, she's on vacation. All right, let's take a look here. Based on current energies. Do these two. Ooh, secret underneath, and then this one here. All right, let's see how that time goes here. Let's see. Is this the Nine of Pentacles or Six of Pentacles? Oh, this is the Nine of Pentacles. I can't tell when they have the nines like that, on the side where it's is it this way and it's nines or this way and it's sixes, right? But this is in the garden with spirit, so that is the Nine of Pentacles. It helps to know tarot, you know, for 2 weeks, I know. So Nine of Pentacles, it feels like that's, everyone kind of sticking to their own. 9 is like hermity. I'm in the garden alone with spirit. So it feels pretty peaceful because everyone's kind of doing their own thing and being independent, right? Um, there's no boss to go tattle to. Let's see what else you got here. Yeah, I got the Two of Cups. So this is a positive partner relationship energy that's coming in there. We got the Ace of Wands, and this is about your energy too, right? And the Leo energy, strength card energy there. So there is a little bit of energy coming in that, she's going to do the regular stuff to be seen. And so everyone knows that she's around, kind of thing, because she likes to be noticed. That's the me energy, the lower vibrational me energy of a Leo. Look at me, look at me, look at me, right? Um, versus the high vibrational Leos, which are follow me, follow me, follow me, right? Um, but the Ace of Wands is whatever energy you're focusing on is what will happen. So it's a great opportunity for you to focus in on what you're grateful for with her. From now until then, start practicing, right? Just because if you're focusing on, oh God, she's gonna be oh, and she's an Aries, right? She's gonna do this, she's gonna do that, she's gonna do that. Guess what? You're inviting that energy in, right? But if you're like, I'm grateful that she's such a quiet, hard worker, and I'm grateful that she likes to work on her own independently away from everyone. Has to be true. You can't just make it up. But, think of the things you're grateful for, and that does bring in things for that as well. And then you have the Hanged Man and the Seven of Pentacles. Yeah. It's kind of a slow energy. The Hanged Man is slow, pausing, cocooning. It kind of feels like it's quiet, right? And so there's that energy, right? Oh, I love that. Since Thursday, and she's very knowledgeable. And I love that. The more that we realize that their expressions are their little this little lion inside of them saying, look at me, I need to be seen," then we go and we do let them know that they're seen, like, when people boast, they're crying out for love, and so we can be like, "Oh my god, yeah, you always do that so well," you're like you said, "You're so knowledgeable, you just blow me away with how much you know, and I learned so much from you," and they're like, "What, really?" Then because a lot of times people boast and say things when they're trying to, boast themselves up where they feel other people are at, not to boast themselves above, it's always just to be equal, right? Yeah. So I love that. So she can know that from you, right? But it does feel like the time not that it drags on, it just feels like it's slow. It's slow and quiet when the boss is away, right? Isn't that funny how that usually happens? Everyone can get work done. Yeah, and we got the Four of Pentacles, which is a very stable energy, coming in there, and the Page of Pentacles. Yeah, I like it here. This is, you know, this Page of Pentacles, abundance, feeling like a successful kind of time that, comes in with that. So I like that energy. But again, whatever you focus your energy on is what you'll expand and how you'll experience it. So you go in with gratitude and, you know, bringing in, you know, I brought bagels, everybody, or I brought donuts, or I brought, you know, whatever it is that you would like to bring in. Yeah. Everyone just focus on their job. I always used to like it when the bosses were away, all the big bosses and all the bosses. And it's like everyone was just easygoing and everyone just did their work and everyone just relaxed instead of like, it's like that. All right. So that I feel is this is number 2. So let's grab your fortune or your little piece of cake for this one. The painter, productivity and creation. Yeah. So like we said, look at that beautiful gold. There we go. Uh, so I like this. There's however you paint it, I like that. However you paint the picture is how you'll experience it, but it is about creation energy. A splash of color, the bright powder pigment of paint boxes, the sharp scent of chemicals. The painter sets to work in the street, bringing to life yet another vivid mural to adorn the citadel's vibrant walls. One street's already a riot of color, painted flowers, stars, and animals, while the next is a blank canvas. Yeah, so it's like those 2 weeks are a blank canvas. What are you gonna paint in it, right? Um, Waiting for something to adorn it. So the painter's drive is to create. It's all consuming. They've forgotten the murals that have come before. There you go, letting go of the past, already focused on their next new creation. So within you is a font of creativity waiting to burst forth. This is not just the sort of creativity that requires a paintbrush or pen, but the ability to bring about a vision, to know your own voice and what you bring into the world. Don't let anything hold you back. This is your chance to embrace that vision, to follow your instincts and bring about something beautiful and new. I like it. Just look at those 2 weeks as a blank canvas. What am I going to make of it? And then reversed doubt in your skills is stopping you from reaching your true potential and manifesting your plans. I read the reverse in case anything resonates. It may not, so I just like to read it in case. Whatever it is you're telling yourself you don't have the talent to achieve right now, stop and think. What are the risks of just going for it? Are your fears truly grounded in reality, or are you creating your own roadblocks? I like that, especially around Val. Am I creating my roadblocks with her? I'm going to get rid of those. I'm not going to let me be the roadblock in between me and her and anyone else, right? So I like that. So boom, boom, boom. So that's for that portion. Let me take another sip here. Slurp, slurp. Cheers, cheers. All right. Got the juice out of the way there. All right. So this is from the email you sent me about the gentleman. Of course, so always have to disclaimer, I'm not a licensed medical professional, legal counsel, etc., etc. You know the disclaimer just for YouTube. I have to say it. Disclaimer down in the description area. Tarot is for fun and entertainment purposes only. Always seek professionals, right? All right. So this holistic spiritual psychiatrist, he was charged with manslaughter over a woman who died during a psychedelic retreat in Miami Beach because she was found unresponsive in a sauna. Dehydration, died from dehydration. Wow. So will he have a lot of jail time? Yeah. Combination of the MDMA, ketamine, heat exposure in the side sauna. Yeah. Yeah, you have to be careful. You love his videos. Let's take a look here. So, yeah, I love that. So, Will so first question is, will he have to do a lot of jail time? Yeah, I saw that too. Very, very peaceful energy. All right. And then what else can we know here? We'll see what else. What's the journey there? Yeah, bottom of the deck, we got the 4 of Wands. He is going to jail, but he does get married in jail. No, I'm just kidding. We also got the 10 of Cups. So, they got the 4 of Wands and the 10 of either that or he's gonna find a very special relationship in jail, but no, I don't feel like that's what's happening here. Because we got 2 joy and celebration cards, so, I don't feel um like he has to do a lot of jail time, if at all. You're like, "What?" So no, that's a no. Let's see what else comes in here. What other details can we know here? Yeah, we got the 7 of Wands, being true to his authentic self, um, shining bright. And then even though he's being charged and brought up, we got the 8 of Pentacles, um, which is this, you know, and it's funny that's I always say put in the blood, the sweat, the tears, and that he does the work. And Queen of Cups, his heart. I feel like that has to do here that they look at motivation and intention, and that um, there's like rules, and the 7 of Wands is that he didn't hide anything. They were like I feel like he's fully saying, "Here's the paperwork, here is everything, everyone signs this stuff." They know the not like the risks, but they know they're taking responsibility, and it we instructed, and here's the instructions that we tell them, minimize your and make sure you're drinking water and right that right. Yeah, signed a waiver, and and that they're of their right mind, they're signing these things and they're taking responsibility. That's why I feel like that he's not going to get jail time for their death. And we got the Chariot. Let me look at these other ones real quick here, because we got the Chariot. Here's your Moon card again, Moon energy, but this is victory and movement energy. And we got the 9 of Cups. 9 of Cups? Yeah, there's 9 cups there. So it is the 9. So, this is the dream come true. We have the 6 of Wands, another victory card. We've got the Empress, another big victory card, and the Knight of Pentacles. Slow movement. They're slow. Feels like it's slow energy, but this is all a quest for their own self worth, and so they know, it's good energy, right? Yeah. So if they're holding him responsible, for it, that she basically, and even on the bottom of the deck, we've got the Queen of Pentacles, which is another abundance card, the World card, another victory card. So I don't feel like that they'll have that here, and just they might be found negligent for proper, supervision, and different. I don't feel like they're gonna do jail time with that 10 of Cups and all that. It feels like freedom. It feels like, you know, definitely their heart is that they will make sure to implement this in the future. I mean, lesson learned, and it could be that it does help save other people too in the future, with the way they change in doing something as well. So, yeah, I don't feel like they're gonna get jail time. There might just be some little they have to do something to, someone has to be blamed kind of or held responsible for how did this happen and nobody noticed it, kind of thing. And he was like, I wasn't in there watching them. They're not under my care. You know, it's a retreat, and so if someone did something and went off to do something, they weren't, watching themselves kind of thing. So let's see what the fortune cookie for this one comes in here, and then we'll move into your final portion. Yeah, the waker, awareness, reflection. So it's good energy that they have. It makes them look at things in the future, and it opens their eyes to, you know, making sure there's other things in there. Yeah, right. So 2 siblings sit in a room, one sleeping, the other awake. Wow. Neither moves, neither addresses you, but when they speak, their words are pure prophecy. The waker is a keeper of knowledge, the one who sees all with an unblinking eye. They see everything that happens in the world and all that will come to pass, but are blinded from self understanding. So, right now, it's important to practice awareness of your surroundings. I feel like this is like speaking to them, right? Current events and the lives of those around you can be overwhelming, but you're only ever seeing part of the story. The ability to think critically and ask key questions is an important skill. Be perceptive about the situations happening around you and trust your own gut before acting. Inner and outer events are connected. Wow. Reversed, the waker reversed is someone who spent so long focusing on the outside world that they've neglected to address the inner. By focusing on external events, you'll be ignoring what your body is telling you for too long, and your own personal world is out of balance. How are you feeling, and what is the source of those feelings? Use those critical thinking skills for some important self reflection. I like it. So I feel like that energy of they're gonna change something to where no one can go in unobserved, like, they're gonna have to make sure someone is timing, watching, making sure, um, because, I mean, he's not like, "Oh, well, they signed a waiver." He's not like that. He's like, "I'm I'm I'm devastated, that someone, passed under those circumstances." Mm. No, I haven't. I'm pretty a hermit. But, yeah. Hey, Olivier, happy Sunday to you. Alright, so that's number 3, we'll go into your final one here, the peanut gallery and anything exciting coming soon. So cheers, cheers. Let me take a sip here. Alright. So, messages from the peanut gallery coming in hot. So we've got here, first of all, okay, yeah, we got Papa O, of course. So Papa O, what does Papa O got to say today? On those. And then Mama O, what has she got to say? Chuck Meister, Chuck Norris. He wishes, all right. And then message from Spirit. And then anything coming in, anything exciting coming in soon. All right. So let's see here. Yeah, no Chuck J. So we've got the 5 of Pentacles coming in. So, of course, this is that energy of the fear of being abandoned, left behind, left out in the cold. And we've got, wow, both the 9 of Cups, whoa, and the Star card here. both of the dream come true cards coming side by side. And so he's he's bringing in here, he goes, for this dream to come true, you are definitely facing that fear of abandonment, being left behind, being left out in the cold, not being enough and not having enough. Yeah, and you like nines, of course. um, so, you know, there is this and that's the challenge of most humans, so it's not something, that he's pointing out, like, "You're doing this." He's saying here that it's so important, and he is proud of you for all the work you're doing because he goes, "That's the stuff that would hold you back, is the fear of abandonment. Because once you go into fight or flight mode, and fear abandonment, that's where mistrust issues kick in, and then we start accusing, and then that just sends the other person, it starts sucking the life out of the relationship, right? And then their reaction to that starts sucking the life out of the relationship. And with both sides sucking the life out of the relationship, it becomes a prune and dies, right? So I feel like he's saying, proud of you for what you're doing and that you're exactly right. This is what has to happen in order to have the kind of dream loving relationship you want, because you're becoming the love of your life, and then you get to share it with someone who represents and mirrors back that love of your life to you. But until you do with this, then you're just going to get reflected the same feelings. And that is, he's touching a memory of mine, when I was reviewing being cheated on, and, um, after it was probably during my 3-year break after the first 4 relationships, and I was, like, realizing that they can't love me or treat me any different than I treat myself. And when we get into the inside and we realize how we're treating ourselves, how I was, diminishing myself, how I wasn't feeling worthy of things on the inside. Even though consciously I was like, I deserve the world, on the inside, it was like, no, we don't. And as we, look at that and do that, then that's what transforms things. And that's good because then, we can't, we talk about all the time, right? We can't love someone more than we love ourselves, nor receive love from someone more than we love ourselves. So raising our self-love and opening that up is the best thing we can do for a relationship with anyone. So I like that. Right. That's Papa O, Mama O chiming in. Give me that microphone. She's funny. You have the Seven of Swords. Yeah, here's the liar, the deceiver, you know, the cheater energy coming in here. And yeah, I like this because you've got the 10 of wands and the page of wands. Um, and there's this energy here of, yeah, speaking of, right, I didn't use my voice, I was submissive. And the 10 of wands and the page of wands is letting your fire, using your energy, not focusing on the fears, but focusing on the gratitude, right? So and there's hope. What does this say? Reflection? Yeah, hope and reflection are behind there on the casket. So there is this, letting go, and realizing, and this is what you're doing, going through with counseling, you're realizing, that what other people did doesn't mean the other person's going to do it, as well. I know for me in my therapy, I had this thought that all men cheat. And my therapist was like, "Oh, does that include you?" And I'm like, "No, I'm faithful." And they're like, "Well, consider if you're faithful and capable of being faithful, could there maybe be at least one other person in the world other man that could be faithful?" And I'm like, "You make a good point. That's why you get paid the big bucks." And then consider, could there be 10 people? And I'm like, "All right, I say we are going, yes." The people of the past don't necessarily project on everyone. So give people a chance, right? Don't hold them accountable for that, right? Yeah. That those days are over, right, Debbie? Keep being submissive and not using your voice? You're like, not anymore." So I feel like that's what your mama's saying here is that you'll be using your energy in a different way, in the future so you can realize you're not that and that's that progression of the 10 of wands to the page of wands too. You were not afraid to use your fire and your voice, and so you're not who you were before, and so you're not gonna be drawing in the same type of person and experiences because you don't need to see those anymore, and you will speak up and you will be your own advocate as well. So, I like that. And then Chucko, speaking of, let's see what he's got to say here. Yeah, I like it. And, he's got all there's all this ending energy. He goes, "Yeah, I agree." Like you have the 10 of wands, you have that I don't do you're different, you don't do that anymore, right? You've got the Wheel of Fortune, which is the tune of for you, and you've got the World card, which is an ending of an old cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. You also have the 10 of swords, which is letting go of expectations and transformation that, of things. So you got all this ending and beginning energy, and even temperance is an energy of slow alchemy that you're transforming and changing, and then boom, it turns to gold. So I feel like Chuck's kind of chiming in. There's a theme of relationship here because that's the big primary thing for you, with this energy. But I really like this, transformative energy that's coming forward. And um, there's this, you know, as you're looking forward, the thing that we tend to do as humans is we take our past pain and we project it into future. And because we know what as how it has always happened, we project and predict from the past into the future. And it's like, no, it doesn't have to be that way. There can be something new. But that's how we learn and survive, right? That's our survival mode. If this has done that in the past, like if a bear has eaten everyone in the past, chances are that bear is going to eat someone else. I'm going to be aware of bears, right? And then we go to that. Would you rather be stuck in the forest with a bear or a man, right? And it's like la la la. Um, and but I feel like this is an ending of a cycle, energy, and I feel like they have that right here. Yeah. Yeah, you're ready. That's the thing when your desire, when you're not getting benefit from being in pain anymore, then we change. Like if we have benefit, sometimes if we're in pain, we get a lot of attention from people, growing up. And, that's why some people don't want to let go of their pain because they're getting attention. Why would and it usually comes from when that's how they got attention when they were younger and they just didn't have to compete for the doing really, really good to get attention when you can be painful or a troublemaker. Those are two of the other ways we get pain, right? And not paying attention. So sometimes, we hold on to our pain for a long time because we're getting attention from people for, "Oh, look at my pain, look what has happened to me," you know, and that's human, right? But when we're sick and tired of feeling it and we're not getting the benefit from it anymore, then we're like, "Ah, this is done. I'm sick of this. I'm throwing that out." And you definitely, hit that mark where you're like, "I'm just tired of feeling this way. I wanna feel free," right? Yeah. Oh, well, that's from parents, but I'm talking about other people, like, "Oh, I'm so sorry you went through that," and, "Oh, I know," and, when we, like our friends and other people. Parents are different, crying is bad because that reflects on them as a parent. We're talking about, like, friends and, coworkers and different things when we talk about how we're in pain and stuff. we get sympathy and people get attention from people and here, let me buy your lunch or whatever. Just in general, I'm not saying, not pointing at you. I'm just saying in general, like letting go of pain, right? So I like that. And then Spirit's message here, got to get going here. We've been on for an hour. We got Seven of Pentacles. So they're like, last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. And we've got the Hangman. Here's the unfolding of the cocoon energy. So another slow, trust the process. And the Ten of Pentacles. The only 10 you didn't have, I think, here. So here's relationship. So Spirit, they're chiming in too, saying that, you know, trust the process, trust that everything is unfolding in perfect timing. Take the pressure off of yourself and let yourself do and transform. Because when you're ready, you'll leave the cocoon and be a beautiful butterfly. But if you try to get out of it too soon, then you don't have your wing muscles, right? There's no easy way out. It's through. The fastest way is through. So just keep doing what you're doing step by step. But there's no rush, right? It's you're going to be releasing stuff all of your life. And at the perfect time, when you've transformed enough, and they also transformed to where you guys are at the same energy, that's when you guys meet. So they're like, there's no rush, right? All right. And then anything exciting coming soon? What do you got here? You got Leo energy. Let's see what this is about. You got the Page of Swords. There's something about here coming at work. You got the Devil card here. I don't feel like this is shadow work. And the Two of Pentacles. I feel like there's something, an opportunity coming here regarding work coming up soon, because the Leo strength energy is like being seen and standing out. And the Page of Swords is new information, clarity coming in, maybe even an opportunity to learn a new job or a new skill or a new duty kind of thing. And I feel like because the Two of Pentacles is this balanced energy, I feel like they might even be um, like cross training so that, you know, people can take over when someone's gone and or out, that things don't just back up, that people can balance things and do multiple tasks. And I like that. So they're looking at, I feel like there's something exciting. It's not something like, oh God, more work. It's like something that you would be like, oh wow, I really want to do this. Yeah, right. So you're like, ooh, I want to do some of that. Can help you out. So I like that. Yeah, so that's short and to the point there. All right, and then let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. There we go. Boom. The witch, but I feel like it's mainly for the moon energy. You get all the moons. The crescent moon, the half moon, the full moon. Do you have enough moons now? Experimentation and rebellion. I like this. Yeah, I'd rather stay busy too. I couldn't just sitting and like at work and doing nothing, drive me crazy. I always needed to be doing something. Maybe that's my ADHD, my hidden ADHD. So, the scent of new fruit hangs in the air, bright and refreshing. A pestle grinds, in its bowl, the sound of stone on stone, a soothing repetition. Just as the first plants of spring burst forth from cracks between the paving stones, so too does the witch push their boundaries in search of new magic. There's that newness, right? Knowledge exists only to be expanded upon, reshaped and reformed to a new and exciting purpose, right? The world is full of old wisdom, but some advice is too outdated for the modern lives we live now. Tradition is a set of guides, not a strict rule book. If you find that you're being held back by how you should approach a situation, break from tradition and forge your own route. Surround yourself with others who think outside the box and embrace a new tradition. Reversed, if this resonates, it's tempting to buck convention by dismissing it entirely, but most processes become well established because they actually work. While you're busy forging your own path, don't completely forget about the paths that have been laid before. You can borrow inspiration without being trapped by the rigidity of institution. Borrow, change, and adapt as needed. I like that. So perfect for these. So that is what they have for you, my friend. Thank you again for your multiple donations and letting me connect to your wonderful peanut gallery. I do love their energy. They're just so peanutty, you know? So cheers, cheers. I'm so grateful. Love it, love it, love it. Yum, yum. All right. Well, let me catch up on the chat here. We had quite a few things come in here and via the PayPal too. So let's get caught up and we'll get back into the readings here. So get that there, that there. So I did get down to here. So Olivier, there we are. Got your free reading. You'll be number 11 on the free readings there. And then this, I think. Yes, we've got Yadahu. Hello, hello. I did get yours via Z PayPal. So for donations, you'll be number 11 on there. So thank you for that. Boom, boom. Got you there. All right, and then let me look at here. Timestamps here and here. All right. And then we got Crystal Ray in the house. Oh, whoop, first we got Ruby G. Hold on. I see your free reading request there. You get you number 12 on the free readings there. There we go. And then we got number 12 for Crystal Ray for your 2 donations. We'll make you number 12 and number 13 here. There we go. All right, and I think that's it for, let me just update my emails here, make sure they're all up. Oh, nope. There was one earlier here. Oh, Michelle Smith, thank you so much for your Just Because donation. You're so sweet. I just adore you. Thank you so much. I like that. The just because. So I will put you up there. Thank you so much for that. So grateful. Glad I updated my, I don't know why the PayPal comes through, but the Cash App, I have to like refresh it manually. Got to figure it out. I'll figure it out someday. But thank you so much. All right. And then we do have Ruby G for your donation, your number 14 for that one. Thank you so much. Psh, oh, psh. And here is this one. Oh, trying to keep YouTube appropriate. Thank you. And if you ever want to send it via email, my email address is down in the description, brettazen@gmail.com. If you ever have any sensitive things, you can send them that way, and I can filter it, in my brain. So if you ever want to do that too as an option. So thank you though for keeping us from being banned. Very appreciative. And then I see your number here, number 15 donation here as well for the next episode of The X. What's going on in the live of The X? So I got you on there. That's number 15. All right. Now I think I am caught up here. All right. So thank you guys so much. Thank you for your patience. I know when we have a deep, deep dive, we had a very large donation. I'm so grateful, Debbie. We dive deep into those questions in that. So thank you guys for your patience with that. And then we will jump in. So just so everyone knows, we got Chelsea up next, and then Beatrice, and then Lauren Smith, and then Lemon Lime's Lulu times two, and then May, and then Kat Marie, and then Phoenix Oracle. And then we've got Twin Flame, Yada Who, and then two for Crystal Ray, and then two for Ruby G is what we're at. So boom, boom, boom. Let's go. All right, Chels, we are to you. 13441. Happy Sunday to you. And so for today's live, that's right. Dive into that guy, the past guy. Yeah, because he said he was seeing you as like the one that got away. Hello, hello. So so serious. Hello. um, so explore that a little more. All right, we'll take a look here and see. Yeah, yeah. And I remember that here as well. Oh yeah, no, it's all right. You're all right. It was like I'm like, "Hi," and it's like, "Hello." Oh, it's like, Edward Cullen. "Are you a vampire? You're so serious." But I get it. Energy of a Sunday evening. So let's take a look here. Let's dive more into that. What was this? What was this energy of the one that got away? You know, is it a serial killer, the one that got away, the sociopath? Or is it a heartfelt, the one that got away, right? We hope the latter, not the former, right? You're like, "It's alright." It makes good trash TV, right? Let's take a look here. Yeah. You know, bottom of the deck, we do have the 2 of cups on the bottom here, which of course is, relationship, partnership energy. And with the Fool card underneath there, you know, they've got this energy of, what and this is the way it works, like, when like, that's why sex is so good when because when we meet someone, there's no expectations. It's like, wow, everything that's happening is wow, right? But as expectations kick in, then it's like not wow anymore. And then when we break up and the expectations go away, then it's wow again until we're like, well, maybe we should try again. And then expectations kick in. And we're like, why did we do this? Let's break up. Oh, wow. So we have wow and then and I feel here with the Full card, it's after the fact, um, after the expectations were removed, those high expectations that they had on, that they had themselves under, and so thus they had you under extreme expectations too in the world, and they're stressed out with all this reactionary energy of the Knight of Wands, all this fire, 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 passion energy, but fire, also, like that. They realized after the fact just how wow you were when they got rid of all this stuff that's impossible to maintain anyway, right? But they realized, like, wow, because everyone else has been like, oh, wow, not wow, kind of energy. That's the bottom energy on the bottom of the deck here. And it's because of that sudden expectations gone kind of energy that comes in. They realized, and that's the thing when we're in a relationship with someone, sometimes we forget eh, why we appreciated someone so much, right? Yeah. 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 And it can be. We'll see what comes in here. But I do feel like when they see you, they're just like, wow, I had it so good that, that's the one that got away that um, you know, when we're able to see things clearly, not through all these expectations and all those things, then that, throws us into that, ability to see things so well that, we're like, "Oh, man." So let's see what else comes in here. You have more cards, of course. Yeah, the 9 of Cups, a wish, a dream come true. There you are. That's the first card. Kinda off by itself, which I put all these together. I would just say that kinda sums it up. You are a dream come true if someone can appreciate you for who you are. If someone's grateful for, um, and supportive of you, oh, you will give everything if someone, gives you that. But, um, the moment you feel a judgment, the moment you feel those things, you start to, "I'm not I'm not, pouring all that in, to you. Hell no." Alright, so I like that. Um, yeah, lemon lime's your number 6 wait, 5 and 6, uh, on the list. So thank you. Good to see you. So and then there's this little journey. You have 1 card and 2 cards and 3 cards. So let's see what this is, because it's like a building of something. Let's see what this is here. So the first card here, you have the Wheel of Fortune. Yeah, again, it's like it's like buying a Powerball ticket, looking at it and looking at the winning numbers and going, "Oh, crap. I didn't win. This is useless. What is this? You're not bringing me what I want. I'm throwing you away." And then, after you've done that, and a few days later, you realize you looked at the previous week's winning numbers, not the current winning numbers, and you're like, "Oh, hell. I just threw away a winning ticket, and it's gone. You're not gonna get that back. It's in the trash. It's off to the trash." Not it's gone out of your life. Not that you're off to the trash heap, but it's gone, right? And I like this energy because it's like, I wasn't seeing things clearly, but after I see things clearly, then I'm beating myself up going, "Well, I can't do anything about it, but, ugh." Every time you see a Powerball winner or a Powerball ticket, it reminds you, "Ugh." That's funny. Alright. Yeah. And again, here's this, energy of the World card, which is the ending of a cycle, the beginning of a new adventure, and the Eight of Cups, which is walking away from relationships and emotions that don't serve anymore. And I feel like they were like, it's not doing me any good to keep beating myself up about it. Um, because and we'll see what these 3 cards are here, because I feel like this is almost like the stages of grief they went through, right? The stages of face palming, you know? It's like afterwards, they're like, what did I do? Was I thinking?" This is months later afterwards, it feels like. Um, but let's see here what this got here too. Yeah, Queen of Pentacles, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, you know, and almost like this, if I nurtured if I nurtured instead of, um, destruction, constructed instead of deconstructed, what harvest could there have been? And I feel like they see here with the 2 of Wands, if I would have made a different choice of how I was doing my energy, what could have been? Yeah, the 10 of Pentacles, an abundant, full relationship. And, you know, I don't feel like they have the ability. I mean, this is reflection outside of it, post, but it's like, well, I don't feel like they're the type of person to go back. They would more go forward, live and learn and move forward. Because I don't feel like in their current state and backward, that they're not someone that would wanna take a chance on something that they would fail at. And so rather than fail someone again or take a chance at someone rejecting, going, "Hell no, I'm not taking you back," then, you know, then they would, see things differently, right? Yeah. And you're right. Yeah, definitely emotionally detached. When you're by yourself in a protected, like when you're by yourself and shielded, he can reflect and look at emotions and do those. But the moment there's anyone nearby, it's you know, it's I can't I no one can see this. It's only internal, right? Yeah. Oh. um oh yeah, let's ask that real quick here. Is he with someone currently? Yeah, Page of Pentacles. So there is a new opportunity that he's currently in. What kind of relationship are those in? Is it the same or has he improved because of your experiences? Nope. Seven of Swords, still deceiving themselves, still doing the same things that'll cheat him out of opportunities. So, and that's the thing. And thank you. I was going to mention that earlier, Spirit to remind me, because I was like, you know, when they're not engaged in a relationship, then they don't have the expectations in place, right? So there's this when I don't have that uh expectation list activated because I'm not in a relationship. I don't have relationship expectations, so I can look at something outside of that experience because I'm not activated in those fears of failure and stuff, right? But when those get activated, then I'm blinded again. I don't see what's going on because I'm freaking out again. And that's what happens when it confuses us when we're in fear because our brain is like, don't think, act, get safe again, get comfortable, get in control. And that's why they are such a controlling person when they're in a relationship because they've got those fears. I've got to be in control. I've got to get this is what the little inner child needs to do. I need all the toys. I need everything to be my way, or we're not going to play. I'm taking my ball and I'm going home, kind of energy. It's so true. Let me take a sip here. Cheers, cheers. Yeah, because he's not putting those expectations on you. He's able to look at the relationship and go, "Wow," you know, I believe he had those thoughts before he ended up with this person, right? Um, and so, those kind of that analysis that he did, in between, that's his go-to now when he sees you is the analysis report that he did post afterwards before he started up with this one. And so when he sees you, he doesn't see the old story, he sees the analysis report. That's so funny they're saying it that way, but, and then they go to that instead of to the other, right? So that's when they see it, they're like, "Yeah, gosh, you had all these things, and had I done that and da 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 da," but then they get into a relationship and it's like, "You're gonna apply what you learned to there?" Not yet. At least not at the moment that they're in their relationship right now. He's still in that 7 of swords, those thoughts and beliefs, he's off into, um, you know, impacting him there. Alright, pouty. "Go then, little baby. You go. Take your ball and go home. Take both of them. Take both your balls and go home. You sure you have any?" Ooh, boom, boom. Oh, wow. You looking for a fight? And thus is why I'm single. Mm-mm. Yeah. Oh, yeah, control is his thing. Yeah, right. Yeah, right, right. I don't feel like he's done that work yet. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Because we got the king, control, reversal of fortune. So he still has clarity that needs to come in here. But let's see what the king brings in here for you. Oh, here they are, number page 40. The cheering of the crowd is deafening. Rose petals drift through the air, brushing against the king's gleaming armor as they ride ahead of the parade atop a pristine white horse. You know, you talked about that he needed to be seen and how he looked and how he was perceived, right? They sit proud and indomitable, unaware that the moment their fate changes, they may not be so prepared to handle a shift in fortunes. Power, celebration, honors from a young age. The king has always found that things come easily to them, but there is a catch to being a gifted child. They have never learned the value of hard work, and therefore lies their downfall. The king card is a reminder that taking things for granted can cause irreparable mistakes. That's what I was trying to say is that he didn't realize how much he was taking you for granted of who you were, you know? Not celebrating who you were, focusing on this unobtainable who you're not, you know? Now is the ideal time to practice awareness and value the benefits that come from working at a problem, even if you think you already know the answer. Don't dismiss the wisdom of those who try to show you a new way of working out a solution. The reversal of it, which I like to read just in case, it says a reversed king is one who knows how to address a situation, but is beleaguered by advisors who think they know better. It's time to put your foot down and embrace the fact that right now, your solution is the correct one. I like it. Yeah. And I like that, you know, I f I like that, you know, considering an X, you know, energy is, you know, it needs to be that because we can't keep doing what we've always done and get what we always got, and so as we're doing our inner work, you know, yeah, we can look at things differently, but that doesn't mean, you know, we'll get caught up in the potential of who they could be again, because that's who we fall for in the beginning until we start seeing people for who they are, because 'cause they're telling us who they are, and we don't listen. We think, "Oh, yeah, 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 but this is who you're gonna be, and that I'm looking forward to, so I'll invest if that's what I'll get." And they're like, "What are you talking about?" And you're like, "Yeah, don't you see your potential of who you could be? I love that." And they're like, "But that's not who I am now." I know, but you can be that, and I really love that, and I wanna invest in you and to get you to that. They're like, "But I don't know if I can get there." That's okay, you know, that's when we fall for them instead of, you know, realizing, you know, "Oh, you're showing me who you are right now, and there's no guarantee you're ever going to head in that direction," right? So 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 to confirm, he has these thoughts of when he thinks about you, like something reminds him of you, or he has these thoughts in the back of his mind. Only when he sees something that reminds him of you. Like he sees your posting or, you know, he sees something that reminds something that you guys did or somewhere where you guys ate when a memory pops up. Um, right. I can't lie. I don't feel bad. That's right. He's basically prevented us from actually being in actual relationships. It was more seeing each other for a little, and then it was, yeah, like you got scared. Yeah, I like it. So that's what we got for you, my dear. I like it. So I like the action of going, um, I don't see them ever changing enough to catch up to you and maintain, right? Because there's like, will people change? Oh, yeah, people will change, but they haven't been changing. You've been changing, kind of like we were talking about May with May last night, right? It was last night, right? How, you know, we're changing and they're not. And then they start changing. And we're like, come on, catch up. Come on, catch up. They would have to to catch up, like sprint to catch up to us, not just start walking at our same pace. They'll never catch up. um, so, you know, and that's all right, and there's probably people that, were that way with us that we'll never catch up to, and that's okay too, right? We're all at different stages of our life and development. I know, right? Now you really like it. You're like, "Ooh, ooh, ooh." I think you should look for a T-shirt that says wifey material. Voted voted most likely to be wifey material. You got all our votes. So I love that. All right. Well, let me catch up on the chat here. And I think I had at least one more come in here. Let me take a look here. So we got to right here. Yeah. So, Twin Flame, thank you for your additional donation. We'll get you added to be number 16 for that one. All right. And then we got Jamie G in the house too. So, Jamie, your free reading will be number 13 on the list there. And so let's see, is M still leaving? If E will leave the department right after M, please. Sorry, will E also be leaving too? Okay, yeah, I feel like you asked that. Okay, that's good. Got you in there. Number 13. And then Lemon Limes Lulu, we did that one. Twin Flames, you're so funny. Okay. All right. So we are all caught up. So we'll dive back in here. And we've got Beatrice up next, 15630. So Beatrice. So does your ex think about me and how does he see me? Yes. We have these, combinations of, we have a lot of us that think that way, right? It is, it's so true. So, so does he think about you? Let's find out here first, Beatrice. Based on energies, does he think about you? All right, got that. And then how does he see you? With his eyes. All right. All right. So we do have the Six of Pentacles energy coming in here. There's an important energy below the deck here. This is that my codependency awareness card, this overgiver energy, which of course you would probably be the overgiver in that scenario. The individuals in the chat, we usually are the overgivers. But there is something to look at that, and reflect and realize how a codependent relationship comes in as two individuals as adults, but the overgiver needs to give, and feels like they have to give 1,000 love coins to receive one. So they'll give and give and give and give, and it becomes almost like a parent-child relationship because a parent has a lot to give and a child has very little to give, and this is what it turns into, right? And so we won't take back, no, I'm mama bird, I feed baby bird. No, because I can't. You want to give me more than one, then I can't afford that because, I have to give 1,000 love coins for every one love coin you give. So if you give me 10, that's 10,000. And oh my God, limit how much you give me, like energetically, you know, in our conscious mind, we're like, no, I want all the love that you can give me. I need it, give it all to me. But inside our inner child is like, nope, we can't take that yet. No room at the inn, to check, you know, hold on to it. But they don't hold on to it because they also want to receive. So we give and give and give until we're exhausted, and then we give and give and give until we're resentful. And then this other child energy, they want to feel that same feeling of giving. And if we won't allow them to give us to us fully, then they go give it somewhere else. We want them to keep it in a bank and just keep it on you know, an allocated recurring deposit, toward us. But no, they give it to work and jobs and friends and affairs. So it goes out that way. And until we, have this, energy of, realizing that it can be 1 to 1 instead of 1,000 to 1, that's something that helps us. So I feel like there's something, this is something to reflect on, to learn from the relationship so that you don't, continue to do it. Because I know I continue to do it over and over with all these lovely mirrors show me what I wanted to see about myself till I saw it. So I feel like that's an important piece of it there, right? Um, so so do they think about you? Let's take a look here at these here. We got the 6 of cups. Yep, 6. Yeah, 6 of cups. Yeah, they do think about returning here with the 6 of cups. That's the return energy. They do have the 7 of wands, but they wanna be true to their authentic self. They don't wanna have to dim their light, ask permission to shine, explain themselves, defend themselves. They just wanna shine and be themselves, be their authentic selves. Um, and the 7 of pentacles, you know, is both an energy of, it would take a long time to get to that point, but also they kind of think, they kind of remember, well, why is it that we broke up? Oh, okay, now I remember. You know, it's kind of like that energy. They think about coming back, but then because something triggers them where they think about coming back, but then they remember picturing themselves in the relationship and the whatever was going on inside of them that caused them, the situation to end. Um, they remember, oh, that's right. And they haven't changed, so they don't think there's a different way that it would end up, and I feel like that's why they pause and don't do it then. So they don't that's the kind of thinking that's there. Um, how does he see you? Got the 3 of Pentacles. Yeah, I mean, there is this 3 of Pentacles is, creativity, a birthing energy. Um, let me see what else we got here too. Yeah, and they do have the Lovers card on, on the bottom energy, which they do see, relationship, material energy, but they don't wanna have what they had before with the 3 of Wands. That's, wanting to would take it, like, a different direction, take it in, a different, um, way, and the Justice card, is this energy of clarity of, because that's the Libra balancing energy of the house of relationships. Libra rules over that, and it's about understanding more of what we want from a relationship and to clarify what you want from a relationship, and really to see if you're willing to go a different way in, regarding relationships, if you're willing to change your expectations and, um, you know, the rules, the expectations over the relationship, right? "Oh, hey, how you doing?" Because you want a husband and kids, and he thinks that means right now, immediately. Oh, yeah, and so I feel like that's oh, that makes sense then with what I just said, right? How they're looking at that, um to go a different route and expect different things and have it more balanced where we're on the same page instead of feeling like what you want and what I want are out of balance. Well, I never thought of the Justice card that way, but that makes so much sense. Spirit's so smart. So it's, when we want such different things, it's hard to have a relationship because we're so out of balance. And once we get close to wanting a lot of the important same things, the big weighted things, then it's, we can have a bunch of little different things that still keep it balanced. But if we have big things that are different, it's whoa, right? So I kind of feel like that's where they're coming from on there. I know, right? Going with the flow, isn't that amazing? Yeah. All right, and let's see your fortune cookie here. Oh, you get to be one of the first ones of the emotional insight cards. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. See people clearly. See if the cards will. Oh, good. It does. Let's see if it goes back on me now. Yeah, it did. Look at that. All right. Sometimes we hold on to hope more than what's happening right now. So it says, think of someone who drains you. Thinking of them right now. Ask, am I hoping they'll change or accepting who they are? And then say, it's okay to outgrow dynamics that no longer fit. Wow. So this is connect. Honor the truth, not the fantasy. Wow. These are powerful, right? Woo. Wow. Oh my. I know, right? Honor the truth, not the fantasy. We have to sit with that one, right? So that's what they got for you, Beatrice, right? Thank you, Spirit. Spank me in a good way, right? All right. So that's what they have for you, Beatrice. Thank you so much for your donation. And we got Langland in the house. Hey, hey, good to see you. I see your question. We will get you on the free readings. You'll be number 14. Yes. It threw me off that 4L in your name. I was like 41. I'm like, wait. I'm like, oh yeah, F14 and your F4L. Oh, that's interesting. All right. So that's what we got for that one. Thank you again so much, Beatrice. The power of Beatrice. All right. And then Lauren Smith, you're up 20705 for yours. And when will you hear from PJ, and are you on his mind at all? So let's see here. We'll pull from the when deck. So when will you hear from PJ? So the when. Oh, well, all these fives. 5. You got amazing chemistry, terrible timing, and time is frozen. I'm hearing all this time. I'm hearing Cyndi Lauper's Time After Time. All right. And then, are you on his mind at all? Okay. See what we got here. So we do have the High Priestess. It's an interesting energy there. Because it's like the high priest is when they're up in their high priestess or high priest temple, connecting with spirit. When they're in their reflective mood, they are. It's like when things are slow and not so go, 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 go energy around them. Yeah. And the Hierophant energy too, with the Eight of Swords. And this is when they're in these growth spurts and they're reflecting on things. They do think of of you in the relationship that you guys had and recent events and everything too. But this energy that I'm feeling, we have more cards, but this particular energy feels more about, and this is most humans, we think when we think of others, usually it's about wondering what they're thinking of us or how a situation went, what it meant about me, and the story of making it about me. And when I'm afraid of what it means about me and what does the future hold? It's but with me, it's all about me, 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 me energy, and this is that self-reflection, me energy, and so they come across your mind as they're analyzing what's going on in their life and who they are. You come in that. It's not like they're just thinking about you specifically in this scenario. It's part of their analysis. What this other person, what this situation. It's kind of like that. Um, Let's see what these other 3 cards are here too. And we've got the Ace of Cups. Let's see what these other 3 are. We got the 3 of Cups. Oh, yeah. Third party situation. Uh-oh. And the 2 of Wands, making a choice energy. So I do feel like there is that energy coming in here about feeling like I have to make a choice between 2 people. And I feel like that also, again, it comes down to not what's best for you, what's best for this other person, but, here with the Magician, now I know why they waited for the end. Yeah, I got the Magician, the Chariot, the Ace of Swords, all the me, and reflection, clarity, energy. So we don't think about what's best for them, what's best for them. We are thinking, what's best for me, right? As we are right now, I'm sure, right? We are. Like, I want them to be with me. I don't care if that, you know, breaks someone else's heart. I don't care. I get to have what I have. Me, I want their toy. I don't care. Give it, give it, give it. Mine, 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 right? So I feel like that's the kind of energy that's kind of surrounding it right now. Decisions haven't been made, but they do go back and forth considering, what's the best thing for me with this scenario. Um, having individuals in my life, which one would bring me the most joy? What is the best thing for me? And they kind of going back and forth, with that. All right. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here, Lauren. You also get one of the emotional insight cards, which says, define what safe feels like. There it goes. Safety isn't comfort, it's freedom to be. So name 3 traits of a relationship where you feel emotionally safe. Ask, which of my current connections feels like that? And what's missing where you don't? Then on the bottom, this is a connect card. It says, real safety makes space for truth. These cards are going to be so good. They're so good. So good. All right. Good thing they're spread out at the end of readings, right? I'm like, wow, 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 wow. All right. um, all right. Let me take a sip here. So thank you again, Lauren, for your donation. And next we have 2 from Lemon Lime's Lulu. So both of these are $5 more, so you'll get 2 Citadel cards. So we'll have a little break from the emotional ones. Cheers, cheers. All right. So Lemon Lime Lulu, 21316 is for your first one. And you want to know, how does the Cappy feel about you? All right. So let's take a look at that first. So how does the Cappy feel about you? Is that it? Yep. All right. And then how does the Leo feel about you? Okay. And how does the Cappy and the Leo feel about each other? Okay. How does the Cappy feel about the Leo? No, not those. And then how does the Leo feel about the Cappy? All right. Oops, sorry, knocking my microphone around. So we'll take a look here. Yeah. I was just thinking with bouncing around in all these different people's energies, you wonder why I'm not schizophrenic. But it's because I'm an Aquarius and we are the multiple personalities of the zodiac. So I already am used to being schizophrenic. All right. So how does the Cappy feel about you, Lulu? We got the Knight of Wands. Ooh, fire, fire, passion, passion energy. They got the hots for you. Oh, the Lovers card too. So, wow, not just the hots. They got some big emotional energy that comes in here for that too. We also have the Knight of Swords. That's a sword swallowing a skeleton. It's kind of a little deviant, but the Knight of Swords, also, communication, energy. So they love talking, they love the conversations, love your way you think kind of energy too. And then the Queen of Swords, my gosh, beautiful balance between head and heart, very compatible individual is where the Cappy comes from with this. So, I mean, they do feel, you know, the heart energy is like, you fit like a glove. You're like, the heart would think that you're their person in a way almost with all that energy. Now we're talking about feelings. We're not talking about how do they think about me. How does the Leo think about you? How do they think about each other? Because that's the troublemaker. The heart is the most loving, unconditionally loving. It has so much love to give that you know, that's why like the free love in the 70s, like this, 60s and 70s was all about there's no jealousy, there's no thinking, there's no ownership, there's just sharing love with each other. And it was, that's why they felt so beautiful and, had so many babies. But because the mind doesn't get involved, right? So, keep in mind that the mind can go, "That's nice, but you're not gonna act on this." Fear, caged down, right? So, be aware. Be aware, alright. And then how does the Leo feel about you? We've got the 6 of Swords. So, there is some thoughts about thinking. Some thoughts are changing around you here, going from choppy waters to calmer waters. We do have the Hermit. It's an interesting energy. Let's see what this is about here. And we do have the 6 of Cups, something about a return. The Sun card. And they see you as the sun, and the Hierophant. So this 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 isn't two different people interested in you, is it? I almost feel like this Leo feels a little intimidated, or afraid or suspicious or not suspicious. Um, because I feel like here, it's like there's this I don't want you to return back into the Cappy's life. I'd like you to be off by yourself or at least leave the Cappy alone. Um, because of the 6 of Cups there. The 6 of Swords, is trying to look at things differently to try to have less conflict. But that Sun card, they do see you as like this, this energy of, um, it's like you're hot like the sun, you warm things, you grow things, and that's where that intimidation energy, oh, and that's Leo energy too, they're like, "That's my job to shine bright and to, draw things in," but I feel like you've got Leo energy where you just have this people are just drawn to you, and this, Hierophant is they're trying to grow and they're trying to change how they perceive you, it feels here, but I do feel like there's that kind of energy that's there. Interesting. Kinda like a jealousy, intimidated, um, afraid you're planning that you'll return and they can't compete with the sun, you know? I can have a bonfire, it's still not gonna compete with the sun, no matter how big no matter how big of a bonfire I build on Earth, I'll never be able to compete with the sun in the sky, which is how they think the Cappy would see of you, which by this other stuff, I feel like they would. Alright. So, now how does the Cappy feel about the Leo? Mm. The World card, an ending of a significant cycle, beginning of a new adventure. Let's see what else we have here. We've got the Emperor. This is an energy of on the fence, trying to determine what action I want to take. Yeah, here's the full card. So you got the last card in the major arcana, the ending, and here's the new beginning, free of expectations, free of and full of possibilities, and a lot of mixed emotions coming in here. So it does feel here that they're still undecided what they want to do with them, but it tends to be towards, I don't want to continue the cycle that we're doing. I want to be free of these expectations. I want possibilities and adventure, but no restrictions. And the Seven of Cups is an energy of, again, mixed emotions. They've got sadsy emotions and angry emotions, but also joyful emotions, right? Interesting. And then how does the Leo feel about the Cappy? Temperance, just patiently waiting for the gold to appear. The Knight of Pentacles, slow moving knight, patient, patient, patient. We got the Seven of Swords. Oh, yeah, afraid of being cheated on. So are they in a relationship, the Leo and the Cappy? Because it feels like or that they fear they're being lied to or cheated on, deceived kind of energy, which that makes sense that, that's why the Cappy wouldn't want, with that full card, I don't want any restrictions and all these accusations and blah, blah, blah. I just want adventure, not third degree, you know, um, waterboarding, to find out, you know, information. Yeah, codependent relationship energy, which makes sense with the lying and the cheating, because it's like it feels like the Leo is an overgiver, and when they overgive, they don't accept a lot from the Cappy. So then the Cappy would be like, "Well, I need to give somewhere," and I feel like that's where that I feel like the Leo has had people cheat on him before because they overgive and smother, and then the other person wants to give somewhere else because they can't keep up or give to them, the Leo. So a lot of the Leo's partners, I feel, have cheated on him. That's why they've got that fear that's coming in here. Yeah, and they have the Two of Swords. They know that we're at a crossroads here. You know, they're not sure what's going to happen next here, but they're being patient. They don't want to push for an answer, an ultimatum, because they know the chances are that they're not the one that's going to be chosen. So interesting. Hopefully, all that resonates. So let me put these in here, and then we'll get you your first fortune cookie, and then move on to your second donation. Thank you again for your dual donations. I don't feel like I even thanked you. Oh my gosh. Falling down on the job. All right. there's a lot of cards. Hold on. There we go. All right. So for your first Citadel card, let's take a look here. This one here. All right. So you've got the Warrior, perfectionism and burnout. Interesting energy that's going on here. Now we had Cyndi Lauper Time After Time earlier. Now we've got that song I Am the Warrior back from the 80s, I think it was. The ring of steel, the scuff of boots in the dirt, the shout of recruits echoing across the courtyard. The training ground is a place of hard work, of blood and sweat, of the singular pursuit of improvement, and the warrior strives for perfection, no matter the scars they gather in pursuit of their peak form. In your efforts to improve, you've set yourself in competition against something or someone, perhaps even an imagined perfect version of yourself. So that is that competition, right? Is it you and the Leo competing for the Cappy? The primal need to win is driving you. It feels great to come out on top, no matter the damage you take in the meantime. Whether you learn to curb that impulse or use it to grab your goals, be aware of its presence. Reversal, this is a warrior defeated, a fighter at the end of their illustrious career. They've pushed and pushed until their body and armor is too damaged to continue, and now they're left to wonder, what's next? Something in your life is coming to an end. Where do you go now? So whatever those resonate. I like to read the reversals just in case. But so that's what they got for the first one there. All right, I don't think we have anything else come in. Let me just check my emails real quick and we'll go into your second one. Let me just take a quick sip here too. Getting parched. So cheers. All right. So for number 2, we got 22626. Look at all those. All right. So what would Cappy like to say to you? Okay, let's look at that here first. So what would the Cappy like to say to you? I think I have an 80s DJ in my head today. Hey, 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 don't you forget about me. That's from the Breakfast Club now. What's happening? I'm going back to the future. All right. So we'll take a look at that. What are the things that I do the most that catches Cappy's attention in a good way? I like that clarity. Okay. And then is Cappy jealous of your friends? Is that it? All right. Wow. So we got 6 of Pentacles on the bottom here. So here's that codependency energy that is to be aware of that we talked about with the Leo, right? The overgiver, the tendency to overgive, right? So that's good for us all. Good reminder. I'm a recovering overgiver in codependent relationships. It's like being an alcoholic. It's part of our upbringing until we change the pattern and get used to balancing it on a one-to-one. We tend to have this groove that things can slip back into if we're not watching it and overgive and go out of balance, kind of like I'm doing with readings. I'm like, I have to balance. I need to balance more. I'm trying. That's the whole thing, it's like balancing with the overgiving, right? So what would the Cappy like to say to you? Got the Queen of Pentacles. Yeah, this is abundance, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, the sensuality, energy. They would like to tell you about, how nurtured and giving and how they love that side of you. Got the King of Wands. They'd like to tell you I haven't decided. I'm on the fence with things, just like they were with the Leo. There's this I'm not sure what I want to do kind of energy. Yeah, and here's that at a crossroads energy like the Leo had. So they're kind of just saying they would want to tell you that I'm kind of at a point, a choice point in my life. I'm trying to figure out what my dream come true would be, and that's with the King of Swords. I'm in my mind, I'm in my head. Well, Capricorn, Cappy energy, I'm analyzing, I'm trying to figure out what it is I do want, and I'm not in a place to make a choice, but, you know, they would wanna tell you the things that they love about you, which is what we're going on to next. What are the things you do most that catch their attention in a good way? Yeah, like that first reading, this is what the Leo was afraid of, that you're the sun, right? It's hard to compete with the sun. You're this bright warmth, shining ray, when you're glowing and you're joyful and you're being true to yourself, you glow and they love that. Um, you know, when you try to be what you're not, and when you slip into your expectations and those fears, then the storm clouds come in and the sun goes away, right? The other thing, the Eight of Pentacles, yeah, they love that you're always trying to improve yourself. The Eight of Pentacles, that I feel like that catches their attention, that you're always trying to do something to improve yourself physically, mentally, emotionally, energetically, spiritually, that you're always, and that you're always transforming yourself. You don't stay stagnant, you're always doing something to improve yourself. The Ten of Cups, this kind of is similar to the Sun card, but the joy, the love, how loving you are in a relationship too, but your joy and celebration and your, that glow that you have also stands out because it's your smile, it's your laughter. When you're in your high vibration of gratitude, unconditional love, and joy and laughter and play, they're like, I love this, kind of energy. Um, the Empress, this is like the Queen of Pentacles. It's that, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, the creator, the creative, sensuality. They love your presence of divine feminine energy. Like you can be a tomboy, I feel like, but you also can put on and suddenly transform into this divine goddess. So I like that. Maybe you're gonna have the 2 sides here somewhere? No. Oh, well, it is 2 sides, but you have the passion, Knight of Wands, and the emotion, Knight of Cups. You can roll with both. Um, Fun, fire, romantic, I mean, uh, Knight of Cups is romantic energy, but passionate action energy as well. So, interesting. And then is the Cappy jealous of your friends? Got the 3 of Pentacles. Oh, that's collaborative, group energy, Page of Swords. No, they see things from a higher perspective there with the Page of Swords. Or it's like, if I can keep an eye on you with them, I'm fine. Yeah, Page of Swords, Page of Cups. Um, and I feel here with this Page of Swords and the Page of Cups that they've realized and they've seen that when you have your friends, that's when you're that joyful. That's when you're bright. When you pull away from your friends, that's when you're miserable. It's like they understand what a support system that is for you and that it's important. So I don't feel like they're like jealous, but there is fear there that with the 9 of Swords and the Hierophant that they would change your mind about them and that they would interfere and, you know, influence how you would think about them. And that's so they're not jealous, they're just afraid that they would badmouth them and whisper in your ear and put doubt and stuff in and then influence how you would, choose or not choose to interact with the cappy. Interesting, right? All right, let me put all these cards back in here. Then we'll pull your other fortune cookie. So thank you again so much for your dual donations. There we go. All right. All right, here we go. And for this one, you have The Runaway Secrets, Running from Problems. Ooh. Beautiful card there. Let's see what we got here. The Runaway Bride, right? Okay, it's not there. It must be on one of these. Yeah, there it is. 138. All right. The streets are busier than usual, and the number of people and voices clamoring in the market is overwhelming. But even among them, one person stands out, dressed in clothes that look like a little too foreign, a map in their hands and a look of uncertainty on their face. The runaway has lived in a cage their entire life, protected yet stifled by wealth and a good family. The runaway longed for new experiences but was unable to break free. Now that they've finally made their escape, however, they've realized the world outside is too vast and they fear that they can't ask for help lest someone send them back home again. It's normal to want to run from your problems rather than facing them, but you'll soon find that this won't resolve anything. Your problems will simply follow you until you're overwhelmed by everything you've been avoiding. It's time to start admitting to yourself what you're running from and address it. Ooh. The reversal, if any of this resonates, for once, you're not running from a situation, you're running from yourself and making your life difficult for no apparent reason. What are you punishing yourself for? Why are you still carrying this guilt around? Let it go and make sure that you're living a life free from self hatred. Ooh, deep stuff tonight. All right. So that's what they have for that one. Lulu, many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donations. All right. Let me catch up quickly in the chat and we'll continue on here. Let me scroll down here to the free readings. And we got Stop Stalking Me. Hello. Good to see you. Whoops. Come on. There it goes. So we got you. You'll be number 15 on the free readings. And we got a Teshi Singh. Any birthday messages from Spirit? Happy birthday to you. We'll get you on there. So happy birthday. And you're number 16 on the free readings. All right. All right, let me take another quick sip here. We have May up next. And after that, we've got Kat Marie and Phoenix Oracle. So cheers. All right. So May, you are up. Hello. How are you today? Did you have dreams about weird things last night? A lot going on. Thank you for your donation. So, your friend said that your friend said that Max will change after having several superficial surface level relationships and finally truly feel unfulfilled. Like he will finally realize he wants the 10 of Pentacles and the wife and the family and almost have regrets. Almost is a good word. Almost have regrets for going on so long in choosing to do the same pattern over and over, and that this will cause true growth from him. So, is that true? And will he actually change and when? All right, let's take a look here. So, is it true that after several surface level relationships that he'll realize I do want a truly emotional relationship and the kids and the car. Well, he already has the cars, but all that stuff. Okay. And then And then will he actually change? Is Obi among these? And then when, we'll figure that out if it's a yes. So we've got the Knight of Pentacles, the slowest knight out of them all. Eventually, 10 of Wands. Wow. Well, we know that they want a feisty, fiery relationship. We already know that. Fire. He's fire, fire, fire. We have the Ace of Pentacles energy, which is a new beginning energy. Let's see what this brings in here. We have the Knight of Swords. So here is seeking clarity to understand here. And the Temperance. Again, alchemy, slow, slow, slow change over a very long time that eventually turns to gold, right? So with the bookends of the Knight of Pentacles and the Temperance card, it does represent change, but very, 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 very slow change, right? So let's do the when here. So is it going to be okay? Thank you. Is it 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, 7 years? All right. 8 years? Well, they gave me all these cards. That's how we're going to tell. So is it 1 year? The Fool card, and this is being free of expectations, still just wanting adventure. So that would be a no there. We've got the Devil card. Here's all the expectations still. Doing the work, shaking the cage, 2 years, 3 years. We've got the Eight of Cups, walking away from relationships that don't serve. So that's still more of the repeating. It's almost like here's all the relationships, right? All the people crying tears that he's leaving. Oh, geez. Fourth year, tower moments, shaking, rattling of their cage, people getting removed out of their life. 5 years, ding, 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 Wheel of Fortune. That doesn't necessarily, let's see, is that when change happens? What comes after that? Oh, more. Here's transformation, 5 years, 6 years. So that feels like it. Four of Wands, marriage, 7 years. And Four of Swords, which is releasing expectations, peace of mind. So it does. The cards do change. Year 5 is when they would change based on current energies. Start to change more, and when the slow changes that are happening, when they actually kick in. I love that. I love how they approach that. We'll have to use that in the future. I'm like, how can we figure out years? Usually if it's like if I feel the energies within a year, then we use those other cards. But when it's this energy of way in the future or years, we can find out what year by doing that. So that's cool. And then you said you don't know why you're in your feels today. Oh, well, I know. You did a huge amount of emotional confrontation with yourself and reflection last night. So hell yeah, we know why you're feeling in your feels today. Like I hate him. And that's good. That's the stages of grief, you know, because we go through the sad and then we go through the hatred. That's the steps before release. So that's totally normal and totally acceptable. um yeah, remember the good times and the connection. Want to believe maybe that's possible down the road. But you're so grossed out by him. Yeah, just focus on yourself and detach mostly from him and not give him any more energy. So, would that change anything or affect things in any way with him or us if you just focus on yourself and detach emotionally from him? Um, based on those energies last night, I don't feel like because he's not going to change. You you detaching emotionally and not giving him any more energy um, isn't going to change how he perceives your expectations and your emotional energy. You can't detach yourself emotionally from life. You know, you're a heart. If you detach yourself emotionally, that means you're dead. You know, you can't. You feel, and that's who you are. And you deserve to be with someone who feels emotions and honors emotions, not thinks emotions is something to be afraid of and run away from, right? So he's not capable of being the person you need for at least 5 years, and that's like the when he starts to like, "Oh, wow, wake up," and that doesn't mean he's gonna be able to immediately, oh, flip a switch and go, "I love you now, and I can look at emotion as not scary." No, it's gonna take him time. That's why I feel like it was 5 or 6 years. The 6th year felt like, because the 7th year is when, they're open to, like, a marriage energy, right? And you don't need to wait that long for no one. I mean, I feel like waiting 7 days for someone is too long. But doing that wouldn't change anything with him or you guys, because he still knows you're emotional, and he's still, even if you don't feel like you have expectations toward him, he's already they're already in here. You can't get in my CPU and delete anything. You can just pretend you don't have, emotions, and pretend you don't have expectations, but he knows you do. And those are the things that he has to work out. You don't need to adjust your energy to try to match theirs. You get to be with someone who matches your energy, right? So that is what they have for you. Let's see what you get one of these fun emotional insight cards here. So let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. All right. So you've got question the inner critic. So let's see if I can, this will focus in here. So question the inner critic. Come on, please, please. It's a little blurry. I'll read it this way. So, question the inner critic. It says, your inner critic isn't always a truth teller, it's a pattern. Wow. So, 4 bullets. First one, think of a moment when you judged yourself harshly. 2, ask, whose voice does this sound like? 3, what belief is hiding behind that judgment? And 4, can you speak to yourself instead as a coach, not a critic? I like that. This is a reframing energy. It says you can rewrite inherited messages. Ooh, deep. I like that. All right. So that's what they have for you, May. Thank you again for your donation and all your wonderful donations last night, too. I'm so grateful. Hope you're hanging in there. Hope you had a nice brunch, too. All right. So many blessings. And we got Kat Marie up next. So 24724. Here we are. And Kat Marie, you want to know, is Dorsey ghosting you? What is going on with him right now? All right. Let's take a sip here. Cheers, cheers. All right. So let's tap into Dorsey here. No, I'm just kidding. Whoa. Card came flying out. So is he ghosting you? What's going on with him right now? All right. We'll take a look here. Bottom of the deck, we do have the Empress card coming in here. This can be Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, nurturing themselves. Can also be some sort of mom, like their mom, or feminine energy. Well, we'll find out here. But that's the bottom of the deck, just kind of the underlying reading here. Very nurturing energy around it. So, is he ghosting you? We've got the Star card. Let's see what this is about. Got these other ones. We got the Four of Wands. Whoa, come on. Four of Wands. We've got the Moon card and the Two of Cups. So there's some hidden energy here with this Two of Cups. Dream come true, marriage energy, Four of Wands. What is all this about? We'll find out what all this stuff is here, because this energy I'm getting, it's like I'm either, there's a hidden relationship, and um it doesn't feel like it's someone that I feel like, "Oh, this person, I feel like they're my dream come true. I would marry them." It almost feels like there's some hidden stuff that they're afraid they can't be your dream come true. They can't marry you, and that they're like, it's that avoidant energy we talk a lot about on the channel, where when someone feels like there's these expectations I can't live up to and I'm gonna fail, and, I need to disconnect because connection is scary. It means failure, it means punishment, and so I can't. Um, and I feel like and that could be with this Moon card, that energy coming up. Um, it also could be that there's someone else, that's the thing. I need to find out with these other cards here what's going on and get clarity around that, because that can drive someone to that, like, "Well, I can't live up to your expectations. Let me find someone who has no expectations and doesn't expect anything of me. Then you know, I don't have to fail with someone else." If it's someone that we feel like is very low below us, then I can meet their expectations whatsoever. It's almost like, you're a Olympic track star and I'm just a regular. I don't run that much, but I can beat a first grader. So, not that they would date a first grader, that's gross, but, it's like that comparison between you're an Olympic runner, I can't keep up with you, but hey, I can beat this first grader, so I'd rather, interact with them because I can walk fast and beat them at running, no problem, but I'd have to work so hard to try to keep up just to keep up with you. Um and constantly falling behind and looking pitiful. So let's see what else we have here. What's going on with him right now? Okay, yeah. So, we do have the 5 of cups, which is sorrow, sad, feeling down. And then we do have the 3 of cups, which is third party energy, and the page of cups. So all that stuff I was talking about feels like it's going on here. Let's see what else is happening. Yeah, and I don't feel like you know, we've got the 2 of swords and the king of wands, which is indecisive. They're at a crossroads, you know, very conflicted between their head and their heart, and, because the heart's going, "I want you," right? But the mind's going, "We can't do that, we're gonna look pitiful. We need to do something that feels safer for us," and the King of Swords, they're very much in their head around the expectations, supposed to be's, should be's, need to be's. Yeah, and it does feel here with the Three of Wands that it's kind of like that's with, changing directions, going different directions. Um, as they gain clarity, it's not really clarity so much as they get embedded in their, mind and all those expectations and their fears. The more they think about things, the more they, you know, feel how they're not keeping up with you, not meeting your expectations, seeing that the future doesn't get easier, it just gets harder and harder and harder, more expectations to fulfill, you know, um, what does marriage look like? Oh my God, that kind of thing. So, hopefully that helps. I know. Let's see what we have here. for your fortune cookie. Just heard the little puppy upstairs. Roar. The thief. Yeah, that's normally the 7 of swords in that's the liar cheater energy, just to confirm, but let's see what this brings in here. It's seizing the moment and selfishness. Yeah. There it is, 112. A crash of pottery, the sound of angry voices. Someone laughs, another curses. You're so distracted looking to see what's going on that you don't realize your pockets are suddenly empty. The thief takes what they want when they want. It started off as a necessity, but now it's an addiction, a need to take greater risks, to seek bigger marks. One day they'll run out of luck, but it's the thrill that keeps them going in the meantime. It may seem a selfish way to live, but the thief makes their own destiny, and so do you. Grab that opportunity the next time it arises. Don't let should and could stop you from gaining fulfillment. Life is short, and sometimes you need to put yourself first. Reversed, if whatever this resonates, for whatever reason, you found yourself in a situation where you're hoarding resources for some unseen future disaster. Material wealth favors even friendships. You're holding on to everything with an iron fist. What's making you feel so insecure about life that you need to prepare for the worst? We know you have intuition, right? Access those feelings. You should also let yourself enjoy some of what you've been holding on to rather than saving it all for a rainy day. I like that. All right. So that's what we got there for you, Kat Marie. Hopefully that helps a little bit right now, but I feel like you already know all this stuff. It's just validation, confirmation for you. But all right, my dear, sending you lots of love. Hang in there. All right, we'll continue on here. We got Phoenix Oracle Healing 25613. So here is your timestamp. Boom, boom. So, hi, friend. Good to see you. So, an energy check for this week between ER and you. Could we also see ER's next actions, if any, and feelings? All right. Let's clear some energy here. Clear the cache since we've been doing all these readings. Let me take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers to you. All right. So, energy check for this week, ER and you. All right. And then ER's next, oh, thank you. Next actions. I don't think those are those. Let me, that's just me not looking. ER's next actions, if any, and their feelings, if any feelings. And this, oh, that one too. That one's hidden in a way. All right. So, ER's energy first. We'd have two of them here. Yeah, we've got the Queen of Swords. Their energy is a little bit balanced between their head and their heart. And we also have the Justice card, which is also balancing of scales. And that has to do with, trying to see things from a different perspective and trying to understand and to balance and understand, especially around relationships. It does rule over that. But I feel like there is more about life. They kind of in this because you got the Hierophant, which is an energy of they're like the master of change and growing pains and that kind of energy. So I feel like they are going through, this adjustments and things changing and a lot of things that are, flowing in there. And that's why I feel like they're trying to get back to balance because I feel like there's these changes and they're trying to get their footing is their kind of energy right now. Um, so in regards between you and them, I kind of feel like you can apply all that to that because this was the energy between the 2 of you, right? And so I feel like they're trying to get balance between their head and their heart. They're trying to understand what they want in a relationship. But this change, this growing pains energy, I feel like there is this energy happening all throughout their life. And I feel like this is an energy of them trying to figure out what they want and make adjustments with it. The energy with you, you've got the 10 of swords, the 9 of wands. Yeah, and it does feel here, we've got this little energy, the 9 of, wands is an energy of, like, a blockade and something that stands in between the 2 of you, and it is expectations, the 10 of swords, which is, whether it's conscious or unconscious, you might be having some, thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that they should be doing this, they shouldn't be doing this, they should be saying this, they shouldn't be saying that. There shouldn't be silence. There should be, there's when we're focusing in, you know, when you're looking at your energy towards them, are you feeling like you're focused on what you're grateful for of who they are and what they have done and what they have said and what they haven't said? Because sometimes we're glad they haven't said some things, right? So, are we have gratitude energy, or are we looking at there's this and we're focusing in on, well, they've done this, but we're focusing on what's not happening. If we find ourselves doing that, then what we can do just energetically, you don't even have to say anything to them or whatever. We just start being grateful. It's like we do a gratitude journal, and that helps us take down this wall at least that could allow it to come in if it's coming towards you. With his energy, I don't feel like he's doing that yet, but at least you know that it's not you that's keeping it out. When you're focusing on gratitude and have that open energy, then you're open a conduit to come towards you. That's all you can do. You can't deal with whatever's going on over there in their head and heart. That's their choices, their business, their power. You have no control over any of that. So let go of control, trying to control something that's outside of your control. Come back to what you have in control, which is your stories, your emotions, your energy, your actions. That's all you can do, right? So I feel that's there. And then ER's next actions, we've got the 5 of wands and the Fool card. So, there is a bit of fire conflict energy with the 5 of wands. And the Fool card is it's a first card in the major arcana, which is an ending of an old cycle, the beginning of a new adventure, free of expectations and restrictions and intentions, just adventure. It's like they want to take a match to those expectations that even if you don't have them, they perceive you that you have them, but you have them, right? With this here, I mean, they're there, right? Because this is your energy and that's your block. So they wanna take a match and burn those, and you're like, "I do too," right? They're just conditioned into me. I'm trying, I'm trying. But I feel like it's more of a restart energy and a more of a, I don't want to have intentions in this. I just feel like they're, again, this energy of change with the number fives. They have a lot of change happening and they're trying to refresh and get rid of, things that feel restrictive in their life. Let's see. What are their feelings? Got the sun, we got the 2 of pentacles, and the king of swords. Yeah, so they're definitely in their head here, trying to get clarity, trying to see things. So they're more in their head than they are in their heart. The sun card is shining a bright light on things. 2 of pentacles is kinda like this choice energy in the outside world, balancing, trying to juggle things, but feel like it's more choice energy in the physical world that's coming in here. So, I don't feel like there is action. I just kinda feel like there's a lot of review and thinking and, you know this relationship is there to, um challenge your expectations and challenge those things so you can be free from them yourself, right? Because we could always, keep, have our filter in our life of who we want to interact with are those that have similar, beliefs and things in our life and that are ready for action and movement and relationship. But what fun would that be? We would just be happy and be going along maintaining old beliefs and old emotions and stuff. When we have these challengers, these mirrors that show us the stuff that we're ready to be freed from, we're like, fine. It's like we could have a backpack full of rocks on our back, but if we have someone constantly shoving our backpack so we're aware of it, we're like, stop it. But it's happening so that we're aware that we have a bag of rocks on our back so we can start taking out the rocks, right? I know. I don't know if that makes it any more fun or not, but that's what they got there for you, Phoenix. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Right, this one. You got the merchant self-worth. There's that balancing energy again and trade. So let's see what this is coming in here. Got the merchant. All right, page 96. Coins change hands like transactional relationships. Yay. Deals are struck. A golden scale tilts as goods are weighed. The merchant greets everyone with a smile, proud in the knowledge that their services benefit others. They know what others have to offer and what they want in exchange. And often the merchant knows what their customers need before even they do. You got plenty to offer both yourself and other people, and sometimes it's beneficial to remind yourself exactly what you've got in stock. If you feel like you're being taken advantage of, raise your prices. Or maybe your figurative wares would be better appreciated elsewhere. I'm telling you. The reversal of this, if it resonates, life is full of hagglers, and there are those around you who demand and demand without offering anything in return. You're the only one who can decide what you are and aren't willing to give. Find the strength to say when needed and use that time for yourself instead. Just so anyone knows, that's my no button. I get a chance to hit the no. Whenever there's a no, we try to hit the no. But you're the only one who can decide what you are and aren't willing to give. I love it. Find the strength to say no when needed and use that time for yourself instead. I like that for you. So hopefully that helps, Phoenix. Many blessings. Thank you again for your donation. Hang in there. Many blessings to you. I tell you what. All right. Let me catch up on the chat real quick here. We'll continue on. We got a couple free readings in here. We got Bird Girl. Hey, you're very welcome for the reading this morning. And we got this one here for you. You'll be number 17 on the free reading list. And we got Carmel Demont. Hello, hello. Good to see you. You'll be number 18 on the free reading list when we get to those. All right. So where we're at on the donation list, we got Twin Flame up next, and then Yada Who, and then 2 for Crystal Ray, 2 for Ruby G, and then back to Twin Flame. Yeah, I get it too. You deserve to be with someone who worships you or is on the verge of worshiping you. That's my opinion. So cheers. All right. So Twin Flame got 30825 is for yours. I'll jump in here. And how does your new energy feel to your exes? All right, let's take a look here. So how Does the new your new energy feel to your exes? Is that it? I suppose so. I like the bottom of the deck, 7 of cups. You're emotionally confusing them. Well, you aren't, but your energy, uh, they don't get it. They're like, What what's happening here?" So, it does bring in mixed emotions. They like it, but then they're also, like, not having trouble understanding it. Um, so they're like, "It's hot, but how come you're so confident? How come you're not needing anyone? How come you're responding or not even responding, but if you are responding calmly and taking your time and what's happening, right?" I like that. Let's see here. So there's kind of like two camps. You've got the 8 of Pentacles and the King of Cups. So some think, wow, you've been really working on yourself with that 8 of Pentacles, and you're so balanced with this King of Cups between head and heart. They're like, you're just, wow, and that's that stability that they're just like, okay, confidence, stability, that's hot, right? Um, yeah, the thing they don't like is that, you know, the judgment card is like you have this calling, this pull, and that it's almost like if someone saw you were a princess, right? And they're a king, and they're like, "Yeah, yeah, yeah. Maybe someday you can be a queen. We'll see. We'll see if you're able to be," you know? And then all of a sudden you get introduced as an empress, which you've bypassed the king. Emperor rules over kings, empress rules over queens, right? You leaped up and they're like, "Well, wait a minute. How did you get up there?" Now you're attractive, now you're like, "Wait a minute," I mean, there's that attractiveness of like, "Wow, look at the empowerment you have," but also there's this insecurity because you deserve a emperor. A king is a low position now. Before it was a higher position, they kind of touted themselves in that way in their own mind at least. Now they're like, "Whoa, what's happened here?" Right? So, I feel like, they're like, "Wow, look at you've grown and everything, and look, why you've made it to Empress," and then they're like, "Oh, but uh-oh, that's not good for me." You peasants. Yeah, that's right. Off with their heads, off with their heads. Like the Queen of Hearts, right? Yeah, yeah. Because here's the Queen of Wands. Exactly. "Off with your heads." Psh, psh, psh. She's fire. That girl is on fire. That's your song, right? So, yeah, I definitely feel like that's their perception of where things are coming in, so wow, right? I like it. So, that is their perception. Let's see what's your fortune cookie, your emotional insight card that you get from the 54 emotional insight cards deck. Put this in here. Let's see what we got. Sit with it. It's a good energy there. It says, "Not every feeling needs to be solved. Some just need space. So find a quiet place, set a timer for 2 minutes, sit and just let the feeling be there. No fixing, no analyzing. After word notice, did anything shift?" And this is a validate card. It says stillness creates room for release. Ooh, I like that. Right. And I like this because you're like, how does your new energy feel to your exes? You get to sit with, in my new energy, how do I now feel toward my exes? You know, because you know, from that place of authority, you know, we can either become a dictator, a hated queen and hated empress, sorry, don't mean to lower your position, a hated empress or a loved empress, right? But sit with that and feel it. Right, but that's what they have for that one, and then your next one, you'll be number 16, so you'll be here in what, I got 5, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, so there's 5 more, and then you're up. Yeah. Or did they? You know, that's the thing, that's why I'm saying to sit with it because they made a big mistake, and they're like, "Did they?" Question that. No, they made the perfect choices for you, because if you hadn't, you would still be a princess feeling lower than a king, instead of that you would be feeling like an empress, right? And yeah, and it both can be true, right? And like in Pretty Woman, if she hadn't had those people treat her that way, she wouldn't have acted all upset and um, the hotel manager, he wouldn't have noticed and wouldn't have helped her transform, right? So, because of that happened, that wasn't a mistake, that was a perfect thing that happened, that was a situation to propel someone to empress, right? Because that's actually what it ends up being. So, when we look at, "Oh, they made a mistake," it's like, because we have this idea, this expectation, right? They shouldn't have acted that way, so they made a mistake. That's judgment, judging an expectation that was not met. So, when we realize that and we're like, "Oh, no, this was perfect for me, it happened for me." Their actions were perfect for what I needed in that moment. Otherwise, I would have kept, because we keep repeating patterns until we have conflict that takes us somewhere. Yeah. Cau cautious, conceited for a second. Yeah, you absolutely, you definitely deserve that. Alright. So that's what they got for that, and we'll circle back around for your next one here in a momentito. Up next, we do have Yadahu 31629. So this is for you. You're very welcome. Thank you so much. All right. So Yadahu, thank you for your donation via Z PayPal. So grateful. Hope you're doing well. Happy Sunday. And I want to know how to overcome your current struggles. All right, let's see what Spirit has to say here. All right. Do you want these? Do you want these? Do you want, whoa, do you want these? You want that? Leave that one over there? That's why we had to fall over there. They said, okay, okay. Gosh. No, they didn't say it that way. They are loving beans, like black beans. All right. Let's see what we got here. All right. So it's interesting. So, um, do that one first. Okay. So you've got 2 cards and 2 cards and then 3 cards and then 3 cards. And the message that came through, how do we overcome our current struggles by new repeating new thoughts, repeating new statements, repeating new stories. And what they're saying here is, we struggle because we have a story that we've been saying like a lot of our lives, and our brain believes what we tell it, and then it shows us all the proof that that is true, and that's how powerful we are and how uh influenced our brain is, I guess is a good way. So and I feel like they're saying we identify what what's the story at the root of the struggle? Like, what is the thing that's happening where we've created a story that that means something about me? And then once we know what that story is, oh yeah, then we start telling ourself a new story about that that stuff doesn't mean that about me, that my life means this. And when we say this over and over and over, repetition, you know, build it, then our brain starts showing us that. That becomes our default instead of the old story becoming our default. So we can have what's amazing is like when we go into fight or flight mode, our reaction is to default to an old to whatever story is the default. And until we question it and create new defaults, we're going off the old defaults, which are normally stories rooted in fear. Fear I'm not good enough, fear I'm rejected, fear I'm, I'm gonna die, all whatever fears we have. I'm gonna fail, I'm a failure, all those things. And when we like, no, that doesn't mean that. That's what people have said. That's what it's supposed to mean. It's an opinion. And you're like, no, I have a new story, not better, just different. I have a different story I want to give myself now. I like that. The bottom of the deck, you do have the King of Cups, which is balancing your head and your heart. And right under it, we have the King of Swords, the master storyteller. They're granting you that Ace of Swords, which is like the pen. The pen is mightier than the sword, but this is the sword, it even has writing on it. It has etch marks. I don't know if you can see it here. It's probably there it is. You can see the etch marks, which, is that energy of, um, you're given that ability to change stories. And underneath that, you have the Two of Swords, which is the power of story. I get to choose between which story I want to make something. You have underneath that the Hierophant, the master of change. And so there you got the support of all these energies of these cards that are bringing this energy, these, archetype energies that are empowering you to be able to change the habit of the thought. And that's how we change and overcome our struggles is it starts here because the outside world, everything that happens out here is meaningless. There's no meaning on it. It just is until it gets in here. And then we assign the story to what that means about us. And again, that's why we have old stories that we default to, but we can create the new one. That's where struggle ends because the struggle is here, not out here, right? So I like that. So that's the bottom of the deck. Let me just close my blinds here. I'm really close to the microphone right now. Hold on. Shh. There. The sun is setting, so it's dark out there. I don't want the wolves getting me. All right. And then we got 2, 2, and 3, 3. So let's see what these two cards are. You have the Tower, the Queen of Wands. So this thing, this situation or person that was removed out of your life happened on purpose for a purpose to make space for something that's more in alignment with your magical self with that Queen of Wands and to clear the path forward. So something, you know, that comes in whenever there's change, we're taught this is happening to me instead of this is happening for me. This is a great energy that teaches us with the tower that gets struck down, it burns down, it's moved, and then it's replaced with 4 towers, 4 brand new towers. The other one was, you know, condemned, it had rats and it was leaking water and gas and the roof leaked even and the plumbing was shot and there was no indoor plumbing. It's like that got blasted out, and we're like, "Oh, that's the only tower I had, though." But when it gets removed, the rubble gets removed, and it gets replaced with 4 brand new towers that are, modern indoor plumbing, air conditioning, and heating, and, all the and then there's walls that are connecting them, and you're like, "What's that?" Well, because the castle goes in the middle. You're like, "What castle?" There was a castle. with that tower. That tower was a guard tower, but that's all I had. And you're like, yeah, that was what was left. But you deserve a whole new replacement tower and castle. And you're like, well, I'd have burned down that tower years ago if it was going to be replaced by all that, right? And so this is we can trust that what's happening, we don't get to see the result of it till we're in it, right? So it's kind of acting on faith and trust that whatever unfolds is for us. And we're able to, instead of focusing in on the lower vibration of that it's a struggle, that it's bad, that it's happening to me, which just expands that energy, we start going, Creator, I can't see it right now, but I can trust that this is for me in some way. There's a gift in it. Please help me see it. And I'm so grateful for what I do have in my life, and I'm grateful for these things I have had in my life. All that gratitude energy and releasing, all that brings in, you know, things that match that instead of the, stuff, right? I love that. And then you have the 8 of Pentacles and the 8 of Wands. Yeah. Um, you know, there is you've been putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears with the 8 of Pentacles. So you've been doing the work, you've been investing the energy, doing the things, and the 8 of Wands is the man of I mean, you've been putting a lot of energy into it too, and this is flow energy. 8s are 4 on each side. So things are flowing, and with the Hierophant, when things are changing, there is growing pains, and the struggle right now is just, in a way, telling you that you are growing, because there's no comfort in the growth zone, just like there's no growth in a comfort zone. So you're growing, and that's where these growing pains are coming in. And it is for you, right? It will speed up here. Yeah. I feel like you're really, there's a lot of energy that's flowing here. You've got the Knight of Wands, which is the fastest moving knight. You're really stepping into your self love and facing these fears of liar, cheater, deceiver, energy that's coming in, and you're choosing your self love. And I feel like this is a big thing that you're letting go of and that you're facing and realizing um, that, you know, my own thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that deceive me and cheat me out of things and whatever, what I'm going to focus on to release. Because again, the story of someone else deceiving us, cheating, lying, or whatever, thieving from us, um, is a expression of how we feel something toward ourself, and that's all for us to set us free. So the struggle that comes in, one of the other things they're saying here is to allow the struggle, sit in the struggle and see, like, what's the line connected to the little, the rope that we feel is binding us and struggling. We go, um you search, you follow the rope to the root, and you're like, oh, that's what it is, right? Because you got the hangman, which again, growing pains, when the caterpillar is turning into caterpillar juice to then transform to a butterfly, it's uncomfortable, it's struggle, it's that, and to struggle to get out of the cocoon. But once they struggle, struggling is what creates their wing muscles so that they can fly, right? And that's, what's going on here. You do have the progression of the 6 and 7 of pentacles. I feel like you're really getting out of this energy of codependency, this overgiver energy, where you believed you had to give so much to deserve so little, energy. And you're moving into this, allowing the space for growth, allowing the space and time for things to come to you. And I feel like that's, at the root of the struggles. I do have, my podcast, The Easier Path. With that 6 of Pentacles, that is the overgiver awareness. And I do talk in that podcast episode about energy, and then also about something with our inner child that keeps things at bay. So, I kind of feel like sharing that with you. If it resonates, you can check it out. I'm putting that out in the chat right now for anyone else that's interested. And if you're not watching right now, I'll put it under your timestamp in the pinned comment. Eventually, it'll be there when I post the pinned comment. Or if you're watching this and you don't see that, if you click on my name, it takes you to my YouTube channel. At the top is the playlist for the easier path. It's number 14, abundance where it be. So I feel like that is what they have for you there. All right. And then we will jump to your fortune cookie here. You do get one of the citadels. So let's take a look here and see what other message they have here for you. You've got the assassin, ruthless conviction. Oh, no. Yeah, you're going to kill those old thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't serve you anymore. Number 26. Let's see what this is about. The streets are deathly silent, and even the moon has hidden itself from view. The shadows are dark, deep, and hungry, and from behind you, the whisper of steel, the press of a blade to your neck. The assassin has accepted that there are some things that simply must be done, no matter their personal feelings. In order to do what is required of them, they have to harden their heart, but they now understand that this hardness does not affect their worth as a person. Wow. It's time for you to learn the same lesson. You are facing a difficult decision, and it feels like there's no right answer. But your instinct is telling you what you must do, even if you don't want to do it. So instead of dragging your feet, get it over with quickly. There's relief to be found on the other side of the fallout. Wow. And then the reversal, in case this resonates, it says the assassin knows that relief comes after completing an unpleasant task quickly. Perhaps you've taken things too far and cut too many ties, leaving you alone and unsupported. It's time to reassess your coping methods and start rebuilding bridges, not burning them. So, whatever resonates within those, that's what they got for you, my dear. So thank you again so much for your donation. Hang in, sending you lots of love. All right. We'll continue down here. Let me just take a sip here and we will continue. So cheers, cheers. All right. We got Crystal Ray up 331. 31 is yours. So Crystal, here is yours. And this is your first one here. All right. So greetings. Hope you're doing well. And let's take a look here. So number one, what are the man thoughts of you named Tim, who you gave your number to today in front of your home? Now you're just advertising? Are you doing like a lemonade stand or something? My lemonade brings all the boys to the yard, right? All right. So what are the man's thoughts of you? So the Tim who gave you a number today, what are his thoughts of you? Okay. All right. And then what are Bernard's thoughts of you? And Justin's thoughts of you. This one and that one too. I don't want that one. And then you told Shondell we can't talk anymore. His thoughts. Okay. All right. Bottom of the deck, you have the Two of Wands. And I feel like the Two of Wands, there's this energy of casting lots on these individuals. You have so many choices that if you take a coin, right? And maybe we talked about this before, it's heads or tails, right? So you can be like, okay, Tim or Bernard. Tim is heads, Bernard is tails. Flip a coin, and you have to choose. And you're like, oh, if the heads is like Tim, and you're like, "Ooh, maybe I'll do best 2 out of 3," then you know it's not Tim that you want, right? Because you're like otherwise, you'd be like, "Oh, good, I got what I wanted." So your energy tells you immediately what you're wanting, right? Um, and then and then you're left with Bernard, and then you do Bernard and Justin. Bernard is heads, Justin is tails. You flip a coin, and you're like, "Oh," and then you'll know. That's how you can whittle these down and just cut, 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 and choose. Because it's the indecisiveness with this 2 of wands that's getting you like, "Well, I don't know. I don't wanna make the wrong choice." There's no wrong choice, just different choices. There's not a, uh destined soulmate among the lot that you have right now. So these are all stepping stones anyway, but it's like you're learning to choose, and I like that. You're learning that fear of what if I give it and it's not that? It's like it don't matter, you can cut ties with everyone except for one, put your full energy into one. Because when you only have one pitcher of water, right? And it can only fill so many cups. And if you have 5 cups and you're filling them up, all of them can be filled up, a little bit, but none of them are ever gonna be full because 'cause you're spreading your water out too thin. So the more you, whittle it down, then you can have a full cup. Otherwise, you know, there's only enough water in the pitcher to fill 1 cup completely. So if you split it out, no cup is ever full. So anyway, that's your bottom energy. Tim's thoughts of you. Well, there's some romantic energy that's there with the Knight of Cups, but the Five of Swords is conflicted too between their head and their heart. So, um, there's a little bit of energy in there. I mean, of course, their heart wants to move forward with the Knight of Cups. Who's that? Who's that? But the mind is suspicious. There's something about the mind going, I don't know, you know, it's like they gave me their number out in front of their house. How many other people are they giving their number to? Is kind of the energy, right? They're like, I'll take it, but they're conflicted too, right? There's attraction, but then their mind kicks in and starts questioning, right? Um, Bernard's thoughts of you, we got the moon, yeah, a lot of hidden energy below the surface. So they do feel like there's something that you're hiding. We got the King of Cups, which is a balance between head and heart. So they really do think you're a very compatible person for them. And the Two of Pentacles is again this balanced energy. And just again, they feel like you're a lot alike and compatible. You guys got the same butterfly tattoos on your skulls. So there very much is that, kind of draw of that energy. Justin's thoughts of you. You got the Four of Cups and the Lover's card. Yeah, I feel like the Four of Cups, is the stagnant energy. They still saw you as that relationship potential, but it feels like the emotions have leveled out, right? They've become stagnant. And of course, the Eight of Wands and the Ace of Wands. It's more of this, they got that fire energy, don't they? It's always they're getting Wands energy. So there's a lot of more passion energy that they're looking at there. And that's funny that in the beginning they were all about, you just want sex or you just want fire. I want water too, but now the water is stagnant. And they're like, well, I'm fine with the fire, but that's not true. For a moment they are, and then not. They always want more, but there's too much fire, too much quick fire that pops in there for creates too much steam too fast. Instead of creating something productive, it creates something that scalds art instead. And then 4, you told Chandal, you can't talk anymore. What are his thoughts? Yeah, I feel like they're the 4 of, Pentacles is a It's a solid energy. The Six of Swords is moving from choppy waters to calmer waters. The Two of Cups, I feel like they still saw that. They were hoping that there would be something that could, you know, um, come of that, and they had the looking for that higher love, the Page of Cups, the Justice card. There's a little bit of hope that you'll come back around with that Libra, balancing the scales energy and the Page of Cups, which is the return of someone else. But I feel like they're a little relieved with that Six of Swords because I felt like they maybe were putting a lot of pressure on themselves. I gotta do this, I gotta do this, I wanna make sure I please you, and then they were like, "Okay, well, that takes the pressure off," in a way. But they're like, "Maybe it'll come back around. Maybe, you know, your view will change and you'll wanna come back around." But I don't feel like they're holding their breath kind of energy that's coming in there. So, I got that. Let's get to your fortune cookie here, your first one. Night, night, Debbie, Debbie. Thank you so much. Have a great evening. Dream well, sleep well. Thanks for hanging out. All right. Let's see. All right. We got this one here. So you get an emotional insight card. And you got two things can be true. Interesting. Let's see if it'll focus in here. Maybe, maybe not. But it says contradictory emotions can coexist. So 3 bullets. The first one, name 2 opposite feelings you're having. Example, relieved and guilty. Kinda like the last one with Chandel, right? Relieved, but also wanting desire and hope, right? And then write, I can feel blank and blank at the same time. Write it out. And then say it again and let them both be there. Wow. This is a validating card because it says you can hold both of those. So there you go. Yeah, that means you can hold 2 people. You don't have to choose for 1. Is that what you're thinking? All right. So that's for that one, Crystal. And then for your second one, we got 34114 coming in here. And so thank you for your additional donation. This one. So, we're moving on to Corey's thoughts of you. Okay. And his mother reached out. Mamacita likes you, right? And then number 5 is neighbors' thoughts on you. Okay. Some seem nice, but it's one who I get into it often with, right? So the overall neighbors, and then what's this? We'll look at the specific neighbor that you get in altercations with. All right. So Corey's thoughts of you. Yeah, he has the 7 of Wands, which is him being true to his authentic self and shining bright. Also, he sees you as that too, that you are who you are and you put yourself out there. It's like Leo energy. It's this attractive energy, and you attract a lot of people, that bring things to you and towards you, right? Um and so we've got that 7 of Wands coming in, but we got the Empress too. So we do see this here, he sees you as sensual. He sees you as this divine feminine energy, um, uh, creation, birthing, harvest. So he sees all that. And even the temperance energy is, who knows, eventually, that's alchemy. Something can unfold over time, and out of nowhere, it can turn to gold. But for right now, I feel like they have this energy of being true to themselves and, you know, just allowing those things, um, you know, more focused on their fire than on water energy, right? And then your neighbors, the neighbors themselves, their thoughts here. Yeah, we have the 8 of cups. So there is some of this, feeling like they need to let some emotions go that don't serve anymore. Even some relationships go that don't serve anymore. They have the star card. A lot of them feel like you're a bright light in a dark night for them. And the 8 of swords too. So the 8 of cups and the 8 of swords, a lot of them feel we need to let go of thoughts and beliefs that don't serve us anymore, emotions that don't serve us anymore, and see you for the bright light that you are, um, with that energy there. And like you said, most of seem nice and they look at you and they're like, yeah, I don't want to do this, you know, we don't want to be scared. We don't want this. We want to, see that, right? But the one you get into it often, let's look at that here. And you got the 4 of cups and the 9 of cups. It's interesting. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh my god. Yeah, that's that 4 of cups energy. Yawn, boring. Um, but that's a different energy. The 9 of cups is like a dream come true and, kind of energy. But the 4 of cups is trying to be stagnant with it. Let me see what these are underneath here, because it almost feels here like there's conflicting, you know, energy. Like, I feel like there there's attraction here. We got the Chariot card, moon energy, emotional energy behind the scenes, right? And we have the World card, is another victory energy. And there's this leaving the old behind, having an adventure with no expectations, and the 2 of swords, which, of course, is the battle between the head and the heart. I almost feel like this one that you have, that you get into it often with, it's almost like, and this is the way they're bringing it in. Sometimes, like, homophobic individuals are the ones that have the most conflict with someone who's gay, right? And I kind of feel like there's this energy, like they have a lot of attraction towards you, but they don't feel like they're resisting it, and so it comes out as conflict. It's like there's this aggression energy that's there. So there's some sort of this emotional energy that's there that they're drawn to you, and they're like, "No, no, no, it can't be. It can't be." And so they have to double down and act angry instead of, you know, um, attractive, kind of energy. So hopefully that makes sense. Let's see here. Let me put these in here and we'll pull your fortune cookie for these two. Sorry, a lot of cards here. Okay, there we go. All right. And then for this one, let's see what your emotional insight card is here. So, is this thought helping you? Is the question. I don't know if you can see those. Some of them are focusing, this one's not. Some beliefs feel true just because we've thought them often. That's what happens. That's what in the media, they keep putting the same stories because eventually we start believing it, right? It says, write or say the thought looping in your head, and then ask, is this thought helpful right now? And what's a more supportive way to think about this? I like that. It's a reframing energy. It says, choose what helps. I like it. All right. So that is what they have for you, my dear. So again, thank you so much for your donations and enjoy your buffet of men. You're like, "This one's spoiled, this one needs to be replaced," or, "This little tray is empty, can you guys replace that?" Right? Alright, so many blessings. Alright. Hey, Jamie G, you're confused and tired. Welcome to my world. No. I resonate. Okay, I do see you on here. You're on the free readings number 13, so we'll eventually get to you there. Hang in there. Take a nap. All right, and then we've got Swell Root Bobby. Hey, hey. Good to see you. We'll get you added on. You'd be number 19 on the free readings once we get there. All right, and let everyone know for donations, we're moving into number 14. So we got 2 for Ruby G and then 1 for Twin Flame. And if there's no other donations that come in, um, we will move into um, free readings. So, and maybe after I take a quick break, I've almost been on for 4 hours. My butte is starting to feel numb. So after I finish these three, I'm going to go take a quick break and get some movement, maybe some more coffee. Cheers. Oops. Dribble, dribble. Got a drinking problem. All right. So Ruby G, we're up 349.37 is for your first one here. So thank you so much for your donations. So, all right, that's right. Trying to keep it YouTube appropriate. All right. So why the severe hormone attack this cycle? Did I mess something up trying to heal your sacral chakra? Is there a spiritual reason, or do I need to see a doctor perhaps? Is it bothering or stressing your husband? All right. Of course, disclaimer, I'm not a medical professional. As the disclaimer down in the description box says, right? Tarot's for fun and entertainment. So we will take a look here and see. So first of all, so why the severe hormone attack this cycle? All right. All right, one card there. Did you mess something up trying to heal your sacral chakra? Is there a spiritual reason? What's the energy around seeing a doctor about it? And is it bothering or stressing your husband? All right. Let's see what we got going on here. So, first of all, what is this about here? Hey, Ruby G. It's very intense, right? Um, yeah, you have the full card. Ending of an old cycle, the beginning of a new one, right? So, um, yeah, it's the beginning of a new cycle, and it does feel here like I feel like yeah, you're reaching a unique age. Not that you're getting old or anything, but I feel like your body is changing into a kind of a new type of cycle. Um, yeah, and so I feel like that's what it is. It's like a kind of a blanket little statement. Let's see what else we've got here too. But it definitely feels like a new type of cycle. You're old, I know, right? So could be something starting like the premenopause. I know. So there could be something, but we'll see what we got here. Did you mess something up trying to change this right? Right. You're way too young for that. But it definitely can be, with your body, right? Because as we're changing and chemicals change and they create different things. Also, like, it's almost like if, let's say you've had horrible shoulder pain for years, the shoulder gets fixed, the second pain that this was masking becomes intense. We're like, "Oh, when did that start?" You've had it all along. It's just the other pain is less, so this one feels more intense because it was masked by this other pain we were having all the time. So that's the kind of energy, that's coming in there. Um, So did you mess something up trying to heal your sacral chakra? Got the 3 of swords, the judgment card. No, I don't feel so with this. I feel, um, even got orange flowers all in there, the color of the sacral chakra. This the judgment card, this is like the higher self, and there's this energy that comes in going, we can't really mess up our chakras. Um, what happens is our chakras are either in balance or they're out of balance. And when we're in balance, things are flowing. When they're out of balance, flow stops. So there's not like messing it up. It's either we can do things that bring it out of balance or things that bring it in balance. Um, and the 3 of swords is this expectations equal disappointment because sacral chakra has to do too with our relationship one on one. So I feel like they're saying that's not what's causing this, but if you want to bring your sacral chakra more into balance, we let go of expectations we have on other individuals. That allows our flow with individuals to, not be blocked because expectations are what block our sacral chakra. I did not know that. That is good to know. Wow. Very, very interesting. So interesting. Is there a spiritual reason, right? Yeah. We got temperance. I don't feel like there's a spiritual reason for this. With the cups going back and forth, there might be more of an emotional reason, which we've got. Let me see here. Let me move this water thing out of the way. We can see here. And you might even do like a oh good, I don't think I destroyed anything over here. From that Louise Hay. You can uh check like like Google spiritual and emotional reasons for, and then put your like for PMS energy here. Um, like this says, the emotional reason is allowing confusion to reign, giving power to outside influences, rejection of the feminine processes. Like an affirmation is, I now take charge of my mind and my life. I am a powerful, dynamic woman. Every part of my body functions perfectly. I love me. So I like that. And, if there's anything, other symptoms or that you would search, then I would definitely um like Google that Google that shit, right? So, but I don't feel like there's a spiritual reason, but there could be an emotional reason, an emotional foundation to it, right? And I like that makes sense that you're giving a lot of power outside of you, right? Because that's what you're gaining that back. And let's see, the energy around seeing a doctor, Ace of Wands, the Empress. Yes, you have the Ace of Wands, which is action. The Empress is divine feminine energy. So go see a divine feminine doctor. They're saying, yeah, it's important for you to do that. So go do that. And then is it bothering or stressing your husband? He's a strong man. He's very strong. Leo energy. We got the 10 of cups. Happy, happy. You know, we got the 5 of cups, which is sometimes there could be some lower vibrational emotion, but he's also 10 of cups, happy, happy, happy. And he's a strong person. He's like, don't worry about me. Take care of you kind of energy, right? Yeah. Especially if it continues, but the energy is positive. It's benefits you, um, definitely for going. So I like that. So let's see your fortune cookie for this one, then we'll move on to your next one here. So your emotional insight card. Nope, none of those. All right. And this one says, "What to reach for?" is the thing. And let's see if I can do it there. It says, "Let your need choose the card, not your mind." So say out loud, "Right now, I feel," and then choose the word that fits. Are you heavy? Do you feel heavy? Do you feel anxious? Do you feel numb? Or do you feel lonely? Heavy, anxious, numb, lonely. Heavy, anxious, numb, or lonely. And then let that feeling guide what you pick. You don't need to get it right. Just start where you are. And this is a pause energy, which is needs show the way. I like that. All right. So that's for that one, Ruby. Thank you again for that donation. And then your next one up here, we do have 359.54 coming in. There's your timestamp there. Oh, Crystal, thank you so much for your eighth love. Thank you so much. Oh, your eighth love. Oh, you're so sweet. You're so cute. Many blessings. Cheers, cheers. I'm gonna take another sip here, Ruby, and then we'll dive into this episode of The X. How about we call it like the X Files, the crazy edition? All right. So let's take a look here. So, what's going on with the X's energy today? We got that. And then you wanted to know child support and custody. So, child support from their point of view, and then in reality, right? Yes. And then custody. And then reality. And then you wanted to know appointment today. How does he feel about the appointment today and his decision to let my son stay here? Oh, I love that. Okay. All right. So, X's energy, we do have the King of Swords and the Justice. So, yeah, he's very much, wow, in his mind, 2 parts, air energy with the King of Swords. So, very much in their head. Justice card too, this giant sickle is like the Ace of Swords that he's holding. Um, and it's about balance and clarity and trying to see different sides of things. So, he's very much thinking about stuff, but balanced thinking, not crazy thinking. I'm proud of him. Now, the child support, his point of view, we do have the Five of Wands. He's a bit conflicted with the child support. We got the Eight of Wands. Yeah, he's fired up about it. King of Wands too. But the King of Wands is feeling this need to take action. So he definitely has this fire, like, I need to do something about this. And I need to decide because it's like he's trying to get out of his head and into his heart and then make a plan and then put energy toward it. So I kind of feel the energy I'm getting with that here. Again, he's been getting this energy of maybe, you know, maybe there's a different way to go about this where it's not a financial burden to me and a physical burden to me, and it's best for my son, to be with you maybe. I feel like that's in there, Not hasn't moved into 50-50, but it's them seeing not so much just seeing how that would impact their daily life kind of energy, right? So I feel like that's there. In real life, in the real world, child support, how's it going here? So 4 of Pentacles, there is this solid financial energy coming in here. We've got the Knight of Cups. So there is some movement. 3 of Cups, joy energy coming in as well, coming in. Yeah, a floating thought, right? Like a brain fart. Poof. So it looks good, like, it looks like there's movement again, around, uh, child support, and it feels like it's heading towards a joyful thing, and that's what's good because that's in the court's hands, they already determined it, they're doing these things. Excuse me, and, so I see that, I see that, movement that's happening there. Alright. And then for the custody, their point of view, yeah, yeah, see, they are contemplating. The 8 of Cups is, leaving behind emotions and relationships that don't serve. 8 of Swords, again, leaving behind thoughts and beliefs that don't serve, that make me feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted. And the Empress energy, which is, again, that nurturing energy, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, what's best harvest for me. So that's kind of that same energy, both with the custody and the child support, which we know that they've been talking about that, you know, um, how my life would be different, and especially with child support, where, you know, it's like, what kind of deal could they work out? Because they know how badly you want it. That they can make a deal of, like, how about no child support, that you get full custody, but I get visitation, and this is the visitation I get, you know, and there's no conditions, like, they don't come and stay with me, like, sleep overnight, or if they do, there's no conditions over I feel like they're thinking about what's the best scenario, and I feel like they're thinking about all the different types of things that are coming in there. In reality, not in brain fart, Fogtown, we've got, yeah, the King of Cups. There is this balancing energy that's coming in here, balance between the head and the heart. There seems to be some energy coming here. We got this death and this rebirth energy too. Um, and definitely your energy with the magician, how it ends up for you is very important, right? So again, focusing in on gratitude for what is and what is working well. The more you focus in on that, then the more you open up the ability for things to come towards you, right? When we're focusing on what's not happening and the dangers and this and that, like we talked about all this, right? So you get it all. We won't, torture you through it again about, you know, the mindset and the all the choices. And then how did he feel about the appointment today? Yeah. I don't know, was he quiet? His perception is, I felt like I was a hermit and you were the one taking action. And, uh, but I feel like he's like, "It's best," because I feel like he thought it worked good when I shut up and I let you speak. So I feel like he's like, "Wow, you you know your stuff." And I don't know if you took your little notes and you were like, because he was just like, "Wow." The Queen of Wands, you were in your zone, I feel, and he was like, "Wow." So I like that. What and his decision to let, your son stay there. Yeah. I feel like here, again, the Page of Cups is happy energy here, and the, Eight of Pentacles is, you know, maybe this is something we can work with or work at. He was pretty quiet. You made sure to ask him if he had any questions before the doctor left, so he had a chance to speak. I love it. Look at you. Boom, boom, boom. So proud of you. Yeah, and I like this energy. It's like he's your energy is changing the interactions, right? Isn't it amazing how just a little adjustment of our approach and our energy, how it just changes what happens, right? But I feel he feels happy that, this is working out good, and I feel like, um, it feels like it's being reinforced, with him. He's just seeing maybe this is a good thing. And I feel like that has a lot to do with him thinking about child support and, custody and stuff. It's like maybe I don't wanna fail my son, but maybe me trying not to fail my son as I'm failing him in doing that, so as well. Oh, isn't that wonderful? I love it. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Alright. You have the Chiromancer, delivering news collaboration. Look at that. I like that card. So let's see here, the Chiromancer. What is this? There it is, number page 124. Gentle hands take yours. Fingers dance across your palm, seeking out lines and hidden shapes. And when you look across at the Chiromancer, there is a smile on their face, but behind it, also the hints of a frown. Being able to read the future is both a blessing and a curse, but it's a role that the Chiromancer is prepared to fill. So you have a message to deliver or something that you've been meaning to say for a while, but it may not be a message that someone is ready to receive, right? Be careful about how you deliver it and choose your timing carefully. The outcome may depend entirely on you, right? If in the reversal of this, and if this any of this resonates, it says, "If you've been waiting for the right time to make an announcement or tell someone something important, it may come to light without your help. Before you sit on it any longer, think about whether it will have the same effect if this news comes from somewhere or someone else. And if you're happy to live with that, you may need to speak up sooner." I'm sorry. You may need to speak up sooner than you planned. I think it's supposed to say, if you're not happy with that, you may need to speak up sooner than you planned. But I feel like I feel like this is the energy of, there's a message to deliver, which would be, I think it's better if my son lived with me for his health. I still want him and, you to be involved in his life as his father, because I feel like that's important for a son to have a relationship with their father. But I feel like the healthiest thing for our son would be to be with us. That would be the message you'd wanna say, which would not come well at this time, right? At least not yet, right? But I feel like if it comes from the courts, then that's different, right? You're like, "I'm sorry, the court decided it," you know, "but I'll try to work with you as much as I can," kind of thing. So I like this energy. I like it, Ribby. I like it. Thank you again so much for your donation, and many blessings to you. Let's see, did anyone else come in? I wanna make sure I didn't miss anyone here. And then we got Twin Flame. We are back to you for 1323. As for your second one, thank you so much for your donations this eve. And what does Alex regret when it comes to you and you him? All right. So you know already, but you might have something inside, right? Sometimes we need tarot, or it helps with tarot and spirit when they bring us a message. It helps us kind of get clarity around things. So I definitely understand. So what does Alex regret when it comes to you? All right. Sorry, I'm crunching on my cough drop already. And then you, him. Okay. All right. So Alex regrets when it comes to you. We've got a countdown of 3, 2, 1. So maybe how things progressed and escalated or counted down to destruction. We got the Ace of Cups, the Temperance card, and the Six of Wands. It almost feels here with this Temperance card, it's like I reg one of his regrets is that not moving on the joint attraction that you guys had for one another. Like, he took too long to act, and then he took too long to tell you that he loved you. I feel like 2 regrets that he had. Um, and then the 5 of Cups and the 3 of Cups. Feel like was there a third party situation? Because it's like, the 5 of Cups is your sadness and your, feeling hurt. So whatever this third party situation is here, whether it was a romantic relationship or letting someone come in between us, I feel like is one of his regrets because he realizes, he didn't like stand up or stand up um for the relationship or for you. They let someone interfere, whether it's mom or another person, a friend, or if there was a third party. I just feel like there is this regret about, um allowing that to happen here. um but I feel here with the Wheel of Fortune, because I'm like, that's not really a regret. This is more so a the ending. He doesn't regret the ending because he feels like it was the best thing for you guys at the time. So I don't feel like he has a regret of it ending because he has his reasons believing that it was for you guys, the Wheel of Fortune, the tune of for you. So interesting. Um, and then what do you regret when it comes to him? The 8 of Cups. Well, of course, here's the emotions, walking away from emotions in a relationship that don't serve. Obviously, that's the underlying energy. The Ace of Swords. This feels like communication coming in here. Um, it's like there's this, in a way, it's regretting with the 10 of Pentacles, which is relationship energy, right? It's like you have regrets with expectations, right? Because 'Cause you're on this expectations kick, right? You get it. You get that those are what suck the life out of a relationship, and I feel like you have regrets not asking what they were expecting from the relationship, because it feels like you just assumed that we were expecting the same thing, and so when you were telling them, uh, about how they were not living up to the expectations, you thought, because we think when we think everyone has the same expectations, right? We think, "Why are you intentionally not doing that?" You know that's what you're supposed to do, but in their book, that rule is missing. You start comparing rule books, right? That's what expectations are. You start looking in the books and you're going, "Wait, isn't that on page 60? No, my page 60 looks different from your page 60." You're like, "Wait a minute." You realize they're all arranged differently. It's a notebook binder with a three-ring binder with different pages in it, different pages ripped out, other things put in, and we realize we all don't think the same, and I feel like that's a regret is that you didn't get to, uh, ask and get clarity, um 'cause had you known things, you might have done things differently back then, right? And then you have the Page of Wands and the, Knight of Wands. This is an interesting energy. I'm getting here, and it's like, my regret is had I known it wasn't gonna last, you know, that long, that I would have, um, taken advantage of the heat, right? I'd have taken advantage of the heat a lot longer, a lot more often, the fire, passion, energy. Had I known that, I would have, you know filled up on that before I left, before it ended, right? It's like, "Oh, had I known, I would have, had more of that," right? Um, yeah, there is energy of love here. 'Cause the Ace of Cups is, I wish I would've and if they never told you they loved you, then that would be that. Because the Ace of Cups is, I wish I would've told that energy was, I wish I would've told you I loved you sooner or at all. He never told you. Okay, well, that makes sense why that came in. I wish I would've told you I loved you, you know? Yeah, interesting energy, right? But what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? And regrets are just, you know regrets are expectations we think that weren't fulfilled, right? So, when we, look back and we think, "Oh, I shoulda, woulda, coulda," those are expectations we feel we failed at and we, didn't, complete and that should have happened. I should have done that differently. Should energy is always expectation energy, right? So let me see here. Does he still love you? Like we always we always carry the love in our heart forever. It doesn't go away. We just put it into a little pocket and close that piece of our heart and go, there's always everyone we've loved always has there's a little piece of our human heart that's dedicated to that person. It's always there, but, are they actively in love with you here? Undecided, the King of Wands is sometimes sometimes they wanna act on it. The Six of Cups is sometimes I wanna return, sometimes I don't. So there still is love there, but they go back and forth with, whether they want to. They can't get out of their head and into their heart, and that's why they have that there, right? Yeah. So that's what they got for you. Let's get you your fortune cookie here. I feel like I answered that just now. Yeah. So let's take a look here. Your fortune cookie here. You get one of these emotional insights. Yeah. Try a different frame, is what it's called here. It says here, reframing doesn't deny pain, it opens new doors to meaning. And it says, describe something difficult you've gone through and then ask, what strength did I gain because of this? Or how might this experience serve someone else someday? Wow. So, this is a reframing energy, which is a shift in frame, is a shift in possibility. So, I like that. What strength did I gain because of this? How might this experience serve someone else someday? So we reframe it from being pain and this and that to what is the gift that is in it basically, what strength did it bring and, the other. So I like that. So hopefully that helps, my dear. You feel for him. Yeah, you know, we all came down here knowing fully well what we were gonna get ourselves into. So, we definitely have, you know we're all here learning and exploring. Here I am on the edge of being 60, right? So my view of life is a little different. I see how much we worry about things that don't matter and how much everything that we do, we learn and we grow through, and that it is truly for us, even when we can't see it at the time. A lot of times we do see it later in our life. Oh, that's what I was learning through that, kind of energy. So that's what they got for you, my dear, my dear. Thank you again so much for your donations this eve. And all right, Rose. Hey, Rose, thank you so much for your donation. You'll be up next here, number 17. I'm going to take a quick break here before I start, though, because I've been sitting here for 4.5 hours. So I need to get moving here, get some circulation in my buns, and grab some more coffee and hit the facilities. And then I'll be back fresh and ready for more messages from Spirit. So you'll be number 17, Cat Marie. Hello, hello. You will be number 18 coming up after that. And then Twin Flame. We got yours here. You'll be number 19. Oops. There we go. All right. I got you guys. So I got you guys all in order here. So I'm going to be right back and then we'll dive back in. So thank you guys for all the thumbs up, all your love and support, and your patience in getting to your readings. I shall return. All right. Thank you guys so much. Sorry that took a little longer than I thought. I had to do something extra with my uh, coffee thingy. So, all right. So, thank you guys so much. Let me just, oh, there we go. Crack, crack. Falling off my chair. Okay. So, we are ready. We'll dive back in here. Thank you guys again so much for your patience. And so, Rose, hey, Rose, good to see you. You're up next, 43404. Look at all these fours. So, there is your timestamp. Thank you so much for that. And then a general read. I am doing great. I hope you're doing great as well. See what Spirit has here for you. All right. What do we have here for Miss Rose? Okay, we got that. That. I do want these two. I feel like there was another one that's here. And these two. I think that's it. Yes, it is. All right. So we'll see what we got. Let me just scooch these around here. Get a little organization. So, bottom of the deck here, you do have the 7 of Wands coming in as your overall energy right now. This is an energy of like shining bright. It's like the sun, you shine bright, you don't dim your light, you don't ask permission to shine. You don't have to defend who you are, what you're doing, you just shine bright. Someone can't stand the sun. The sun doesn't go, "Sorry, let me just dim down for you." They're like, "Get out of the sun then." That's what I love about the sun energy. It's like, I'm here shining my light. I don't expect anything from anyone. I'm just shining bright, and people, planets and animals and all sorts of stuff, it benefits from my light. And, you know, that's what it is. I don't expect anything back. I just am, but I also don't dim my light for anyone. I am me, you know. If I have a solar flare that pops off, deal with it, right? So I like this energy of being true to your authentic self and not, it's time to shine. It's also, time to shine and be seen kind of energy too. So I like that. You've got two cards and two cards. I feel like this is the foundation of something that's building here. Let's see what this is here. You got the 3 of Cups. You got the the Strength card, Leo, Sun energy again. So, and the 3 of Cups does have to do here with, like, the tribe, the group. You have your spiritual posse that's supporting you from the other side, that it represents that, but there's also this energy here is about a physical group, a physical tribe, that you have, and it can even be strength card is leadership energy, which means either, you're being drawn to lead a group or to create a group, and it could be friends. It doesn't have to be, your, "Viva la revolution," or anything like that. Not a it can be just, friends, getting people to go do things, but it's you taking the lead. It's you creating something. A lot of people wait around for someone else to do something, and everyone wants to do something, but everyone waits for someone else to take the lead. And this is like this encouragement of you taking a lead over some group or initiative or creating a tribe of some sort. I like that for you. It is about action energy, more so too, because you got the Chariot card, which rolls over all four of the horses. So that's a lot of action energy of mind, of emotion, of physical action, of energetic intention and action too. The moon energy coming in here, I do feel like this is something from the heart. It's not something from the mind of, "I should do that. Well, I was supposed to do that," or blah, 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 something from the mind. This is your heart's desire, something that you're like, "I would love to do this," right? It's not, "Well, I gotta do this," because that's a different energy that just drains our life out of us. But when it's something that you love to do and something you wanna do, you're gonna be excited about it, you're gonna be passionate about it, and other people will be passionate about it, or other people that are also passionate about what you're wanting to do, they'll join in excited, for it too. So, whatever this is, I feel like it's something that's been, like, drawing in your heart, and it's wanting to be expressed, it's time, and I feel like this is that nudge for that. It's time to stand up, it's time to shine bright, it's time to share that with the world, or at least friends, right? And there is a little bit of, these other cards. You have 3 cards, 2 cards, 1 card, which is the countdown to something, creating something, right? So let's see what these are. You've got 3 cards. Yeah, I like this here. So you have the 7 of swords, which are old thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that cheated you out of opportunities before. This mindset, and it this feels more like it's because when we do things from our head and we think, "Well, I should do that," and blah, 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 all those expectations just suck the life out of something that we're wanting to do. But this Knight of Swords, here's one of the knights from the Chariot, right? There is this energy with, seeking to see things differently from a higher perspective, not the human perspective of expectation, but the higher perspective of the knowing of higher vibration, is what allows you to get past that and not feel those energies and feel that, and it allows you to build something. And you have the 4 of Pentacles. 4 of Pentacles energy is the physical world, but it's the 4 walls of the outside world, and it does feel like, building something out in the physical world. Doesn't have to be a physical structure, but it's that you're building community or building a foundation of some sort, whether it's a foundation, that you're not it could be that you're literally building something if that is what your heart is for, but it can be figurative of that as well. Leading you to the 7 of Cups and the Wheel of Fortune. Yeah. 7 of Cups for me is representing, people, you know, uh, and there's different desires that you have too, right? Like, there can be different things in your heart, but it's about choosing one right now because you're taking one off the shelf. And the Wheel of Fortune is this is the tuna for you. And again, when it comes from the heart, there is all this stuff that just flows with it. When we're trying to live someone else's dream, which is someone else's opinion, we wake up going, "Oh crap, I got to go live my dream today." When you're living your dream, you're just like, "Wow." You don't mind getting 5 hours of sleep because you wake up excited. You can't wait to do the next thing. Um, that's living your dream, right? So I feel like this is all leading this down to, and you have the 7 of Pentacles, which is the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. And it's it's like it's not about destination. It's about the journey. It's about the journey that's moving forward. It's about the steps that we're taking forward, right? Because when we have, like, our dream is when in the future, then that's when my dream is fulfilled, then we're not living our dream all those times, we're feeling like we're behind and we're not, getting to live our dream. We're working towards our dream, right? And that's the thing that feels like it's sucking the life out of us. But when we realize every step and we embrace every step and the joy of every step, we s our dream starts when we take the first step toward it, not the final step. And so I feel like this is something that's kicking in here for you that you're like, "I'm gonna live my dream." And, let's say it's like, I want to become an RN, a nurse. When I start to study, when I start to fill out, you know, the financial aid or the nursing school, application, every step is living the dream. It's not just being an RN and working and doing that. It's every step. So I like that for you. So hopefully that helps there, Rose. That's what they got for you. Let's see what your fortune cookie is here too. You get from the emotional insight cards. Be with, not against. Let's see if it'll focus in. There it goes. You can't fight your way out of emotion, only through. So it says, imagine sitting beside your feeling, not inside it. What would it say if it could speak? And then can you respond with curiosity instead of resistance? There's that viva resistance. And this is a validating card. It says, stay with it, don't fight it. I like that. Interesting. So that's what they have for you, Rose. Hopefully that resonates for what you needed today. And thank you again for your donation. Many blessings to you. All right. We got Maria P in the house. Hey, Maria. Good to see you. We'll get you on the free list. You'll be number 20 on the free list there. And looks like I just got a donation coming in. Yes. So we've got one for you here so far. And that's number 20 on the donation list right now. And we're about starting number 18, so we're not too far behind. All right. We'll keep going. Let me take a quick sip here. I didn't put much creamer in because I was like right at the rim here. All right. Oh, you're very welcome. I'm so glad. All right. Cat Marie, you are up 445.41 for yours. There is your timestamp. Anyone know what's coming towards you in the future? All right. Let's take a look here. All right. So what is coming towards you in the future? So Cat Marie. Is that it? It is. All right. Let me just scooch these over a little bit. So got the Knight of Pentacles on the bottom. So a little bit of slow roll happening here in the future, you know. It's I know we always love to hear that, right? But it always happens on purpose for us, and we'll find out the purpose with these other cards. That's the bottom energy, which is a slow movement. When things slow down for us, it's given us the opportunity to like question thoughts and beliefs and emotions and energy and physical things that don't serve us anymore and make space and release things, transform things, allows us to raise our love vibration, which draws in different things and, kind of snowballs and ripples out and changes things in our life. So it is always for us when things slow down because it also slows down lower vibrational things coming in, giving us the chance to move up so those things miss us or they drift away because we're not attracting them anymore. So see how it's for us, right? All right, let's see what else we have here. Yeah, you have the 8 of Cups. So, yeah, this is giving you the opportunity to let go of relationships and emotions that don't serve anymore. And it's basically to create a more energy flowing into your emotional bank so that you have the emotional funds to put towards either a relationship or a passion project, right? Something that requires emotion. And so the slowness, it's given you that place to look at your relationships and find the ones that you're giving 70, 80, 90% consistently, right? And the other individual's only giving 10, 20, 30% consistently. Relationships, they fluctuate. They go back and forth and back and forth. Some days we can only give 20 and they give 80. Other days they can only give 20 and we give 80. But we're talking about the ones where it's always stuck over here, where we're always giving. And there can be a relationship that you're like, "Yeah, that needs to go. I'm gonna get all that 80% back." Others, you'd be like, "You know what? I'm gonna back off to 50. I get 30% back into my emotional bank." And then you see if they are gonna make up the difference, and if they don't, the the it's like the relationship drifts apart, and then you get all that 50% back because 'cause you're not gonna invest any more in it because it's gone, right? And then it needed to, right? It was ready to it's did its thing, it's ready to, move on. And then, so you get that energy. The other piece of that is the emotions we've pushed down. Like when we were 7 years old and younger, energies of anger and sadness that we weren't allowed to express when we were younger, they had to go somewhere, they went down here, that it's a monthly recurring fee for those, emotions below the surface, and to keep them contained as well. So there's a couple fees that come out of our emotional bank every month for the to maintain those things. So it's like having a storage unit full of stuff. Like, you know what? Let's clean that out, and then we don't have to rent out that storage unit anymore. That's kind of what we do. We go back and we look at those emotions that are pushed down, can be transmuted, and then we get all that emotional energy back into our emotional bank, right? So, I feel like that's a big piece. Let's see what else they can tell you about this here. Yeah, it is the judgment card. You are being pulled here towards to prepare for someone that's or a situation that's uh, very compatible. The King of Cups energy is someone very balanced between head and heart. And so we've got this energy here of someone that just fits like a glove, someone that's intelligent, but not so intelligent that they're, don't know what an emotion is. They can actually communicate their emotions and they're not so emotional that they're emotionally unstable. It's a beautiful match for you. And if you're looking for love, then this is preparing you for that. This is this journey of preparing you for this individual. You have these four cards together, which we've got the strength card. So here's Leo energy, being seen as well. Beautiful strength energy, which is flow, standing tall. Um, even I'm getting this energy of going out and doing things that you love to do. So you're not searching for love, you're doing things you love. And in doing things you love, you bump into someone who's doing things they love, and a spark happens. Because when we're trying to do what everyone else does with trying to find relationships and dating and blah, 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 everyone kind of just melts into the crowd, right? It's the same thing over and over and over again. But when you're doing something you really enjoy, you stand out and someone else is doing that. And there's this beautiful spark. And then, like a relationship organically grows. You love hanging out with them because they like doing what you're doing. And then you find other commonalities and you guys hang out and you do more. And then it evolves. And then it just organically grows into a relationship because it's like you're becoming friends with someone and then best friends sleeping over. And then if you're looking for marriage, then it becomes marriage, right? But it's a different kind of energy than I need a position filled in my life. I'm loving and living my life, not trying to fill it with someone to fill a duty, fill an open job position in the corporation of my heart. I'm looking for uh, things I love to do. And I just happen to meet someone along the way. I like that energy. Got the Seven of Wands again. This energy, like the Strength card, Leo energy. It's about you not dimming your light, not asking permission to shine, not being defensive about what you want or feel you need to defend it. It's standing on the hill, shining bright, standing out. And this is that energy about standing out. You have the Two of Wands, which you're learning here a lot about your energy. And you have the Devil card underneath, which represents a lot of the expectations of supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, must be. And the other thing that you're learning through this, slowness is whatever you focus your energy on is what you grow, right? You know, that concept, right? And but when we focus in on what we're loving in life, like, what am I grateful for? And if I bump into someone, I'm like, "Oh, I love who they are. I love this about them and this about them and this about them and grateful for this." The more we're grateful, we're focusing on the positives and the stuff we love, that grows. If I'm focusing in on, "Oh, I want them to be my boyfriend," all these expectations kick in and they're doing this, and we're not celebrating this, we're focusing on what they're not being, and when we're focusing on what they're not being, we get more of not being, and that's what our energy does, and so being aware that your energy is what draws things towards you, this is also what you're learning during this Knight of Pentacles. Yeah, I like this. And again, you're on this adventure, um, and the Knight of Wands is the fastest moving. So you go from the slowest moving to the fastest moving, and that's what happens as you do this, you do these things, your love vibration grows and higher vibration moves faster. Low vibration moves slower, right? So I like this because a lot of this you're learning with the Justice card, you're learning balance, you're learning what it is that you want in a relationship with the Justice card ruling Libra over the House of Relationships. You're learning what you do want and what you don't want. And and that's what helps free you because you're letting go of some small T truths rooted in fear and expectations, which slow things down and suck the life out of a relationship. And you're focusing in on the higher vibration, unconditional love, joy, laughter, peace, play, and gratitude. So I love that for you. That's what's headed your way. All right. And let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. You do get one of these Citadel. Let's see what we got. What do we got here? What's this one here? And you've got the Gambler. Loss, risks, taking a chance, right? Love these cards. So let's see what this brings in here for you. There they are, page 92. Dice rattle in cups, voices shout in celebration or disappointment as the cards are revealed. The air is thick and smoky, and all around you, coins are exchanged in ever growing amounts. The victorious rejoice, and the unlucky grasp desperately for just a glimmer of success. One figure sits hunched at a table, patting their pockets for a last coin, a final trinket, something to gamble away in search of the fortune that must surely be waiting in the next hand. The gambler keeps coming back, convinced that things will eventually turn in their favor. Repetition does not necessarily mean success, however, and for the gambler, it means losing everything. Whatever obstacle you keep encountering, doing the same thing over again clearly isn't working. Stop gambling on the hope that things will change. Instead, change your habits or your approach if you want to make any progress. I love that. That's what we're talking about, right? Changing from searching for love to living love, and then you find love that way. Reversed, if any of this resonates, says whether through perseverance or luck, a lot of things have been falling into place for you lately. This turn in fortune has put you in a good position, but don't forget that fate is fickle and this period may end abruptly at any time. Don't place too many bets on its continuing indefinitely and make sure that you have a contingency plan for when things change. All right, I like that. So that is what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your donations. I think you had one earlier too, didn't you? I feel like you did. Maybe that was last night. Nope, nope, you did. It was earlier. I see it. All the days are running together these days for me. So, blah, 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 right? Blah, 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 blah. But thank you again, Kat Marie. Many blessings to you. All right, let me grab a couple here. We got Linda. Hey, Linda. Good to see you. Can't believe I'm still on. Well, it's only been 5 hours this time. I was on 9 hours last night. We're like part-time. We're at split shift, hours right now. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. You're number 21 on the free reading list, for that. All right, then I did get let me just check here. I did get a PayPal. All right, so I got an additional one there for you, Maria. So you'll be 20 and 21. Here we've got Twin Flame up next, and then Maria P will be to you for those two. So let me take another sip here. Get this. I might want to put some creamer in here. Look how dark that is. I used to have. Do you want some coffee with that creamer? Is how I used to do it. Now I'm watching it more, and it's zero sugar creamer, but no creamer at all. I don't know if I love coffee or I love the taste of creamer in the coffee, right? All right. Enough, enough. Let's get back in here. So we've got Twin Flame. Thank you for your additional donation at 5 hours even. Look at that. Right at boom, boom, boom. So thank you for your additional donation. And you want to know what is the gift of our relationship, Alex and you? So what was the gift in that relationship? That's right. Find out and reframe, right? Okay. Is that it? Yep. You've got 6 cards, but so it's 3 cards, and they're like plus, plus, plus. So I like this little plus, plus, plus energy. Here are the 3 gifts, the 3 things that were added to your life. The bottom of the deck with the King of Wands is a powerful energy because, you know, it's it's like this, you know, every moment has a gift in it if we wanna see it. And I love that, when we realize that, because sometimes they'll go like, "What good news is coming my way?" It's a common question, and from our human standpoint, it makes sense to ask that till we see it from higher above. It still makes sense, but when we start to realize every moment has good news in it, right? So every moment has good news if we wanna see it, but we have to energetically want to see it, or we revert to old news, which is bad news, right? There's usually bad news, bad news, bad news. That's the way we grew up in our current society. There's bad news every moment. Keep a lookout for it instead of there's good news in every moment. Look for that instead. So I like that with the King of Wands going, yeah, these are gifts that it's like a starting point. Look here. Oh, that's cool. You know, if you're an Excel spreadsheet person, I feel if you have Capricorn tendencies, you probably love spreadsheets. But you know how you can have it minimized with a little plus and you hit the plus sign and it expands it out? You get to click on those and expand upon them. I like that. They showed that in my head. Oh, Google Sheets. Oh, I don't think I've done Google Sheets. Maybe Google Sheets are the ones I use. You're in love with Google Sheets? Oh, in love. They know me well. Oh, you're spirit guides? So, let's look at the first expander. You got the 3 of Swords and the 4 of Pentacles, yeah. So the first gift wrapped in this black paper, 3 of Swords, expectations equal disappointment, that points you back to your self-worth. I know, right? When we sometimes we think, "What's the gift?" Is it like, "What did it help?" But they often come, like, as blessings in disguise, right? It often becomes, um, shrouded in some obscene wrapping paper. And you're like, "Whoa, what's on this?" But the 3 of Swords, is what teaches us, and with the 4 of Pentacles, because that's, this energy of we discover when we define ourself by the 3 buckets of the outside world: relationships, situations, and things. We feel unstable because all those things are unstable, and they all point us back to our self-love, right? And so when we have heartbreak or the feelings of disappointment, that is not our heart really breaking, even though it feels like it. It's us going into fear because we fear that we're not lovable because of that instability of the outside world. So it allows us to see it, and we get repeating it coming back to us until we're like, "Oh, wow. Thank you, mirror, for being," and I do look at all of my relationships, my 5 long-term relationships, well, 1 to 3 years is the long-term, range, um, that they did show me what I wanted to see about myself till I saw it, right? Yeah, the heartache helped you grow. It was a journey to love yourself. Absolutely, that heartache was a bit addicting. You had to get out of the loop. Oh, I know, right? It only took me 5 times. But it is a gift. When we're going through it, it sucks, and we're like it's almost like one of those gifts that's a big box, and then when you open it up, it's another box, and you open it up, it's another box, you open it up, and it's another box, and it keeps on, doing it where we're like, "What the heck is this?" But it happens over and over. But so that's the one gift, and there's so much beneath that, right? And then the second one, you got the 5 of Wands and the Magician. Yeah. So the second thing it taught us is conflict, um, also turns us to our power. And one of the things that it taught was it's not because this is all energy, right? Wands and Magician energy. It's not um in a way, it teaches us I'm not on an out of control drama train that's about to leap off the tracks and explode. It's saying, I whatever I focus on is what I draw to me, and there's this power switch that comes in here, right? Yeah, yeah, that's right. "Get over here," or what is it? Not kabunga, but it's "Bada." And there is this, realization, and we take our power back because before where the conflict happens, we feel like it's the outside world that makes me feel like I do, or that, is happening to me. And this is stepping into our power going, no, I get to choose what I draw into my life, and I'm taking my power back. And so there is this change energy again with the 5 of Wands of the transformation of this change and all, alteration. And we realize that feeling of feeling out of control happens because we're trying to control out there, and we feel like someone's driving our car, and we're like, why do we feel like we're out of control? Because we're not we're in our bus, but we're not driving the bus, and the bus is kind of driving itself, and we're like, "Why are we going all over the place?" It's 'cause no one's sitting at the wheel because we think someone else is controlling ours, and we're, you know Where are we? We've leaped off of our bus, trying to get into someone else's bus to drive their steering wheel, and they're like, "Hey, your bus is going off the road. You might wanna get back into your driver's seat." And that's kinda what happens here is we realize, I'm trying to control other people and drive their bus, but who's driving mine? We think they are, but there's no one in our driver's seat. That's why our life feels like it's going all over the place, ends up in a ditch. And then we're like, whoa, we get over there, we get back in, let's reverse. And then we take control of our life. So I feel like that was another thing you learned. Um, and that was a gift in this relationship. And then your last one, definitely not the last gift, but um, at least a good starting point. Because there's so many gifts. I mean, how many days, how many minutes were we with someone? There was gifts in every moment, right? But this Page of Pentacles, as you saw your worth differently, as you went inward and upward, the Seven of Wands allowed you to stop shrinking yourself, stop trying to dim your light, and being afraid that you would have to defend who you are. Instead, you started being true to your authentic self, and you learned, I'm going to be me. I'm not going to shrink and try to be who I think they want me to be. And, if, you know, um, and altering who I am. So I feel like that was the other thing that came in here with that too. So I like it. So some good starting points. You can dive in there within those expand into more and more and more under those three subjects. You can talk about how and even remember how it converted it, right? So that is for that. Let's see what your fortune cookie for this one is. Your emotional insight cards. Let's see what we have here. Oh, come on. Don't fall over, everyone. Simmer down. Okay, there we go. What if you're wrong about you? I like that. Let's see what this is here. Can't really see it. It says, most self judgments aren't tested, they're repeated. Isn't that interesting? Most self judgments aren't tested, meaning they're not checked to see if they're true, they're just repeated. So there's 3 bullets. The first one, list 3 negative beliefs you hold about yourself. Isn't that funny? Um, because you had 3 sets, so it's like 3 negative beliefs that you hold about yourself. And then for each, write 1 piece of evidence against it, and then ask someone you trust, "Do you see it the same way?" Because this is, again, another reframing card, which says, "Rigid self-concepts are often fiction." I love these cards. So good, I like it. I like it a lot. Alright, so that is what we have for that twin flame. I love it. Would you say that I'm not the best ever? I'm not wrong. Right? I'm not the best. It's like, "Yes, you are. You are the best ever. You're the best you ever, for sure." Alright, and then we got Marilyn came in as well. Hey, Marilyn, good to see you. You'll be number 22. We're about to complete a couple for Maria P, and then you'll be up after that. We'll give that a love and a like. Thank you so much. Good to see you. Cat Marie, Jamie G, 1111, 911, and I was 1011. Those were some good reads. I know, right? Some good stuff coming in today. Can't believe it's Sunday night already. Crazy, crazy, crazy. All right. So we'll continue on here. Let's go up here. And so Maria P, you're 51245 for your first one here. There you are. And you are over here, right? This one. Yeah, that one's Crystal. This is your first one here. Scroll, scroll, scroll. There we are. Take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers, everybody. All right. So let's step into Wally's energy. Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today. What's going on with the Wallster here? Okay. Did he talk to his friend about you today? What's coming for us tomorrow? Tomorrow. So, based on current energies for tomorrow, a message from Wally, and what's coming for you guys this month. All right. So, Page of Pentacles and the Hermit. I feel like their feelings here, they're really, this Page of Pentacles is an opportunity in the physical world. The Hermit is an energy about being away from you, but being with you. It's funny that, this, I'm getting a vision of like a vampire that, oh, what is this? I feel like it's one of um, the vampire movie. It originally had Tom Cruise and Brad Pitt in it. Uh, why can't I remember the name of that movie? But it's that vampire movie, or a takeoff of it, because I see like someone getting in the coffin with the little girl and but it's, this loving relationship, that, they get in, and it's that kind of thing, like you guys are getting in like vampires in love getting into the same coffin. That's what he's this is what they're showing me. And that's what this hermiting energy is coming in here. That's coming in here. Interview with a vampire. Thank you. That's what it is. So that was the energy. Um, that's cute. Did he talk to his friend about you today? The Tower card. No, something changed at the last minute. The Tower card is sudden movement and being taken out of something. So something happened. If they were planning on talking to them or whatever, there's this distraction. So no, it doesn't feel like they did talk to their friend about you today. What's coming for you guys tomorrow? You got the Eight of Wands, a lot of passion and movement and action. So there's a lot of that fire movement energy, flow energy, tomorrow. A message from Wally. You got the Three of Pentacles. Yeah, this is a beautiful, be true to your authentic self, and this kind of is this, when we have a lot of expectations on ourself, then we have a lot of expectations on others. When you free yourself of expectations and you're just true to your authentic self, you're not trying to be because you think you're supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, but when you're just being true to you, it's freeing, and then you also set everyone else free. Because when you have yourself under a bunch of rules, by golly, I'm gonna make sure that everyone else is obeying rules too. But when I set myself free from rules, then I'm like, "I don't care what anyone else is doing because 'cause I'm not holding myself to any rules. I'm free, I'm focusing on my freedom, not, you know, trying to have everyone else." And then what's coming for you guys this month? You got the Justice card, beautiful balance in relationships, a lot of clarity around what you guys want in a relationship or not. So, it's seeing things from a higher perspective, letting go of expectations, clarifying things, understanding more too with that, the scales of the Justice card. It's Libra energy, which rules over the house of relationships. And when you look at that, you know, what do they believe around a relationship and what do I believe? Sometimes we think everyone has the same expectations and we don't. We were talking about it earlier. It's like you're looking, going, well, look on page 60, and they go, well, my page 60 has this. And you're like, what? Why is your book different from mine? What's wrong with your book? It's like, no, everyone has a different three-ring binder of our what we expectations and thoughts and beliefs about what we feel a relationship should be, shouldn't be, blah, blah, blah. When you realize that it's different from each other, then we get curious about what they believe and what we believe, not saying that one is right or wrong, they're just different. Then we start working out, well, what do we want to do with that? Like I have an expectation, right? I have a belief that the relationship should be this, and they're like, "Well, I have a expectation the relationship should be that." Then you get to decide, well, let's just get rid of both of those expectations. If we can't choose one, then both of them go away and we create a new one together, or get rid of expectations altogether because we know expectations suck the life out of a relationship anyway. But it's balancing and understanding each other, what each other's thoughts and beliefs are around relationship that clears. So I like that. Right. So that's for your first one. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. All right. Oops, and there to give you your second one here too. If I don't end up dropping all these cards. All right, there we go. So this one is small steps, big shifts, not big shits, big shifts. Don't want that last one for sure. Change happens one choice at a time. So pick a belief about yourself that you want to shift. What's a tiny action today that aligns with your desired identity? Do it, do it, do it, even if it feels small. And this is an expand card, which says become through practice. So I like it. So that's what they have. I love these little cards. All right, so that's for your first one. And then for number two, we got 52002. And there is your time stamp for that. And this one is let's tiptoe for you this week for your work. All right. See what we got here. What do we got? We got this. I know I want this one and this one. I do want this one. Any others? No. All right. So what do we got going on for this week at work? 1 plus 1. It's 1 and then a plus sign and 1 with 4 cards. On the bottom of the deck, you do have the 8 of swords. The 8 of swords has an energy of looking at your thoughts and beliefs and mindsets, your expectations. And these are those that regarding work and career that make you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small and powerless, and question those. And this is about letting go of some of these thoughts and beliefs that, um, you know, kind of confine you instead of helping you expand. So I like this energy for you as the underlying energy because it is, you're gaining clarity, you're looking at things differently, you're having different expectations on yourself, thus different expectations on others. So when something's bugging you, and that's usually how we transform, something bugs us, it triggers us, and then we can go, all right, after I take 90 seconds to feel the emotions and not act on them, but just sit with the emotions and name the emotion, then I can question the emotion and go, why is this bothering me? What belief of a should am I having that's not being um, completed or obeyed by me or someone else, right? How am I shoulding on myself, right? So let's see what else comes in here. You got the temperance, which is this thing that's been going on for a long time. So this specific thing is something that's been growing and growing and growing and growing and growing and bugging you and bugging you and bugging you. It's almost like a rock in your shoe that's been there and been there and been there. Like it's time to take off the shoe, take out the pebble. You'll be glad you did. It takes effort, but it takes effort to put up with the pebble in your shoe every time you take a step on it too. So a little bit of extra effort takes away the grind below it. So it's important that you can take a look at it. It's for you, right? There is this Empress energy. This is about Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, and your 10 of Cups, joy. So Empress has like 5 parts water, 1 part earth, 1 part air, 1 part fire. So there is also this energy coming in here. We're asking about career, right? They're bringing in your emotions, your joy. Are you happy where you're at? Are you happy doing what you do every day? And, if we weren't, um, so, there's this great energy of uh, focusing in on your joy, focusing on your celebration, focusing in on where your heart wants to lead you. And what do you think would make your heart happy doing for a career? You know, how do you want to express your love to the world? It keeps coming back to this, right? And you got this Two of Swords. Yeah, there's some choices to make, change of story energy with that Two of Swords, the Eight of Swords, you know, they kind of sandwiched in they're like, yeah, at work where you're at, you're learning to let go of some old ways of thinking, looking at things differently. The Two of Swords is your power of story. What are you making that situation that's happening out here that's irritating the hell out of you? What are you making that mean about you? Because that's why it's bugging you. We don't care about what something is making someone else feel. We just are caring, what does that situation mean about me? And that's where the triggers kick in. Um, and I know sometimes we're like, oh no, I care about what's going on with them, that they did that and that's hurting them. Really, as humans, this is the brainiac thing that blows our minds. We're concerned about how their feelings of unhappiness impact us, and if we're gonna be blamed for their feeling of unhappiness, because somewhere inside of us, we feel we're responsible for other people's emotions, and if they're sad or mad, that's my fault. I have to fix it, because where did we learn that? Back in our childhood when they said, "You made mom sad, you made dad mad. We're so powerful," which we didn't, they just chose to be upset. They could choose to be happy too, but they needed to blame us for their emotions. So we think other people are responsible for our emotions and we're responsible for theirs. But we're not. And this is this freedom, this two of swords, that power of story is we get to change that and go, I'm not responsible for what everyone else is feeling or thinking or whatever, because that's outside of my control. I'm going to focus in on my own choices of story and emotion and energy and action. And then I transform, and then I'm raising my love vibration that automatically changes my perception of the outside world, as well as the energy that surrounds me and what I draw towards me. Win, 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 all the way around, right? So that's just coming here for you for next week, right? So I like that. And then your fortune cookie is, not everyone deserves full access. And it says, trust is earned, not owed. Three bullets. The first one, map your relationships into three layers: inner circle, mid circle, outer circle. So, who gets access to your emotions, your time, and your energy? And where are adjustments needed, right? So, those crazy, the haters that you call at work, right? Do they get access to your inner circle? Do they get access to your emotions, your time, and your energy? I'm waiting. I can't hear you. No, I'm just kidding. The answer is no, right? The answer is
No.
okay, calm no. We're back to the calm no. So then we put them in the outer circle and we don't give them our emotions, access to our emotions, our time, and our energy, right? I love that. It's a connect card and it says protect your inner space. I like it. So that's what they have for you, my dear. So thank you again so much for your donations. All right. Kent Marie, you said you weren't even searching for love. You hadn't been with anyone over 2 years. He fell into your lap. Whoa. Nice. I'm happy for you. All right. And then we are on to Maryland. Maryland, 52758 is for yours. Here's your timestamp. Boom, boom. Thank you for your donation. Let's shuffle these up. And what are the thoughts and feelings of your Sagittarius cousin regarding the talk going around the family about you? Oh, nice. So, what are the thoughts first? Okay, and then feelings. Thank you. All right, anything else? This one here. All right. All right, we'll look at all this. Yeah, at the bottom of the deck, we do have the King of Cups. Seems like their personality seems to be a pretty balance between head and heart kind of person. I feel like out of a lot of that, let's say, crooked branch of the family tree, it's like, you know, out of all that, they're more of the stem that's the most healthiest, it feels like. But so I like that being in the bottom there. So let's see what the mind and the heart are saying here. So the thoughts about the talk going around, yeah, temperance, justice, yeah, kind of this low grade. Oh, it's just a matter of time with the temperance card, that the justice card, that things balance out, that the truth comes out, that clarity comes out, you know. Um and it feels here like that they're used to this. They're used to talk going around. Just this time it's about you, but there's like regular talk going on around. I mean, it's like, what's the news of this week? What's everyone upset about this week? I feel like that's why they're used to growing up with all this drama, 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 and there's always like drama, and they're like, "Oh, that's the news of the week. Look, oh, you're on the front page this week. Don't worry, next week there'll be something new on the front page." That's kind of their energy that's coming in there. What else? We got the Tower card. We've got the 6 of Swords. Yeah, again, as fast as it comes in with the Tower card, it'll leave as well. And the 6 of Swords is, again, people will start to see the truth. Things will go from choppy to calm, choppy waters to calmer waters. You know, the truth will come out. And I feel like they've kind of learned that when they've tried to talk to their family about changing their minds and seeing things, that just makes them double down, and when you try to pull someone, they resist, and when you try to push someone, they push back. And he's learned that sometimes it's best just to let things unfold, and they'll either see it or they won't, and either way, there's nothing we can do about it. They're gonna think what they think, and you can't change it. He's discovered it was a waste of his energy, frustrating, kind of energy, and being a Sagittarius self, he's like, I'd rather spend my energy on enjoying life than trying, instead of hitting my head up against a wall and getting a concussion. So I feel like that would be even their advice to you is, "Hey, cuz," you know. The other thing they have here, I got the 5 of Cups, the Ace of Cups, and the 5 of Cups, of course, is the sorrow energy, and I do feel here, and this is that instead of feeling down and feeling that low vibrational energy, they try to go the Ace of Cups, the higher vibration, the happier energy, and try not to let all that lower vibrational energy eat them up because, and he tries to avoid it. Like he'll walk out of the room, it feels like, when people are talking about all the blah, blah, blah stuff. He'll be like, "Hey, ma, did you say that you needed something fixed on the garage, or did you need something done, blah, blah, blah?" And then he'll just dismiss himself to go do something away from everyone. I'd rather go, fix the garbage disposal than hear all the garbage. That's funny. But that's where their mind is at. And then let's take a look here at their how they're feeling about it. We do have the full card, which is, you know, this energy of it's the first card in the major arcana, right? Which is this energy of being, you know, it's the adventure, it's the freedom. Very Sagittarius. I mean, it is Uranus, Aquarius kind of energy, but it's the adventure, the rebel, the I'd rather focus in on no expectations and full of possibilities and the adventure kind of energy. I kind of got this. The emotions are, well, everyone just shut the hell up. And why are we talking about all this low vibration? Can't we all just get along? That's the kind of energy below the surface there. um, and let's see here. And then we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got 6 cards, and then one underneath. We'll see what that one is here around emotions too. So let's see what we got here. Yeah, here the sunny side, trying to shine a bright light on things, trying to bring in as much joy as we can. It's interesting that they do take that approach because the more upbeat and higher vibrational we are, when people are a lower vibration, that contrast really has them stand out. Like if we join people in an argument or we join people in lower vibration, it doesn't look like it looks like everyone is in that energy. But when we maintain, even if we maintain a middle non-responsive energy, they stand out as lower vibration, and the more we're positive, it makes it even worse. Learned that doing as when I manage escalation lines in the corporation I was at for a while. You realize when, uh, people would arise and we would have this, they'd, uh, come through my phone yelling with me just staying calm and doing da 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 da, that um, they realized when they were escalated up here and I would just maintain my calm and just talking, "I understand," "So tell me more about that," and "Rah, rah, 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 rah." By the time they actually ended up apologizing for being so, because 'cause they're in fear, and so they're freaking out, and if we stay calm, we don't give them reactionary, then they eventually come down and see things, right? And that's what I feel with the Sun card that he kinda does, with that as well. So, or she or he, they, we'll just say they. We got the Ace of Pentacles. Yeah, again, they look for the positives. Their emotions are, I'm looking for the positives. The Nine of Wands, yeah, has the little wall of protection up. I just feel like they just are so used to growing up with it that they had to develop coping skills to not get drugged down, that were there. Yeah, and they've got the Three of Wands is, a new way of looking at things, which the Six of Cups here is eventually, everything gets solved and the Six of Cups is always the return. There's always a return. That's the way he's looked at it. Everything always balances out with the Two of Pentacles. And he's like, it all just comes back around, you know, kind of energy. We do have the Knight of Pentacles. Yeah. He's like, you know, time time heals all wounds. And they're just like, it's just a matter of time before the truth comes out and things calm down and the drama changes to something else. That's kind of his approach or their approach to all this here. Um, and let me pull a card on that. I feel like you're asking me, do they reach out? Will they reach out to you? Yeah, they do. Page of Swords. I feel like they will reach out. They will talk with you. The Empress energy. It's gonna be a little bit of time here, but they will reach out with the Page of Swords. That Empress energy, is, their heart. They'll reach out, um, because they have that nurturing energy around them, it feels, with that King of Cups too. So I feel like they will eventually reach out and just, shoot the shit, as they say. And go, "Hey, how are you?" I just feel like they're, ah, you know, enjoying the grabbing the popcorn, watching, going, "You should see the view from this side." Alright, let's see what the fortune cookie brings in here for you too. Alright. And you got the founder, foundations and community coming in here. So let's see where the founder is here. I'm so influential. Made you want popcorn. Let's see, number 34. So a tapestry hangs in the great hall, wide enough to cover the entire wall. It tells the tale of the citadel's founding, the great battles that were fought, and the first stones that were laid. Excuse me. In the center is depicted the citadel itself, a bastion of peace nestled in the landscape. Among the figures working on the walls, one humble person stands. This is the citadel's founder, the warrior who laid down their blade to pick up the hammer instead. I like that. It kind of feels like that's their kind of energy because Sagittarius actually has a bow and arrow, right? They put down their bow and arrow and pick up a hammer instead. To build a community, the foundations must first be laid. What sort of person must you be to best support those around you? Someone you know may be asking for help, but you may not be able to provide what they need right now. Assess whether you're the right person to assist them, and if not, work out why. What's holding you back from being the best support that you can be? Now is the time to address any unresolved feelings so that when you build that community, you can do it together. It's a great, interesting question, right? All this hoopla and all this talk and all this stuff going on. What's keeping me back from trying to be the best support to our community, to the family? You know, what where are we being defensive? Where are our fears? Where do we feel we have to protect ourselves and why? Good reflections with all this stuff coming up, right? And then the reversal, if any of this resonates, giving too much of yourself to others can leave you feeling emotionally drained. Rather than continuing to give, take a step back and focus on your own well-being. There you go too. Rebuild your own city before you reach out to help others with theirs. There you go. I like it. Right. So that's what they have for you, Marilyn. Hopefully that helps a little bit. And many blessings to you. All right. So I got a couple more donations in here. Thank you, Twin Flame, for your additional two. So you'll be number 23 and number 24. Give those loves and likes here. Let me grab this last one here. Are you going to go get some popcorn? Are you popping some popcorn right now? All right. I think I've got those there. All right. Let me take a sip here and we'll dive into those there. So cheers, cheers. I got something. Do you ever have like your nose is itchy? Maybe I have a rogue hair in there. For God's sake, don't burn the popcorn. At my corporate office, they replaced all the microwaves with microwaves that wouldn't heat past like 3, I think it was like 3 minutes because, people kept on burning popcorn that, um, made the fire alarms go off and the whole, I mean, 1,000 plus people evacuating, and it was happening so much that they took out all the microwaves and then replaced them all because people couldn't, they would walk away and let the popcorn burn. And we're like, "What are we, working with a bunch of children?" Alright, so let's jump in here to Inflame. Your next one up here, we've got 543.52. There we are. So what pattern can I change when dating? All right. You're welcome, Marilyn. Thank you again. Oh, how fun. A popcorn machine. I love it. You are a popcorn connoisseur. All right. What's what's the pattern you can change when dating? Don't date. You have the hermit card and the high priestess. I like this, this energy, which I feel like you kinda do already. This is, the underlying energy is in between dating, reflect on what we learned from the last one so that we don't take those things into the new one. Do a post-game analysis after, dating to see, "What did I learn about myself?" I like that pattern. I know my pattern was serial monogamy. I would go from relationship to relationship to relationship, and even if it was a week and it didn't work out, and then I'd go into another one and another one and then another one, and until, my 3-year stint in between, because I had a 3-year, a 1 year, a 3-year, a 1 year, then I was single for 3 years, and then I had another 1 year, and then 0 since. And it's wonderful to change that pattern and, um, be able to sit with ourselves, right? Which I feel like you do. If not, that's something there for you, right? All right, so you have 3, 2, 1, so here's a pattern change, 3, 2, 1, countdown to something. You've got the 2 of wands with the 6 of swords and the 3 of swords. Yeah, so here's this, um, what we focus on energy, right? Okay, that's gonna sneeze. Let me get a let's get a Kleenex ready. I feel like it's gonna hit us here. I think we just got a another, alert about our air quality. Let me just check here. Yep, it's up to 100 again. So, there must be, and my host said last night when it hit, because we had a little high quality air alert, that, she could smell the smoke a lot up there, and I can smell a little bit more of it down here. Ooh, lemon pepper, isn't that great? Have you tried jalapeno pepper or jalapeno salt? That's good too. Not too much salt, just but jalapeno pepper is really good too. Um, so I feel here, you know, this, with this 2 of wands, it's the choosing what we're focusing on in a relationship, right? Which, when we're focusing in on what someone should be and supposed to be and need to be and blah, 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 that's what, sucks the life out of it. When we're focusing on just gratitude for what we are grateful for what someone's doing, that grows a relationship. So I feel like that is, a pattern that we can change because that's what grows a relationship, right? And like you said, But I don't have any expectations on relationships. We have so many expectations, we don't even realize things that are expectations. And we can tell whenever we have a moment of irritation or disappointment, then we know we have an expectation around it. Like, well, they don't message. Like you were talking about before, how when they message, they stop messaging. Oh, are you irritated by that? Are you disappointed by that? Then we know there's an expectation and we're like, "Oh." So instead of focusing in on that they're not texting or communicating as much as I want them to, I focus on the communication that they are doing. Sincerely, we can't fake energy, but we focus in on that. That's what grows things. So our energy changes, we draw more in of what we're grateful for. Because when we're focusing on them not communicating, we get more of not communicating, right? And so our energy goes bloop, 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 bye, kind of energy. So that's what they have. Let me take a sip here. Yeah, there must be something in the air. I can feel my throat. Or it's a hairball, one of the two. Perhaps I'll just throw a throat lozenger in here. That'll help. Do a little eucalyptus. Clear it up. All right. So that's the first part. Second part, you got the Knight of Swords, the Page of Swords. Um, One, it's about looking at things from a higher perspective, from a place of unconditional love and joy and laughter and peace and play and gratitude, right? Um, and I like this. Something here is get curious about the other person's uh, well, expectations, but understanding who they are. Because the Page of Swords and the Knight of Swords, it does talk about communication and that we can be the ones, and that's about looking at it from a higher perspective, right? Because sometimes, like, we might have a belief that, oh, the men are supposed to lead it, women are, these roles of expectations. That's what roles are, expectations. There are no roles when it comes from the spirit world. We're all powerful, supernatural, eternal spirit beings that are a balance of divine feminine and masculine. So, there's um breaking those barriers, breaking those things, going, I can call people first. I can ask people out if I want. I can be the one communicating and reaching out. I can be the one leading if I want. There's no, I mean, you're Aquarius, right? The old roles, they don't work anymore. It's about creating new rules, right? Rebel, rebel. Allow yourself to be free and choose, right? So I like that energy coming in here. It's, you know, seeing things from a higher place, and then also getting curious about what's going on over there, not just assuming we know, but ask questions and really get curious and, you know, yeah, just get curious. Instead of like in an argument, this is something that comes up in the book, The Next Conversation by, what is his name? Fish, Fisher. I think is his last name, Fisher. What's his first name? I have the book right over there, I think. Jefferson Fisher. I can't see it on my contacts in. It's Jefferson Fisher who says, instead of trying to prove our point, we get curious to understand where they're coming from. I like that. And then you've got the Hierophant. Yeah, I like this. You know, allow growth, allow change. Know that every relationship has conflict. What? I know. That conflict in a relationship doesn't mean that it's a bad relationship, because that's where we grow. We have growth, and that's where that opportunity comes in. if there's friction, instead of getting defensive and trying to prove a point or trying to prove them wrong or tell them who they should be, we get curious to go, where it's interesting that you have that perception of things. Where does that come from? I'm sincerely curious. I want to know. I'd love to know more about you. So, where do you think that originated from? Um, and why do you feel feel things should be that way? Oh, interesting. And then, and dig and allow yourself to, because people love to share about themselves usually, right? If we ask. All right. So I feel like that is a good start. Let's see what your other one is here. So this fortune cookie says, your body remembers. Dun, dun, dun. So your body remembers. And it says, sometimes emotion shows up as sensation first. So think of a recent emotional moment. Where did you feel it in your body? Then give that sensation a color, a shape, or an image. Interesting, right? This is about validating feelings speak through the body. So I like that. Feeling how that feels within your body. Right. So that's for that one. And so we got Ruby G. Thank you for your additional donation. We'll get you be number 25 coming up here. Whoops. All right, there we go. So thank you. What is that? Incredible. So when the ex's parents and step parents and siblings and grandparents. Okay. Let me look at that on there. All right. Just need to crack my. Oh, there we go. Did you hear that? I just feel like I need to stretch these out. Ah, there we go. Lifting these cards up all the time, right? It's a workout. All right. So, Twin Flame, we're back for another one here. 55538. Thank you again so much for all of your multiple donations. And there it is. So, what could you have changed in your conversation with Fidel? All right. So let's take a look here. What kind of guidance? All right, that's it. Sorry, I'm crunching some of my cough drop. All right. Okay, maybe I'm not going to sneeze. I'll put the Kleenex back over there. So, bottom of the deck, you do have the Knight of Cups, which is moving from a place from the heart. So, from a place of compassion, from a place of love, possibly. That's the underlying energy is, coming from a place of love and not a place of the mind. And sometimes, really listening. Because sometimes when we listen from a place from the mind, we're listening to gather information and then preparing for our rebuttal. Rather than listening from the heart, that's where that getting curious comes in. Instead of judging and analyzing their words, it's like from the heart, from a place of interest and from a place of, like I said, curiosity to find out what's going on with them. Because people will open up and talk, right? Let's see what else. You got the Eight of Wands, the Two of Cups. You could have jumped on their lap. No, I'm just kidding. Eight of Wands, Two of Cups. Two of Cups emotional choice energy. Okay, thank you. And the 8 of wands is be aware of the energy that we're flowing. So our emotional choice, am I choosing higher vibration or lower vibration? Because that's the energy I'm putting forward. Am I putting forward a fear energy that I am, uh, you know, defending and expectations and lack and that kind of energy, or am I having a gratitude, playful kind of energy that's coming in, right? Yeah, right. So, I feel like there's that kind of energy that comes in there. Um, let's see what else we got here. I got to eat this here. I can smell all that. um, you have the three of wands too, which is um, it's like you could have taken the conversation in a different direction. Um, Six of cups. It's interesting. It's like if you were wanting to calm things down, it's about asking about someone's exes. I'm like, "Really? Ask them about their exes." So, having some questions. So what do you feel your big what do you feel the biggest thing you learned about your past relationship? What do you feel you had, right? Yum yum, right? Maybe that's I'm just eating my cough drop. I'm like, "I'm hungry. I want some popcorn." But so what do you feel is the biggest thing you learned from your last relationship? Oh, wow. This is a test. You thought this was gonna be easy? No, no, no. There's an exam. There won't be a grade, but there is an exam. And even, like, the 5 of cups energy, which is, you know, low vibrational emotional energy about, transforming, um but this I kind of feel like with this 6 of cups and the 5 of cups, it's like past relationships and, um, I don't know, there's something about, like, if you could have one of your exes come back into your life, which one would it be and why? Ooh, I mean, I feel like there's this, how could you have changed your conversation is really take it into this, like, very, kind of energy, right? You do that next time. They're like, "Whoa." That'll shut them up, right? And then you have the Page of Pentacles, this is about our self-worth and kind of energies, and again, it's kinda like on that same form of, it's changing the conversation from if they're all, "Hey, baby, baby, baby," and they're all focused on things that you take it into, like, how did you grow from your relationships? Like, the Page of Pentacles is, um what do you feel your last relationship, how do you feel it mirrored back something that you wanted to see about yourself? And they'll be like, "I gotta go." What, to call your therapist? But, so those are some things I feel like the Spirit is saying, you know, um, yeah, because that'll 'cause that is you, that is your true energy. You're a deep thinker, and when because you need a deep thinker, not a stinker. So, you know, you'll know right away that, how it helps you weed out and save time, because if people are like they're like, "Oh my god, I love those questions." Um, so you'll know by people's responses, if the little it starts like, you know, right? So there's this, you know, uh, loading little thing, then you're like, okay, that tells me what I need to know. I like it. Your fortune cookie is be found without losing yourself. Ooh, what is this going to be? Connection doesn't mean merging. So reflect. You can ask yourself, do you over adapt in relationships to keep the peace? Ooh, right? Ask, when do I silence parts of me to stay connected? And then commit to one moment this week where you won't edit yourself. Oh, wow. Look out, world. And this is a connect card that says, stay whole in connection. So you don't feel like you have to become something or someone for the other. You just get to be you. You get to be the Aquarian you, and boom, right? All right. So I like that for you. That's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you so much again for your multiple donations. I'm very grateful. Yeah, right. Just change it to data gathering questions, right? So tell me, what do you th like, "Whoa, wow, wow." And if they can't handle the truth of, self-reflection, then that tells you a lot, right? Because you want someone who's self-reflective, not reactive. Got sassy. Yeah, that's one way, sassy, but, do you want it to be productive or reactive? Sassiness will bring reactive, energy, because fire will bring more fire. Um, so, yeah, that's true. He does have to handle your sass too. But I feel like people can handle sass, but they may not be able to reflect. It's like, how they have that filter, is it necessary? Is it kind? Is it true? In all those, usually say, is it like they're like, is it true? Um, is it kind? Is it necessary? Um, and they're like, I'm like, That's out of order." For me, I'm like, "Just do it. Is it necessary?" Then it doesn't matter if it's kind or, um, whatever. I'm all I'm like, I just go to the first one. I'm like, "Is it necessary?" No, then I'm not gonna say anything. Like, is it necessary for me to say anything about it? Nope, then I don't care. I'm not gonna say it kind. I mean, I'm not gonna need to say anything, you know? So it's funny. Alright. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Yeah. Yeah, true, honest, important, necessary, kind. I'm like, put necessary at the front because that just wipes it out right away. Is it necessary? Is it kind? Then who cares if it's true or honest or important, right? Boom, boom, boom. You're very welcome. Thank you for posting that. All right. And then Marilyn, we got you. Hey, hey, we'll get your additional donation on here. You'll be number 26. We've got Ruby G up next, and then you up after that. Let me see. Didn't miss anyone else, right? Okay, no. Okay. So, Ruby G, we have 60802 for you. So here is your timestamp. Thank you again for all of your donations. this evening. All right. So this is all about how everyone feels about the custody situation, huh? All right. On your ex and the custody situation. All right. So the ex's parents, M and J. So we got M and J. And then step parent P. Right. They got more, a little more opinion than these other. And then L, your sibling. And then grandmas, the grandma, like multiple grandmas, or there is one grandma. Let's see here. We just got one card there. All right. Interesting that the bottom of the deck is the Empress energy. Now, Empress, this energy I'm getting with this is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, nurturing ourselves. And it's a good point that everyone's opinion on what's going on is a reflection of how it impacts them. And if you haven't had a chance to check out my podcast, my most recent one, What They Think of Me. Sorry, we just hit 6 hours, so it reset. There it goes. Oh, no, it's 6 hours and 10. Why did it do it now? Okay, interesting. Um, so here is my most recent podcast, which is, What They Think of Me. We talk a lot about it this in here in there a bit, but it is that energy of that most people are focused on themselves and their own stuff that's going on, and the only time they really get involved is when they're wondering, "How is that gonna impact me?" And what people think about me and, um, my daily life kinda stuff. So that's the main thing. Or people are gossiping to take attention off of us. "Don't look at me, look over there," you know? That's a lot of the energy. When we realize that a lot of people's lives aren't focused in on, what's going on in our life, they're focused in on what going on theirs, then we're like, "Oh, okay." Because how much of our time are we focused in on the ex's parents, your step parent, your sibling, and your grandma? What's going on in their life? And what are we thinking about that's going on in their life? We're realizing, "Oh, I just care if they're doing anything that's impacting me," right? That's kinda we are as humans. As we evolve and raise our vibration, we might, have more draw to people's energy, we recognize more, but it's still, it just isn't a priority. It's interesting, right? Alright, let's see here. So, M, your ex-parents so your ex-in-law, M, the on the ex in the custody. Yeah, they've been having that energy, like the hermit, like, I think we got that before too. They're just like, "I'm focusing on me, what's going on in my life, right now," you know? "I'm I've had enough of all this, I need to worry about myself," big time with them. J, ex-parent J, we got the 4 pentacles. Yeah, and they got this before too. They're really focused in on their home, their own home, 'cause we I think we got something before where they were worried about losing their home or something being damaged or something happening to their home. Um, but they're very focused in on their residence, their 4 walls, and they're really focused in on that. And again, that's their big thing. They're like, "Yeah, whatever happens," you know? I feel like they're just really done with all of this stuff because 'cause they've just been hearing it for so long, and and they're just like, "I'm just tired. I'm focusing on what is important to me," right? Step parent P, let's see what we got going on here. Yeah, and we've got the 9 of Wands, which is like a wall, a barrier, and the 9 of Pentacles. Here's that hermit energy, and the 6 of Pentacles, which is this give and receive kind of energy. So I feel like a lot of what they feel about the ex, it's like I'm kind of minding my own business in a way. Um, Focus again on myself, like that underlying energy. They're just really focused in on themselves. The 6 of Pentacles is an energy. If you need anything, I know you'll let me know. That's the kind of energy. I'm just interesting, right? And then your sibling L, yeah, we've got the Temperance card. So this patience, waiting to see what unfolds, 7 of Cups, a lot of mixed emotions around it. Um, but again, these feel like these are emotions that are bubbling up from my fear of abandonment, and like it's like it's a the custody kind of energy is reminding them of like their childhood, their um battles, drama happening with family and different things. I feel like it's bringing up a lot of old emotions for them about their own life here with this energy that's coming in. But they're just kind of waiting to see what unfolds. But they're dealing with a lot of their own emotional confusion and emotional conflict. And then grandma's thoughts, the 5 of Swords. She doesn't like conflict. And if this is more than one grandma, then it's all the grandmas going, I just don't like conflict. They come from a generation of we're not we're just not supposed to, fight among each other. We're all family. We're supposed to keep our fights um among ourselves, not the court and not these kind of things. We're supposed to work it out. I almost feel like there's a lot of religious stuff behind it of, you know, like marriage is supposed to be forever and they're not supposed to be divorced. Everyone should work things out. And, you know, kind of coming from that kind of a generation kind of energy, it feels like with that. No matter what, you work it out. And so they're conflicted because, you know, their heart and their mind, you know, do you guys hear that stomach growl? I probably need to let me drink some stuff here. Growl, growl. I want some popcorn, Twin Flame. Send me some popcorn. Oh, so interesting energy coming in there, Ruby, right? But it's a lot centered on themselves, not so much on what's going on over there. They're just like, that's happening over there, not in here, you know. It's humanity. See what your fortune cookie brings in with this too. We got the sleeper, cause and effect. Clarity, interesting. The black clouds, the storm. When it's storming out, you go inside. Is that a lot of their energies? Well, I'm not surprised with your ex's parents because when it when it suits them, they act, and when it becomes too much, then they withdraw. It says, "Locked away in their tower, the sleeper is fated not to live under the sun, but instead to embrace the shadows and live a life of clairvoyant dreams. While their sibling, the waker, holds the knowledge of the daytime world, the sleeper lives in a world of visions, untangling omens, yet blind to the truth of the true world." Excuse me. They speak only prophecies based on what they see in their dreams without ever having to face the repercussions. It says past decisions that you have made are starting to have an effect, and whether they were made for the right or wrong reasons, it's too late to change them now. I'm so sorry. It's hard to admit when you're at fault, so learn what you can from the situation. Next time, you can make a better choice rather than repeating the same errors. The reversal of this is the sleeper indicates that you're unwilling to accept the consequences of past actions, whether caused by you or enacted upon you. Remind yourself that these events are in the past and only you are responsible for how you restore balance. Little couple of things with that. One, that you are the only one, that chooses for your life. No one else, like if there's any expectation that other people are supposed to care and do this and do that, that's just going to be disappointment. When you realize and understand everyone has their own stuff they're dealing with, that's okay. They we care. We don't have as much fear about what people think about us when we realize they're thinking about themselves, and a lot of what they're thinking about me is about what they're thinking about themselves, which was the other thing in that card of it was kind of like this. um, their pasts are being projected on the situation. So they're seeing through their eyes, um, of the things they did and didn't do, etc., if that makes sense. So hopefully that helps a little bit. But that's what I got for you right now. So many blessings to you, Ruby. Ruby G. All right. And then Marilyn, thank you so much for your additional donation. We got 620.22 for yours. There we are. And want to know, what is the present energy of Renee regarding the project proposal or that you proposed? Is she supportive of it and wants to work with you? All right, let's take a look here. All right, so what's the present energy of Renee regarding the proposal? Okay, all right. Okay, we got that. And then, is she supportive of it? All right, and then does she want to work with you? All right. All right. Let me take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers, everybody. All right. So, first of all, what is the present energy regarding the project you proposed? We've got the Two of Pentacles, kind of contemplating. It's like going back and forth with the Two of Pentacles, kind of weighing things out. So I feel like they're reviewing it. We've got the King of Pentacles. They're looking at the positives around it. What's the benefits? Kind of taking it, I kind of feel like they're taking it through a process that they go through to determine the what is this? The culpability. That's not a word I use. So the culpability of the blah 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 kind of stuff. 10 of Wands. She's trying to determine how much work that would take and how much energy would have to be invested. So cost benefit analysis kind of energy coming in here. Again, the Two of Wands, kind of going back and forth, trying to decide. So they're at a crossroads. And the Lover's card, emotional choice energy too. So we've got three kind of choice energies coming in. So I do feel like they're right in the middle of determining like I said, the cost benefit analysis to determine what it is that they, if they want to do it. So that's the present energy, is the analysis. Is she supportive of it based on what she sees so far? Three of Pentacles is collaboration energy and it is about creating something. So there definitely is that kind of energy that's there. And does she want to work with you based on current energies? We have the Knight of Swords. That's definitely a movement energy, some clarity. Ace of Swords, some clarity. And the Magician. I do feel like this is a yes, that they're headed towards that here. I feel like they're just fine tuning a couple things here with the Swords energy coming in, and just, the with the 5 of Wands on the bottom, this is like, um, conflict between the head and the heart, but it's almost like they're playing devil's advocate, and they're going, "Well, what about this? What about that? What about this? What about that?" Um, is this a project that they were gonna maybe see if their husband was going to be involved in? Because I do feel like there's that if that is, it's like they're preparing their like, what would their questions be? What would be their, objections or whatever to it, right? Oh, it's a different project? Okay. But I do feel like it's that kind of energy that's there, though. They're preparing for I don't know if there's someone else that has to approve it too, or they feel like they have to be able to, defend their decision that comes in, because it's something like that, like, "I have to defend this to someone," whether it's official or, like, um, I need to be able to say that, "These are the reasons why I chose to do this." So, I don't know if there's I don't know if it's big enough where there's shareholders or someone that authorizes things or whatever, but I feel like they have to be able to, defend it and go through their process, right? Ah, okay. Okay, very good. Okay, that makes sense then. So she wants to make sure that when she presents it that, um, especially if, there's other family or someone else, that question the decisions, she wants to make sure that all the ducks are in a row kind of energy. So it looks good coming in there. We'll see what your fortune cookie says too here. Let me just put these cards back in there. All right. Let's see what else we have here. I might have to run and get a protein drink here. My stomach. I don't know if you guys can hear that. It's so loud. We got the miser. Oh, wow. Right. The miser, stubbornness, inflexibility. So they definitely feels like, what are they? The caregiver for Mr. Scrooge? Gonna have to dress up as, Chris the ghost of Christmas past, present, and future to get them to let loose. Let's see, number 98. There we go. A store stands open for business, yet no customers wait inside. A figure sits counting their coins, ignoring anyone who approaches them. That does sound like the opening of Scrooged. They should be celebrating their success, but it's easier to hide behind a wall and block out anyone who tries to help. The misers um, is incapable of realizing they are the cause of their own problems. They justify their unhappiness by blaming others for their own faults. Unwilling to work with others for fear of being outshone, their actions are irrational and indicative of a lack of belief in themselves. Interesting, right? Deep inside, there is a miser in all of us. Rather than let yourself become consumed with selfishness and the inability to admit your mistakes, exercise some empathy and put yourself in someone else's shoes. That difficult situation has two sides to it. Look at it from the other side, and you'll find a happy compromise to be made. I like that. The reversal, if this resonates, says there is an authoritative power in your life who is causing a sense of oppression and discomfort, creating difficulties in their need to dominate others and control each situation. This power may even be you. The structures that have been put in place to provide stability have become rigid and controlling and aren't benefiting anyone anymore. Accept that changing the way it's always been done isn't always a negative thing. I like it. Good open energy. So, hopefully that helps. That is what they have for you. Yeah, it does. The tarot definitely did feel like it was, like we're on the way to a positive result. So I feel like they're just finalizing some stuff, but the energy right now seemed to be that they were supportive of it. So I like it. Boom, boom, boom. Here we go. All right. So thank you again, Marilyn. Always good to see you. Appreciate you. All right. Sudeshna, you are up. You're very welcome. So, Sudeshna, thank you for your additional donation. Let me get those on there. Get that a love and a like here. Let me take a big swig of this water. That'll maybe calm down the stomach. Rah, 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 rah. Okay. Rah, rah. All right. Let me just check my emails too. All right. So Sudeshna, we are 6:30:06 for yours. Here is your timestamp. Boom, boom. All right. You want to know what's coming in love for you in the upcoming time? What will happen? What else? All right. Let's take a look. All right. We got that and that and that and that. This one too. All right. Yeah, it looks like your underlying energy has a lot to do with Libra energy in the Justice card, which is a lot of, clarity, looking into what you are truly wanting out of a relationship. It's the scales of one side of what your human has been taught you're supposed to want, and then your higher self, your higher heart, what it is really wanting in a relationship. And so you're kind of working out here. The underlying energy with a relationship is figuring out what you've been told you're supposed to want and what you really want. So I like that energy. It's facing the fears of, whoa, if you don't have this stuff, you're not lovable, you're rejectable, blah, blah, blah. That's where a lot of the expectations come from. So there's clarity that comes in with that. So what's coming in love for you? What else? You got the Six of Cups. There is this energy of like someone trying to come back from the past kind of energy. Let's see what this is about. Yeah, we had the Six of Pentacles too, which is kind of like from a codependent relationship energy. This would have been a relationship where you've overgiven, where you gave and gave and gave and gave, and they barely gave anything, way out of bounds. Again, this balancing energy of relationship. And this doesn't necessarily mean that it's someone trying to come back into your life. They're saying it's they're coming back, their presence is in your life, and it's allowing you to see the imbalance that we had before. And as you look at that and realize how much you gave in relationships and how little you got from them, that allows you that opportunity to look at that. Like we talk about with that, my podcast episode 14, Abundance, where it be with the Six of Pentacles, where it's, we're taught that you have to give so much and you deserve so little, that's down in your subconscious and it's running on that till you bring it up to the consciousness and do the work to bring that down to one to one. Our inner child will always be holding stuff back until we feel like we've done so much that you deserve a little bit, right? And I feel like this is a big piece of what's coming in here for you. You're remembering things are reminding you of past relationships. They're coming across your path. You have a memory that pops up on your Facebook or whatever. Things that are coming up that are showing you, those things. So I feel like it's more those types of things. Yeah, reviewing the heartbreak, the expectations that weren't um, fulfilled in the past, those that felt like your heart was breaking, but the disappointments, right? The expectations that led to disappointments. And it feels like you're getting to the root of these disappointments to find out, why do I believe that has to be, like it should be, it needs to be? Because that's where that lack energy comes in, and then where we experience more lack when we were focusing in on it, right? Yeah, a big piece of this, what's coming in love for you right now, it's all about, looking at your own thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that cheat you out of opportunities, that where we're lying to ourselves. And the Two of Swords is the changing of the stories, the clarity that comes in with those. So a lot of this is all about, like, I don't feel like someone's coming in and anytime like super soon, because this is all about your clearing up your perceptions and, you know, um, clarifying what it is you do want and don't want. And it has to do with releasing some old ways of thinking about relationship as well. Because otherwise we'll just keep repeating the same cycles, right? All right. So that's what they have. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. For this one, from should to could. There's the expectation energy. So that one says should is pressure, could is possibility. So write down 3 should thoughts about yourself or relationship. For each one, rephrase it using could or might. And then notice how your body responds to the change. I like that. This is a reframing. It says language shapes emotion. I like it. All right. So that is for that one for you. And I see your additional one. Let's grab that here. Get that on here. All right. Just take another sip here. All right. So thank you for your multiple donations, Sudeshna. And so we got here 63614 is that one there. Oh, and here's the rest of your question. All right, very good. All right. So your college friend is not talking with anyone in the group due to a small misunderstanding. He did not behave like this previously. So we had issues, but it got resolved. So why is he behaving like this? And did anyone brainwash him or ask him not to be friends with us? Will our issues get resolved and will we be friends again with like we used to? Okay. Whoa, all right, let's try that again. Kind of went awry there. All right. So why is he behaving like this? Let's take a look at that. We got that. Anyone brainwashing him? And that and that. Okay. Excuse me if I can need to burp. I gotta burp myself. Burp. All right. So why is he behaving like this? We got the 3 of swords. And so this is, expectations equal disappointment, heartbreak energy, right? And though, um, let's see here, you said blah blah blah. Oh, you consider it a small misunderstanding. Not in their book. This whatever this is, it was a huge important expectation, right? And I feel like, because they're focusing on all these expectations and people aren't living up to them, from their perception, a lot of people haven't been living up to a lot. And it does feel like it's been building. It's been building and building and building. It's, how they say it's like the feather that breaks the camel's back. It's like this thing was, yeah, it was one small thing, maybe to everyone else, but it felt bigger because there's echoes of a lot of other things as well. So I feel like it was a culmination and an adding up of a lot of disappointments. Because even said that, we've had them in the past, but then we got it resolved. Maybe it didn't get resolved, it just got pushed down, right? They took the pressure and just like, Fine, fine," but it wasn't resolved, it was just pushed down. Did anyone brainwash him or ask him not to be friends with you guys? No, we got the death card here. This is them choosing to end it, so, it's not someone else or anyone else involved, this is just the ending energy. Will your issues be resolved? No, we got the moon card. There's a lot below the surface. There's a lot emotionally below the surface that you don't know about. Like you guys don't know about um, why the things that happened seem to be so impactful to them. There's a lot of that energy that they have there. There's a lot below, a lot of emotional instability or pain that they've experienced that the these were echoes, right? You like you see the ripple that you guys have, right? But you don't see all the other ripples that go all the way back to the original wound. So it's a lot but below there and you can even see all these ripples. There's ripples and ripples and ripples that are here and we don't know all those. And so I don't feel like things will be resolved, because they have to be resolved in here from them before they can be resolved out here, right? Will you guys be able to be friends again, like you guys used to? Yeah, it depends on them. We have the Emperor energy, which is them getting out of their head and into their heart and investing the energy, this 10 of wands, putting the energy in to transform it, but I feel here that there's more to it than meets the eye, and I don't know here, this 3 of cups energy and like with this moon card, there's some emotions below the surface, and with this, I kind of feel like they like somebody in the group, But they but they like someone else, and so when they're hanging around, there's all that energy below the surface that you don't know about either, that they really have a kind of a crush on someone, and, but that person has a crush on someone else or is with someone else, and so every time they see them, that just is a to their heart too. So, I feel like that's some of what it's almost like they may be using some of these other small things, that, is there as well, right? Mm. Yeah, and? What's your point? It doesn't matter. The heart is attracted to who the heart is attracted to, right? Even though they have a girlfriend, you know, I feel like the girlfriend that they have outside the group is because they couldn't be with the person that they really have a crush on, right? Yeah. Yeah, and that's alright. You get to let them choose and be, That's their choice in their life. You're not responsible for their, choices. You're just responsible for your own. So you put your energy on your choice of story, your choice of emotions, energy, and actions, and let them do what they do. You don't have to fix it. You don't have to fix it. You get to free yourself from feeling like, "I did something wrong, I'm responsible." I know you have a lot of energy from family growing up that you're responsible for the happiness of your aunts and your parents and, grandparents and everyone else, right? But that's not true. We're taught growing up, you know, "You are making them mad. You need to not make them upset." It's like, you can't control that. You've been told that you're so powerful and responsible for everyone's emotions, but you're not. You get to free yourself. I like it. See, look, your fortune cookie even. Boundaries are invitations, which says saying no. Oh, saying
No, no.
protects your yes. So reflect on a recent time you said yes, but meant
No means no.
what would a boundary have looked like in that moment? Practice saying it out loud. Connect. This is a connect energy. Boundaries allow closeness, right? So I like this. You're like, that's fine. If they're upset, there's a misunderstanding and they don't respond, then that's all right. That's their right. That's their power. You know, it's okay. They're learning and growing, and then we get to learn and grow through what's coming up from within us, right? So this feeling of I don't like people being at conflict. Why? Let's look at the what's the fear below it, right? This fear of that that means I did something wrong. That's what are people gonna think or whatever. I'm gonna get punished because I got punished from my aunts when they got upset with me or you know, whoever, right? So hopefully that helps, Sudeshna. That's what they got for you. Thank you again for your donation. Many blessings to you. Yeah, but why does it hurt? You got to get to the root of it, right? Where's because hurt is pain, pain is fear, and what's the fear that you're feeling, right? So it's getting to the root, getting to the root. It's always getting into there. Oh, what does it mean losing a good friend? It is fear. Yeah. Because hurt, every moment is of, higher vibration, lower vibration, unconditional love or fear. And if it's not of unconditional love, then it's fear. There's only two options, right? Is that of love? No, because love doesn't hurt. Only fear hurts. I know, isn't that great? All right, so let's take a look here. I don't have any other donations, so we're gonna start down into the free readings. Up first, we do have Kritika, 646.43 is what it was. So Kritika, here is your timestamp here. And so how will your future husband treat you, right? Based on current energies. We've got this and this. You got the 4 of swords and the 9 of wands. I like this energy here. We've got the 4 of swords, which is peace of mind. So there's this nice energy that's coming in here. Um, not a lot of expectations. And the 9 of wands is this energy of it's like this independence as well. I like this. There's like a freedom energy that does come um, in that they don't have like these strict things of supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, must be kind of energy. That they're more of not trying to box you in, but they allow you to be independent and um, make choices for yourself. And I like that. I like that energy. I feel like that's an important energy, right? So That's a little tidbit. So that's one thing, and how they'll treat you in the future. So I like that. So that's what they got for you. So many blessings to you. All right, I got one free question in. More donations. Boom, boom. Hey. So, plate of spaghetti. We see you. Hello. Good to see you. We'll get you on the free reading list. You'll be number 22 there. All right. And then Sudeshna, I see your additional donation. That'll be number 29. Whoops. There we go. Number 29. We'll give that a love and a like. And Twin Flame, I see your additional donations. You'll be number 30 and 31. Okay, and this here too. Oops. Okay, we'll give those loveses. There we go, and likes. Whoops. All right. And Twin Flame, we'll get you onto the free reading there. I mean, number 23 on the free reads. All right. So, boom, boom, boom. All right. So I think I got all the questions there. Forever 23. Oh. All right. Let me just check real quick here. All right. I think we're good there. Okay. So we will jump back here. We've got Sudeshna for number 29. Thank you again for your multiple donations. Got 650 here. All right. And then so should we try to talk to him again? Does he miss our friends group? Did this friendship and for life, and then anything else? Yeah, and okay. So we'll look at here energy. If you try to talk to them again, what kind of energy do you get? And if you don't talk to them again, what kind of energy you get? Does he miss your friends group? Okay, I feel like we got that. And then is this over for this lifetime based on current energies? All right. So that's what we got here. So if you talk to them again, we have the sun card. So there is some bright light, some clarity that comes in with that. So it feels like some progress. If you don't talk to them again, yeah, I feel like eventually the 5 of Pentacles, this feeling of being left behind, abandoned, left out in the cold, that you'd end up trying to do it anyway. That Queen of Wands. It's like if you try to talk to them, I feel like there'll be success, that you can at least get some clarity around some things. I feel like they'll at least respond to you. But I feel like if you don't try to talk to them again now, you will later because you can't help yourself with that feeling of being abandoned. So I feel like you would reach out to them anyway. So why not do it again, right? Does he miss your guys' friends group? It doesn't look like it here. We got the 4 of Swords. It's like putting a nail on the coffin, peace of mind. The Hierophant, they were ready for some change, to come in to their life. So they didn't want to keep doing what they've always did. And so I feel like they're just like they've have peace with it. So I don't feel like they have the missing energy there. And then did the friendship end for life here? 7 of Wands. energy here isn't an ending for life energy. The 7 of Wands is, they wanna be true to their authentic self. They don't wanna dim their light. They don't ask permission to shine. They don't wanna have to defend what they do or don't do, kind of energy. So I feel like the dynamic will change if they come back. They wanna be true to themselves, and I feel like they'll be a bit more bold than they were before and speak up instead of waiting it to build up and then, blow up and then run, right? That I feel like maybe the dynamics of the friends group can change where we all start, you know, sharing more of what we're really feeling and I feel like that's the kind of energy that it would have to be for them to come back into the friendship group, but it doesn't feel like it's absolutely, I feel like they kind of feel like they've put it in a coffin and buried it, but that doesn't mean it can't be dug back up and what do they call it? An exhumation, whatever, of a grave? Exhumed. They'll exhume the coffin, so it can be brought back from the dead. All right. And your fortune cookie is try on a new role. Yeah, right? This energy coming in here. And growth often requires new scripts. So think of a situation where you usually react the same way. Imagine responding from a different part of yourself. Example, the calm one, the boundary setter. And then practice that response in writing and or out loud, right? And then practice that I'm sorry, and then this is an expanding energy. So try new ways of being. So I like it. And that's what happens. The conflict comes up for us, right? So something you can think about maybe before reaching out to them is why did I want this situation to happen for me? What is it showing me about me? My fear of abandonment, my, fear of losing a close friend, my fear of what it means. And one of the questions is, what did I make that mean about me? So there's some transformation. Otherwise, it'll keep happening, right? In other ways, in different ways, maybe even with them, because it's happening to free you from something. Anyone that's involved in it, it's happening to have something freed, right? So I like it. Right. So that's what they got for that one. Yes, excavation. Thank you, Twin Flame. I appreciate that. All right. So that is what we have for that. Thank you again for your donation. And then Twin Flame, thank you for your additional donations. Let's see what we got going on here. So for the next one here, what is Alex planning on doing to get back to you? Like to get back together with you or to get back at you? Let's take a look here. So is Alex planning anything to do anything to get back to you? Let's take a look here. Yep, that's it. All right. So we do have the Two of Cups on the bottom of the deck with the Nine of Wands, though, which is the block to that. At first, it's like, and then it's like, oh. So I don't feel here. We'll see what these other cards are here, but with those two being on the bottom, it's almost like, no, an energy field keeping it back, right? But let's see what else we got here. Yeah, we got the World card, which is the, you know, major arcana Last card in the Major Arcana, which is the major ending energy, can be a new beginning, but we'll see what if that comes in here. No. Got the Knight of Swords with the Four of Swords. Four of Swords, again, we have that coffin. I'm burying it. I'm putting a nail in it and burying it. There is reflection energy with the Knight of Swords because it's, a quest to try to see things from a higher perspective. But I feel like in order for them to calmly, Four of Swords, peace of mind, look at it. Sorry, I knew a scratchy throat was coming. That in order for them to really look at it from a calm place, they have to act like it's buried. Otherwise, they'll go into reactionary mode and they won't be able to think. So I feel like they have to feel like they're burying it, that it's over. Let me analyze it and see what it was about. And I feel like they have to detach from that to have that happen. Yeah. And we've got the Page of Swords, which is trying to see things from a higher perspective. Again, like the Knight of Swords, the Page of Swords, they really are trying to, see something from a different perspective, try to understand it. And then they have the Magician, which, is an energy of like GPS. I feel like they're trying to figure out where they are now, what happened and where they came from, and then they'll decide what it is they wanna do or not do, and then they will make a plan, and then they'll take action. So I don't feel like they're in a energy right now that they are planning on doing anything to get back. I feel like their analysis, trying to understand it, needing to feel like it's over and done so that I can, like I said, have a peace of mind, and be able to, you know, think straight, think calmly instead of react, you know? Trigger, trigger, trigger doesn't help, right? So hopefully that helps there. Let's see what your fortune cookie is for this one. What's mine to carry? Which says, not every feeling you feel is yours. So think of a time you absorbed someone else's stress and then ask, whose energy is this? And then say to yourself, I can care without carrying it. I can care without carrying it. And then the connect is a connect energy. Compassion needs boundaries. Yeah. So it's like I can feel and I can hurt for them without carrying it all, right? I can care, but I don't have to carry it. So I feel like that's what they got for that one. All right. And then Sudeshna, I see an additional one for you there. All right, let's get that in here. That'll be number 32. We got one more for Twin Flame, and then we will come back around for yours here. There we go. All right, so Twin Flame for the next one here, we got 70210 coming in here. Boop, there we go. Oh, let me give that a love and a like. So I know I got that one. All right. So this one is there a chance for you to have more children? So we'll ask her first, is there a high probability for you to have more children based on current energies? Because there's always a chance. Whoa. Let's take a look here. Is there a high probability? This one too. Come on. There he goes. All right. So let's take a look here. We've got the 9 of Pentacles, 3 of Swords. Right now, no, you're gonna be a nun, the 9 of Pentacles, energy. The 3 of Swords is right now, there's not a big probability of having more children. 3 of Pentacles underneath it, is creation energy. So it doesn't feel here. Let's see what else we've got here. We've got the Sun card. We've got the inner child with the Sun card. So there's not a big possibility, but there is possibility. Because the Sun card usually has a little child on a horse, right? So there is some there. Yeah, and you got the 2 of Cups, but the 9 of Wands. So there is again this little barrier here. Um, on the bottom of the deck, we do have the King of Cups, which is, the balance between head and heart coming in. But it's also like a very compatible individual. And you got this 2 of Cups. You have this relationship with this individual that's a very good fit. But there's something about a block to having children, whether they've been fixed or they shoot blanks or something, but there's this energy, here of it's like this relationship that comes in. It might be difficult to get pregnant with that person because they're like 98 years old. I'm just kidding. Gross. Ew. I know. Just stand on their air hose and you'll be fine. But yeah, I kind of feel like that's the kind of energy that's coming in here, not great not like, whoa, but more like, there you go, the 23%, chance of it happening. Um, because it has something to do with things not taking, and so there is possibility, like I said, but not like huge. But there's this wonderful, compatible, wonderful person, right? Do you like bang bang, bang bang? So we'll see what your fortune cookie says for this one too. And this one is when you feel misunderstood. Energy coming in, and it says, not everyone can meet you where you are, and that's not a flaw in you. So write what you wish someone understood about you, then write what you might never get from them. Let both be valid. Wow. It's another connect card. You're whole, WHOLE, you're like whole, even unseen. I like that. Wow. Such good stuff, right? All right. So that is for that one. Right. And then Sudeshna, circling back around for yours. Whoops. 70707. Oops. Look at that 7 in there. So 70707. Look at that. Boom, boom. So thank you for your additional donation. All right. Yep. I know the disclaimer. Oh, good. So we know the disclaimer about health and all that. So how will your health be for the month of August? Will everything be all right or anything to be aware of? All right, let's take a look. That's a better shuffle. All right. So how will your health be for the month of August? All right. And everything be all right. Anything to be aware of. All right. Thank you. Anything else to be aware of? That and that too. All right. Overall, the bottom of the deck, you have the Three of Cups, which is joy and celebration, or kind of like this energy to, it's important to try to have as much joy and celebration as possible, right? Um, you've got the Nine of Pentacles. Nine of Pentacles, this is a good positive energy. It's you know, uh, feeling, it's the pentacles, which is the body and the physical world, and it's an energy of self-sufficiency and um how would you say that? It like abundant. It's almost like a wish come true energy, which it's like, okay, my body's doing well. So I like that. Got the Page of Wands, the Four of Wands. Again, joy, celebration. As much joy energy as you can with this helps, right? Balancing your energy. And because I feel here over here, you do have the Five of Wands, which is an energy of stress and conflict energy. In the Six of Pentacles, is about balancing the stress. So I do feel like it's important, again, when you focus on more joy and gratitude and higher vibration, there is more calmness. You have both the King of Swords and the Queen of Swords. So there's a lot of mental energy. That's, again, the mind has the expectations and the stress. This is the stress maker here. So it's about doing what you can to try to get out of your head and into joy, get it out of expectations and fear of failing in whatever areas of your life, and enjoy as much as you can to keep a stable physical health energy. It doesn't feel like there's anything, um, you know, that's concerning here. Just watching your energy, because, and we talk about this, right? When we're stressed, our body shuts down its immune system, shuts down its digestive system. So we have, different problems in our bodies when we're stressing out about things, when we're all in our head. But it's about dropping into your heart and coming from a place of joy instead, right? So that's what they got for you for that. And let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. This one here. And you have, I'm not supposed to feel this, which says, there is no wrong feeling, just information. Think of a time you said, I shouldn't feel this way. Then pause and ask, what need is this emotion pointing to? Can you give yourself permission to feel it without fixing it? Maybe that with your friend, right? And this is a validate card. It says accepting isn't approving. So you can accept feeling a certain way and just know that this is how I'm feeling and that it's okay. I don't have to fix it, right? So I like that. So that's what they got for you, Sudeshna. Thank you again so much for your donations. All right, we'll move back into the free readings. We got Asura BH. I don't know how to pronounce that. I'm so sorry. I'm probably murdering your name, and biggest apologies. So here's your timestamp. And so you'd like to know about your career in the coming years. You recently started your career in cybersecurity. You're curious about the opportunities, growth, and path you can expect. All right. So free readings are just 1 to 2 cards. We kind of stick our toe in there. If you want a deeper reading, a donation in another session, or this one if you're here, we can dive deeper in there for you. But it's free readings are just like a 1 to 2 card reading, so we can't like dive too deeply, is what I'm trying to say. But let's say what we got here. You have the King of Swords, you have the Ten of Wands. So that is Wands energy is about possibility, and I feel like the King of Swords, you might even be getting some more certifications. King of Swords rules over education, and I feel like you're having more education, some more certifications, and with that 10 of Wands, that is like the ability, depending on where you're investing your energy. If you're focusing in on like expectations and need and want and fear of not, that thing pushes things further away. But when you're focusing on what you're loving and gratitude for what you do have and have had, that opens up the gratitude that allows things to come flowing in towards you, and that can grow there. So there is great amount of possibilities. They are kind of mentioning there might be, and of course with cybersecurity, you're probably always needing to update with new things that are out there and new certifications and new tools and those kind of things. But there is great opportunity here, with the 10 of Wands. Um, and the kind of, like you say, what can you expect? The count of abundance comes from what you're focusing on with your energy. I got a great podcast episode called Abundance, Where It Be. I'll throw it out here in the chat in case you're here right now. And I will post it under your timestamp once I'm done with this session. If you want to check that out, because it talks about energy, something else that we can do to make sure we're drawing in what we want. And then once it gets to our city gates, that there's things we can do to unlock the gate to allow it into our lives. So I do feel like that's the little sticking our toe in right now. So hopefully that helps a little bit. And good to see you. Many blessings to you. Congratulations on doing cybersecurity. Sounds fun. All right. Many blessings to you. Then we got Debbie O. 7:15:13 is for yours. Here is your timestamp. And whatever comes in, let's take a look here. What does Spirit want you to know right now? All right, we got that. And we got this here. And so you've got the Seven of Cups and the Queen of Swords. What a beautiful energy. I feel like they're saying here, you're reaching this wonderful place. Queen of Swords is a balance between your head and your heart. And the Seven of Cups is even with all of these different emotions that you're feeling. I feel like, you know, they're pointing to look how far you've come. I know because you're with yourself, we talk about this, right? You're always with yourself. You don't recognize how far you've come, but you feel a lot of emotions. And the Seven of Cups is like, you have different emotions that you feel, um, lower, higher, whatever. And before, a lower vibration emotion would take you deep into lower vibration emotion, right? But they're like, no, it's balanced out now. It's more of a speed bump than it is a canyon. Um, and I feel like when you recognize that and you look at yourself, you can see just even a year ago how more confident and solid and unafraid of looking at your emotions and feeling your emotions, that you are. And I feel like there's this message of just celebrating, look how far you've come, energy with those. But I like that realization and sitting with that going, yeah, I can feel sad without feeling devastated and down and depressed for days. It's a little dip, but it's not it's a pothole, not a Grand Canyon. So I like that for you, Debbie. That's what they got for you, my dear. So many blessings to you, my tech Zen friend. And sleep well. I know you're probably sleeping already. All right. And then Butterfly, you are up 7:17:33. Thank you again so much for all your support in the chat. Very grateful for that. And I am doing good today. I am ready for my weekend coming up here. Got a lot to catch up on and just loving life. So I hope you're doing well as well. So a message from the Holy Spirit. All right, get to connect with the mighty comforter. So Holy Spirit, what would you like Butterfly to know here? All right. So you have the Nine of Swords and the Death card here. Interesting, because it's Santa Muerta is the Death card. The Nine of Swords, there's these thoughts and these beliefs, the nightmare and insomnia around death. It's interesting here. Don't know if you have fears of death or any, you know, like beliefs or experiences, like memories from death experiences where people have passed in the past. And but I feel here with the Nine of Swords, because this is like intense dreaming and having a lot of visitation during your dreams from people who have passed. But some of them haven't come into your dreams. And it's interesting that spirit and, other individuals, the Holy Spirit is telling you that they don't come into your dreams because they know whether appearing in your dreams will help you or um, reactivate old pain and hinder you from transforming some lower vibration emotional energies. So that's why they don't often visit us right away, or even depending on how deep the wound is, they may appear as someone else, so you can feel their energy but you don't see their face and it doesn't trigger pain, but you can experience them still. So I feel like I don't know if that's a question you've been having or wondering, but that is what they have for you right now. So hopefully that helps. Right. So many blessings to you, my friend. Have a great one. All right. And then Christina Lowe. Hello, hello. 72020. I like it. Fun numbers there for you. And hello, hello, hello. Good to see you. So, a reading on the energy surrounding this coming week. All right, let's take a look here and see what they have here for the energy for this coming week. You do have the Justice card and the Eight of Wands. I like this. You have this energy that's balancing out with the Eight of Wands and with the Justice card. Eight of Wands is a lot of flooding of energy coming in, right? And I feel like you've been having this flood for a couple weeks. We have some astrology that's impacting us next week, which, it actually says, you know, a calming. You just have like a couple of days that might be a little tougher than others, but in comparison, energy leveling out, and a lot of clarity, a lot of balance that comes in for you. So I feel like that's the big thing that they have coming in for you for this week. So I like it. Balancing energy. Also, with the Eight of Wands, they're telling, that's an energy of hearing a lot from spirit, especially dealing with your grandma stuff. I feel like she's around you, whispering to you. You might not audible, but like these thoughts, and you're like, what? What are you trying to say to me? Because she's like, no, don't throw that away. Yeah, throw that away. Oh, get rid of that. I feel like you're sorting through her stuff still. And she's just like, oh, just get rid of that. Just dump it all. I don't care. She's funny. She's having a hoot um, interacting with you while you're moving through all those memories of hers. So I like that for you. All right. So that's what they got, my dear. Many blessings to you. We got Eagle money coming in here. So Eagle, here is your timestamp. And a general for the week. What do they got here for you for the week here? Got these two. This one too. All right. So you do have the Hanged Man and the Page of Pentacles coming in with, what is this? The Nine of Wands. Yeah, figured there is something that felt like it's been being held back, and something that's been being kind of with the Hanged Man. It's going through a transition kind of energy, taking time like a caterpillar transforming. It's been like to a butterfly, like, oh my God, how long is this going to take? Well, next week with this Nine of Pentacles, there is whatever this thing is that's been taking a while to come to fruition. Here it comes, Page of Pentacles. Boom, the fruit of that. So the waiting is over, the birthing is happening. So that's what they have here for next week. A little bit of abundance, fruit being recognized in the external world. All right. So that's what they got for you, Eagle. And many blessings to you. All right. And then Kaja, you're up. 72342 is for yours. Let me change that there. There we go. Getting inventive in typing. There we go. All right. So, hey, do you see that you'll change your, I think I was supposed to say your living place in the upcoming next 3 months? If yes, for the better. All right, let's take a look here. So, based on your current energies, will you be moving to a new place in the next 3 months? And then what kind of energy surrounds this move? So, you have the Four of Wands, joy, celebration kind of energy. So, I do feel like that is a movement. It reminds me of the Four of Pentacles, just this house energy. Maybe you're moving into a tent. No, I'm just kidding. But it does feel movement, joy, celebration energy, and the Magician. Yeah, I feel like it has great possibilities to be for the better, but you are the one that gets to choose that with the Magician, because you're the one that creates the story about what that means, the emotions you'll feel around it, the energy you're putting into it, and your physical choices. So there's great possibilities for it to be for the better. How much for the better is up to you, or how little is also up to you, because you hold that power and no one else. So I like that for you. All right. So that's what they got for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. All right. And then Helen Hummingbird, you are up. 72519 is for yours. Here's your timestamp. And a general scan for the 4 weeks and highlights. Let's take a look here. So you get 2 highlights, maybe with 2 cards for a free reading, right? So you got the Three of Cups and you got the Ace of Swords. So Three of Cups, gatherings, feelings of joy, even finding your tribe kind of energy that comes in with the Three of Cups, your spiritual posse really speaking to you from the other side during these 4 weeks too, bringing in some clarity with this Ace of Swords, allowing you to see some things from up above. In fact, there's a lot of this. You have a lot of decisions coming up in these 4 weeks, and if you're uncertain of what decision to make, you can always ask spirit. They're like, we will tell you if you're in the crossroads, you're like, I don't know, kind of it's equal. I don't know which one to choose. You can ask spirit to give you a clue or information that makes it a no-brainer, and they will give you something like, oh, okay, obviously this is it then, not that. Also, another reason why you may not make a choice is because you know which one you want to do, but you're afraid, right? You're scared. I don't want to make the wrong choice. And of course, they tell you there is no wrong choice, just different choices, different experiences, different outcomes. And if you're like, this is where you want to go and you still can't choose to do it, you can ask spirit, can you show me something that gives me the courage and the bravery to move forward? Either something that will draw me closer to there, or something that I'm like, ew, I'm definitely doing this, right? So you can definitely do that. And I feel like that's kind of what they're focusing in on here for the next 4 weeks, right? So many blessings to you. And we got Donna Marie. Hey, Donna Marie, good to see you. Hope you're well. Here is your timestamp. And you would like to ask a message from Spirit. What is this new energy you're feeling? Feeling pretty darn good. Woke up on the other day and feeling pushed for future endeavors, like the good stuff, right? Yeah, I like this energy. Let's take a look here. I do feel like it has to do with your astrology And you got the Page of Swords, the Three of Cups. Yeah, and spiritual posse, and but you got this joy energy that's coming in because the Page of Swords, you're really seeing clarity, seeing things from a different perspective here. I feel like these eclipses that are coming up, this new moon solar eclipse in Leo is really giving you this energy boost that's coming up here. And then the full moon lunar eclipse is allowing some birthing and harvest of things to come up with that too. I feel like there's this energy that's really impacting you in drawing it out of you. And it's almost like you've had this energetic cleanse, like you've purged, some energies that weren't serving anymore. And it's created some space for you for newness. And I feel like you're just like it was like a choice. You just like, I'm letting go. And you did. And then there's a space. And it's like, wow, I've got all this stuff now to do that. It's like you were carrying 2 bags of garbage and you're like, um, I need to drop these off because I need my hands free. And you're like, oh, look, a dumpster. And they're like, yeah, just throw it in there. You're like, oh, okay. My hands are free. And I just feel like there was this release kind of energy. And you might have even done it in a dream. They're showing me taking out the trash. I like that. So I feel like that is some of what's happening there, Donna. So hopefully that helps, my dear. So many blessings to you. Have a good one. Sounds exciting. All right, Cat Mia, you're up. 7:29:40 for you, Cat Mia. Here is your timestamp here. And what happens if you start to do TD from tomorrow? All right, let's take a look here. All right, based on your current energies, you got the Seven of Pentacles, the Nine of Wands. You know, I know my face kind of says it all, right? Seven of Pentacles is slow movement, and the Nine of Wands is even feeling like there's a barrier that's kinda keeping things back kind of energy. So I would definitely wait with this energy here. It just feels like the tide's coming and it's not a good time to launch the boat. When the tide is going out, then it's an easier launch than trying to fight against it and capsizing the boat and all this energy for very little progress. So I feel like they're kind of saying, let's just hold off a little bit. The tides will change. They always do. And then when you do, then you can make that change. All right. All right. So that's what they got for you, Cat Mia. So many blessings to you. Hey, Crystal Ray. Yeah, you can make a donation. Sure. Feel free to do so. All right. And then we got Livier Vagara. You are up 7:31:10. So thank you so much. Good to see you. Here is your timestamp. And how will my brother's process? Let's see. May I ask, how will my brother's process? Will it continue? Will there be positive feedback? All right. So how will the process continue? And will there be positive feedback? All right. We've got here the Two of Swords for the process. Will it continue? It's kind of in the air here, because it's the power of choice, the power of story. And it's interesting here because I feel like of course, it's up to your brother about how it continues because it's his story. And actually, even your story, you get to determine what it means, right? And I feel like there is this energy here, because even with the positive feedback, we got the Hermit kind of energy. And it's like there's this little message here for this today. We can always ask, again in the future, but I feel like right now they're saying, um, that's not your choice. That's not your story. You can create your own story about watching it from a distance, but the Hermit card is a message of kind of like Um, that's not your business. Sweep in front of your own door and allow and release that. Release responsibility. I like that for you. You don't normally get these kind of, statements, but it's a good reminder of going, yeah, I'm feeling like I'm supposed to control something and do something or whatever, but you don't. It's like there's this permission to just stay in the eye of the storm and allow whatever to unfold and realize that whatever you witness, you get to create the story about what it means, not and you can't control the story that anyone else puts to it. You just get to manage your own stories, emotions, energy, and actions. So interesting. I feel like that's an important thing to realize right now. And of course, we can ask when we're back on Wednesday to see what they say then. But I feel like it's important between now and Wednesday for you to be able to release that. So that's what they have. Excuse me. Let me take a sip here. I'm drinking. So cheers, cheers. All right. Then we've got Ruby G. You're up 734.15. Thank you so much for all your donations, my dear. I really appreciate that. And for your a freebie, a general reading. Let's see here. What does Spirit want you to know right now? And we have the Nine of Pentacles and the Six of Swords. Yeah, I like this. I mean, you've been doing a lot of this, pulling back, coming back to your own business with the Nine of Pentacles, being with Spirit, looking at things differently with the Six of Swords from a higher perspective, letting go of expectations that allows you to move more and more from choppy waters to calmer waters. So I feel like this is, Spirit in a way, like giving you a high five and kudos you and recognizing, helping you recognize the progress that you've made and the freedom that you've done, in this period of time where you're really, realizing what you have control over and what you don't have over control over, and this alteration and this change of energy that's happening. And it is you're coming from, wavy waters to you still have, a little bit of, you know, but they're not rough waters, just as choppy waters, but they're not like like they were before. And I feel like they'll just continue to get calmer and calmer and calmer. And I love that for you. So that's what they got for you there, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. And we got Jamie G, 735.57. Boom, boom, boom. All right. So, you want to know, is M still leaving the company this month, right? So this is August. So is he leaving the company? I don't want that one. Got the Four of Pentacles. I think we got that for them before for that. Let me just shuffle these up. So can you tell us, is M still leaving the company this month? Okay. I do want this one here. All right. And then was also wondering if E will leave the department or the company, right? After M. So will they be leaving after that here? Well, first of all, with M, it feels like here, sorry, the Seven of Pentacles is slowing down. The last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. I feel like the departure has slowed. And so I don't feel like they're leaving as fast as they had anticipated. And it feels like there's something externally that didn't fall into place like they were going to have it fall into place. So they just need to kind of push out their departure date a little bit. E after that, they got the Page of Swords. Page of Swords is like trying to see things from a higher perspective. a different perspective. I don't feel like they've decided that they're gonna leave yet, but with this kind of trying to see options from above, I do feel like they are looking, and considering things, but haven't made any decisions right now. So it seems like there's been a little bit of a change of things happening in their worlds where I don't feel like there is that fast action that we were looking at before. I know, but you know, it's happening for you, right? The 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 crux of our, pebble in our shoe, it won't leave until we come to peace inside of us with the pebble in our shoe, right? So it's, in a way, understanding this energy we have, triggers and stuff going on, the slowness slows down to give us an opportunity to release stuff, right? Because otherwise we're just going to experience it through another mirror, whatever's happening. So I feel like there's this important energy here, um, you know, to look at those things. And then when you don't need the teachers there anymore, that's when they're released. So the more you work on that for yourself, the faster they will speed up too. I like that. All right. So that's what they got for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. All right. And then we got Langland 73924 is for you. Here is your timestamp. Boom, boom. And then your question is, what does Ricky want from you? What does he want? All right, let's see here. What does Ricky want? And then he said he wants to break up but keep stalking you. Will he come back to you and be with you again? Yeah, those avoidance, I know. They're everywhere. I think it's like a plague. All right. So what does he want from you? You have the 3 of cups. So he wants relationship energy, but feels like he also wants someone else too. Will he come back to you? We have the King of Swords. King of Swords is like a lot of mental energy. Um, I feel like they don't want expectations, they don't want limitations, they don't want that. So I feel like they miss what they had, they miss the joy, they miss, those things, but they also don't want like commitment or intention. They want to be able to enjoy you in interactions, but without all these expectations that they feel you have on them. You may not, but they already feel it. They think you have it because they've got all these expectations that they feel everyone has them under, and they have expectations on other people too. But I feel like with this 3 of Cups, that they don't want a committed relationship. They just want kind of have their cake and eat it too kind of energy, right? So I don't feel like they want to come back into a relationship kind of energy, right? So that is what they have for you, Langland. I know. You let them go. Get them out of here. You deserve someone that will treat you like you would treat them, right? So I like it. All right. All right, Crystal, thank you for letting me know. Let me switch up here and we will get you on here. So thank you for your additional donation. Let's see, it came in over here. There we go. All right, so your timestamp 7:42 even here. Get that in here. Boom, boom, boom. There we are. And let's scroll down here and get to your croissants. So thank you so much. Let me take a sip here too. Pardon me. All right. So your mom's thoughts on you first. All right. There we go. And then your sister, Delilah. Is Corey single? We'll take a look at that there. He said he wants to work it out sometimes, but he's extremely selfish, right? And then I want Justin the most, but I'm feeling Bernard too. I want the one who can be faithful. All right. Are you asking me who can be faithful? So, who can be the faithful one? Justin? I mean, not Justin Corey, or Justin or Bernard? All right. So, your mom's thoughts for you here: you are the devil. Four of Wands. I don't know. She's got a lot of expectations. Mama does on herself and everyone else. Um, I feel like she's in this energy of, just like her generation, and it feels like so much oppression, so many expectations that they had on them that they just have on everyone else. But overall, with the Four of Wands, is I just want you to be happy. You don't like your mom? Yeah. But she's had so much, if you could step into her childhood, you'd understand her so much if you can channel that and see her pain and see how the bar was so high and nothing, always told that she wasn't matching up to things, that she was weird and couldn't do this and never mount to anything and blah 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 blah. You'd understand how she's so full of traumatic experiences from childhood, that's how it comes. And ultimately, when she's in a place of peace and she's not reacting out of fear, she wants you to have a happy life. She wishes you to have a happy life. But then that triggers her back into her not having a happy life. So I feel like, that's her thoughts on you. You know, when she's in her fear mode, she's judging the hell out of you, right? Because she's judging the hell out of herself and you're a mirror. So just realize, you know, that's coming in here, right? And realize that's a mirror for you too. What you don't like about your mom, it's showing you what you don't like about yourself. So look into that if you want, because that tells you something. And then your sister Delilah thoughts about you. So we got the Eight of Pentacles. Um, yeah, this Tower card coming in here. What is this about? Because the Eight of Pentacles is transformation and change energy. The Tower card is an energy of suddenly, like this fear of people suddenly leaving their life and being out of their life kind of energy that comes in there. So there's something there about her fear of abandonment, fear of people suddenly leaving. And because she does that, it's almost like, does she do a self-fulfilling prophecy where she fears someone's gonna leave, and so she acts up and then people leave and separate kind of energy? But it does feel with this Eight of Pentacles, she's trying to transform, she's trying to make these changes, she's trying to get things, um, out of her life. It's almost like she's trying to um, activate some towers where she's the one removing things out of her life so that she can transform too. And so her thoughts of you, it's she's very focused on herself with all this energy. I feel like the only thoughts of her towards you is that you're going to abandon her and you leave her behind, right? Yeah. So I feel like there's that, kind of energy there. But I feel like she is working on it there. That's the caterpillar and the butterfly. So I do feel like she's working on herself and she's getting brave, trying to remove things and people and stuff out of her life that don't serve her anymore. So feels like she might be in therapy, um, because I feel like she's working on that. But I feel like one of her big thoughts about you is feeling abandoned, um, at different points in her life. So I feel like that's just uh, her fears being reflected again, how she's abandoned herself over and over again, and it's just projection. So, and then is Corey single? Four of Pentacles. It feels like they are. No, are they married? No, it feels like they're 4 of Pentacles is homebound, solid energy. Yeah, it doesn't feel here. I know they work a lot on their, their self-worth. They put a lot on the outside world around. Yeah, I get it. Okay. So let's take a look here. Who can be faithful to you? Can Corey be faithful? Hierophant? Only with great amount of change. That's they're more of a stepping stone for you energy than faithfulness. So Corey is no. Justin, you've got the 4 of Cups and the Wheel of Fortune. The 4 of Cups is that stagnant emotional energy that comes in there. Let me see. What about Bernard? Bernard is the Emperor, the 4 energy of the Aries energy. I feel here like Bernard out of those 3 would be the one that would be most likely be able to be faithful. 'Cause the Emperor and the 4 of Wands, you know how, like, the Knight of Wands is, like, the little horny chihuahua dog that goes around humping everyone's legs? The King of Wands and the Emperor are more they can bridle their passions. They know when it's appropriate, where a knight is like a prince that's out, in the whorehouses and everything like in the movies, the old knights and all that, they're out there. The king I know sometimes they have the king horn around too, but this is a noble king who honors and knows when it's appropriate to act on their passions or not. That's the kind of energy I get with those that come in, right? Yeah, but they have the ability to be faithful, you know, kind of energy. But I feel like with Justin, it becomes, this is like emotionally stagnant, and I feel like they can be faithful while it's for me, the tune of for me, but after it gets old, then no, kind of energy. So, it's interesting. Something that you can consider questioning is, can you be faithful to yourself, or are you cheating on yourself with other people? That was my thing. Are you defining your worth by the outside world? Then you're cheating on yourself, defining yourself by these people and not inward and upward. Because if you're not defining your worth here and you're defining your worth out here, then you're cheating on yourself, right? And and that's why we can't find faithful people because we're not being faithful to ourselves. It's interesting, right? But you can ponder that. But yeah, I feel like that's what there is, and I feel like out of them all, there Bernard is the one that can be, faithful, but how faithful, right? They can be the most faithful one, but, you can't have people faithful to you until you're faithful to yourself, you know? Interesting, right? And then your fortune cookie is you're not a puzzle to solve. I like it. And it says, "You're not broken, you're becoming." Reflect on what part of yourself have you tried to fix or hide? What would it feel like to offer it acceptance instead? And then finish the sentence. Even this part of me is worthy of care because I like that. And then this is an expansion card which talks about wholeness over perfection. So I love that. All right. You are very welcome. And thank you for your additional donation. I'm very grateful. Glad that helped out. All right. So many blessings to you. All right. We're popping back down for more free readings. And we've got Stop Stalking Me coming in here. We got 75231. All right. And there we go. And you want to ask advice on what to do about getting tenants. I have a lot of experience in this, but at the moment I'm feeling like no one cares and I'm losing, right? Okay, let's take a look here. So, Spirit, what kind of advice on getting tenants? Okay, I do this one. Oh, and then this one here. Yeah, I like it. Page of Pentacles, which is the new tenants, right? It's abundance, and the King of Wands, which is your, the energy. You know, the the thing with these cards coming in here is it's not about what you're doing; it's about the energy behind it with this combo. And you definitely have the possibility of this abundance with the Page of Pentacles coming in. So when sorry, I hear my stomach growling. If the approach with the energy is let me look at the tenants, if you have tenants now, gratitude for the tenants you have, and then in addition, gratitude for the tenants you have had. And that's specifically looking at what are you grateful for about the tenants that you have now. You don't have to be grateful for the entire tenant if you're like, "Oh my god, drama," whatever. You don't focus on any of that stuff. You just focus in on that tenant, what am I grateful for them? That tenant, what am I grateful for them? And sincerely, you can't fake energy. It's thinking about it, the emotion behind it, and then that energy gets activated. Same thing with tenants that maybe aren't there anymore. What did I love about the tenants that I have had? Then you're like, oh, I really love them because I did it. I'm so grateful for them. And that this gratitude energy is like you're putting out an order to the universe, like an Amazon. You're sending this off of these are the things I love. These are the characteristics and the experiences I love with tenants. Then that helps you open it up and then that draws things towards you. When you're focusing in on, like all of us, when we focus in on what's not happening and the fear and, the thoughts and the stories of, I don't have tenants, I don't have tenants, I don't have tenants, our energy is saying, I would really like to continue to experience not having tenants. So it's a change of energy that comes in that can really transform things. So, I feel like that's important. If you haven't checked out my podcast, The Easier Path, episode 14, Abundance, Where It Be. If you're watching right now, I'll put it out in the chat. Otherwise, if you're watching this on replay, up above you in the pinned comments under number 2, I have the link that I put for someone else as well. Or if you go to my main page by clicking on my name, at the top is the playlist Easier Path, and just look for number 14, Abundance, Where It Be. We do talk about energy. We also talk about something with our inner child that holds the gate that allows things to come in or not, whether it determines if we are worthy of it or not. And so there's some stuff we can do to open up that gate as well. So hopefully those things help. And that's what they got for you right now. So enjoy. Many blessings. All right. Get these cards back in. What am I doing? Dropping, falling down on the job. All right. And then Ateshi Singh, we got 756, 37 is yours. And any birthday messages, happy birthday again to you. So happy birthday. Hope you're doing something special for your special day. And Spirit has the Queen of Pentacles and the Six of Cups. I like this energy. Queen of Pentacles is an energy of Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, taking care of yourself, choosing here too. I feel like this message is over this next year as you are rotating around the sun one more time, unless you're a flat earther and you believe the sun rotates a different way. I don't think you do. But your next rotation around the sun, there it's about choosing for you, we can be big overgivers, we can be individuals that will, give and give, and then if there's anything left over, that's for us. This is a year of choosing for you. This is a year of embracing your inner child with the 6 of Cups, allowing you to plan play dates, go do things that are fun for you, and really looking into that, connection. Play dates, weekly play date. So, 52 play dates, put them on your calendar, right? Choose a day and make sure you're doing something fun that you feel like your little inner child would have enjoyed. I feel like it's a time of being the mother that you always wanted to this inner child and doing things with them. And I feel like this is a year of choosing for you instead of choosing for everyone else. Because the most healthiest, perfect gift you can give the world is a healthy, full, overflowing you, not a exhausted, resentful, empty you that's given to everyone else and choosing yourself last. So I like that for you. That's a birthday gift, right? You have permission from spirit. This is the year of me. I like it. All right. So many blessings to you, my dear, and happy birthday again for you. All right. And then we got Bird Girl. Welcome, welcome. Glad you enjoyed your reading yesterday or this morning. It was supposed to be yesterday, right? So, you want to ask, what do we see approaching your love life in fall and winter of 2027, like next year? All right. So, fall and winter of 2027. So, based on current energies, of course, that's a long ways away. So, there can be a bit of a change and, you know, alteration of things. I get the 7 of Wands and the Hermit. Well, between now and then, the Hermit is you're kind of in a lone space where you're not in a relationship by then. But the 7 of Wands is an energy of you being true to your authentic self. You're not dimming your light. You're not asking permission to shine. You're not defending who you are in the position. You're just shining bright and you're standing out. And that's an important piece here because, and I feel like you're getting out of your hermit mode and you're getting out to be seen. But you're getting out and you're doing things that you love to do. And, um, and it's that passion kind of energy. So you're not looking for love. You're expressing your heart and enjoying the things that you do. And that's where you find a love that lasts. Otherwise, if we're searching like for a relationship, like a job, we're going to end up hiring people and firing people, putting people on written warnings because, we're looking to fill a position instead of living life and finding people that are also living their life and they're loving some of the same things we're doing. And that's where spark happens and it organically grows as you grow closer naturally, not with intentions, just enjoying life. And then it evolves to where you become great friends and then you become best friends, and then it just feels natural to become best friends sleeping over, and then marriage, if that's what you guys want. So I like this evolution, and that's based on current energies. Of course, there's different things that you can do between now and then. A lot of my podcasts, The Easier Path, we talk a lot about raising our love vibration. And of course, the more you raise your love vibration, the faster we can draw in experiences as well. So something to consider too, right? And of course, my podcast is linked down in the description area, or it's on my main page of my YouTube channel at the top. So if you're interested, check it out. Right. So many blessings to you, Bird Girl. Enjoy. Right. And then Carmel Damon, you are up 80201. So Carmel, here we are. Oops, there you go. And then what are DL's current feelings and intentions towards you? All right, let's see what's going on with the DL. The down low on the DL. Excuse me. Yeah, there is something in there. I can taste, when there's fire smoke in the air, how you can taste it. I can taste it. So it's making its way down here. Must be pretty bad out there. So their current feelings, we do have the Queen of Pentacles, which is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. But this is their current feelings towards you is more this is more towards themselves. I feel like they're nurturing, they're focusing on them, me, kind of energy, because their intentions right now are the Tower. So there's something that's causing them to kind of wanna suddenly run, and so they could be being triggered here sometimes. I don't know if you're familiar with avoidant tendencies with individuals. You can Google it and kind of see if it resonates. But it is kind of this, you know, when they start to get close, connection scares them and they take off. That's the kind of energy I'm getting here. I've got to go, you know, I've got to go nurture myself and I need to feel safe energy. And then they slowly come back. And as soon as they feel connections getting too close, they have to go again because connection is scary, separation is safe for them kind of energy. So I feel like that's where they're at right now, but it kind of feels like they ebb and flow a lot, right? But that's kind of the energy where they're at. So I might check that out. I'm thinking of doing a podcast someday on the avoidant and that. I've been getting a lot of that information through reading. So maybe we'll do that in the future. I might have mentioned this already, but there you go. All right. That's what they got for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. And then we have Swaroop. Bobby, you're up. 80422. So Swaroop, here is your timestamp. And any message. All right, let's see here. What does Spirit have for you, Swaroop? What would they like to mention here? Oh, boom, boom, right here. So you've got the Strength card, Leo energy, and the Queen of Cups as well. So we are in the middle of Leo energy right now, and this is this fire energy that's coming in. And there is this about being seen. I'm getting this big Leo energy of I want to get out, I want to be seen, I need to be seen, and I feel like that's important. Um, this Queen of Cups is she's double portion emotion energy, and I do feel like this is important, um, that you get out of the house. I know I'm a huge introvert, like, but I feel like this is this energy of getting out of the house, getting out, doing something that you love to do, something your heart just makes your heart sing and full of joy. Get out and do that because I feel like it's important. Because someone needs to see you for some reason. I don't know if it's romantic or friends or an old person bumping in or a new best friend, but there's something about you getting out and being seen, and in doing that from your heart, someone else is doing something from their heart, and they're like, "Wow." So it could be, like I said, I feel like it's significant with this Leo energy, so it could be a new bestie, or it could be romantic, or, it could be an old friend that you haven't seen suddenly like, "Oh my god, when did you get back in town?" Or I just feel like there's something urgent and not urgent, but important for you to do that and follow your heart. Where's your heart leading you? Because it's important, right? So that's what they got for you, Swaroop. So many blessings to you. Right. And then Maria Pay, you're up. Thank you so much for your donations earlier. Here's your timestamp. Boom, boom. And a general for you for love and for work. So for love, and here, oh, nope, here is for work. All right. So for love, you got the Hierophant. Yeah, this is an energy here of trying to see things from a higher perspective and allowing yourself the grace to change perspectives, expectations, of course, always, but to allow yourself to change how you're looking at something. They are the growing pain energy or growth energy. So it feels like it's time for growth in your relationship, which can be like, I don't know, it's you know, getting out of the comfort zone of your relationship because there is no growth in the comfort zone, right? We talked about this before. There's no comfort in the growth zone. So there is this time for a little bit of uncomfortable growth, but it's for you and it's important for your growth. So I feel like it's time, shaky, shaky, wakey, wakey. And then work, you've got the 9 of Wands. A little bit of a block energy here with the 9 of Wands. Um, yeah, what is this about? There's a block in at your current work. And they're referring me back to your reading this morning for your general reading. There's something there about moving forward, or maybe it was your donation reading around work, because you've had 3 today, right? You actually had 4. You had 2 paid ones, and then you had a free reading this morning that I eventually got to from last night. So, they're all kinda mixed up, but the 9 of Wands is there's this, realizing that there is still, like, this thing that's keeping you from moving forward. It's very difficult for you to move forward. It's like you push, you push, you push, you push, you push. It's not smooth because it's your heart, right, that's trying to get you to, "Alright, let me go this way then," because they're like, "I don't wanna go that way." Your heart's being, stubborn. But I feel like that's the big thing with work, what's coming in right that. Alright? So that's what they have for you, Maria. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Linda Gonzalez. Hey, hey. I think it's Linda. Does it say? Yeah. Oh, Linda De Gonzalez. Hey, hey. So 80934 is your timestamp. So, Linda, here is your timestamp. And you can't, oh, yeah, I can't believe I'm still on. I'm still on 3 hours later. I think you posted that around 5 hours in. So, a general read. Absolutely. We'll make time here. All right. And we've got the 10 of Cups, the 5 of Wands coming in here. So there's a message here. The 5 of Wands is kind of like a conflict energy. Um, and, like a battle between the head and the heart. And the 10 of Cups is about joy and celebration energy. And I feel like it's important that to know that with this 5 of Wands, it almost feels like there's a firestorm around you, like there's drama around you, but I don't feel like it involves you. But I feel like people try to involve you in the drama, like they want you to solve their problems. Like, "I'm fighting with them, make it better," you know? And I feel like you are a great maybe you could be like you know, a big peacemaker among the world. Maybe you have a calling to work for the UN. But I feel like you're able to do that, but I feel like they're telling you, spirit is going, "You don't have to help in this situation. You can sit this one out and that you can, sit in your joy, and work on your individual relationships with that person and that person, but their relationship, none of your business this time." Because sometimes we can start becoming like a crutch for people. If we're always doing it for them, sometimes, especially if they keep doing it, I feel like this is something that's repetitive cycle, you're like, "You know what? Why don't you guys try to work each other out?" It's like they're showing me if you're a Harry Potter fan, it's when Harry Potter and, um it's not Wesley. Why can't I remember his name? The redhead, his best friend. Anyway, they were fighting, right? And, Ron Weasley, thank you, whoever sent that to my brain. So, they were fighting and, Hermione was like, "You tell him blah, blah, blah. You tell him that," and like, "Really?" She goes, "You tell him I'm not an owl," and that's the kind of energy that they're coming in. "You guys talk to each other. I'm not an owl. I'm not a messenger. You guys talk it out. Be adults," right? And I like this energy because you can be in space of joy, and and not get in there. Because, you know, when we get in between two people's arguments, it's like being in a bar fight and you're trying to separate two people in a fight and, you know, we get hit. So I like this permission to, if you wish, you don't have to get involved in that one. All right. So that's what they got for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. All right. And then plate of spaghetti, you are up 813 even. And you want to check in here on Will's energy. Let's see what we got going on. Mr. Wilbur. Wilbur. All right. That there. Open this one here. All right. What's going on with the will? Oh, wow. They are still in conflict. What is going on with them? They got the 5 of Swords. Just a lot of head and heart conflict that is rolling out to the outside world. The Tower card. I just feel like they're in this energy of me against the world, and I'm burning everything down around me because I'm just in this. I feel like he's in a downward spiral. He just, whatever hit him from all these different directions, he's just not even fighting it anymore. He's just blowing things up in his life. Just psh, 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 psh. I feel like he's not caring about his job or friends or family or his health or whatever. He's just, but that's all right. You know, I mean, that's what is for him. You know, that's what he's chosen to experience this. Um, if you want to, you know, like help him, if your heart is aching for like concerning for them, you can send love energy to surround his situation to his higher self, kind of an offering to his higher self, not the character. The character is rejecting from everyone, but giving it to this higher self and go, here's love energy, use it how you would want to for your experience. Because they are experiencing what they want to experience. They need to feel this hitting rock bottom for a transformation to kick in. So I feel like that's the energy that Will is experiencing right now. So hopefully that helps. At least understanding why. I do have a podcast if you want to check it out. I'll post it here. Where is it? Yeah, it's called Heartache. It's one of my old podcasts. I'll put it out here for anyone else that's interested, but I will post it under your name, which I'm almost done with the session tonight. So it should be out there here if you're watching it on replay. But it's tells us about the tightness and how do we can send love energy and help out our, you know, people that we're caring about that we feel helpless towards as well. So that's what they got for you, my dear. So hang in there. Many blessings to you. All right. And then Twin Flame, you're up 8:15:57. So here is your timestamp here. And free messages from your spirit passe. I love you. All right. Let's see what they got coming in here. What do they got to say? Got the Ace of Pentacles and the Four of Pentacles. I like this. They're like, girl, you are working on your self-worth. Four of Pentacles and both Four of Pentacles and Ace of Pentacles. Ace of Pentacles represents our worth, our abundance. But in this case, with the Four of Pentacles, which, you know, we talk about that, how we're taught to define ourselves by the 3 buckets of the outside world as humans, relationships with humans, situations like jobs, education, social status, marital status, situational things, and things. I mean, situations, not things, situations. And then things are our bodies, our bank accounts, possessions, you know, things in the physical world. So those 3 buckets are what we're taught to define ourselves by, but all those are unstable. So when we do define ourselves by those, we feel unstable because those are unstable. People change, people walk away, people pass away, unstable. Situations never stay the same. Things break down, blow up, burn down, stolen, right? Deteriorate over time. So all of them eventually point us back to our self-love. And as we recognize that and we have that grounding Because inward and upward, we discover this beautiful, eternal, unconditional love, right? Eternal never ends, unconditional, no conditions to earn it, nothing we can do to lose it. So solid energy, the only solid thing in this, realm. So we attach our worth to this, then we feel solid instead of feeling like we're being dragged all over the place. And when we do that, then we don't stop wanting, um, what's in the outside world. We just stop needing it. It's like an example. I'm not sure if I've used this before. If apologies if you've heard it already, but it's the way Spirit explained it to me. Like our heart is searching for a 10-course meal that comes with 2 desserts. But the outside world is just a giant dessert bar that can only offer us dessert, like 3rd dessert, 4th dessert, 5th dessert, 6th dessert, and all that. And so we're eating out there and we're looking for really nourishing food, but all we're getting is empty calories until we get tired of all that and we turn inward and upward and we're like, oh my God, there's the 10-course meal with 2 desserts I've been looking for. Yum, 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 right? So we do that, we eat of that, and then we're full and overflowing. It doesn't mean we stop wanting more dessert in the outside world because we can always make room for more dessert. So we just stop needing it. And then, and so we're full and overflowing, and the outside world feels above and beyond extra. So we're getting 3rd dessert and 4th dessert and 5th dessert, offerings from the outside world. And before, if someone was bringing us 7th dessert, and then they were like, "No, I'm not gonna give it to you at all." We'd be like, "No, not my 7th dessert," because we were desperate. We thought that was where our sustenance was coming from, but when we find it in here, then when they're denying or taking away 7th dessert, we're like, "Phew, thank you, I'm stuffed anyway. You're doing me a favor," instead of the desperation before. So it transforms, and I feel like they're saying here, you've been doing great work on your self-worth, and I feel like they just wanted to acknowledge that, but also give you these examples so you could kinda go, "Yeah, I see how it is." Um, I had I call it the spice cake mantra, because it's something that Spirit gave to me, with my journey, which helps me remember it because it's like, I am my own spice cake, and you can make whatever sweet treat or whatever. I don't know why I chose spice cake. I'm not particularly fond of spice cake, like, you know, but it fits the thing because 'cause I'm spicy and you're spicy. So, I am my own spice cake. The frosting on top of the spice cake are my friends and my family that love me unconditionally, right? And then on top of the spice cake, on top of the spice cake, on top of the frosting, is, the cherry, and the cherry, is my accomplishments in life, and on top of the cherry is frosting, and the frosting on top of the cherry on top of yeah, I'm sorry, the whipped cream, not frosting, whipped cream on top of the cherry, on top of the frosting, on top of the spice cake, those are our intimate relationships. So, if for some reason I don't have the whipped cream or the cherry, or if all my friends and family who love me unconditionally were dead, because that's the only way they would stop loving me as the humans, even without all those things, I'd still be one awesome freaking spice cake. Bong. The mantra is complete. So hopefully you enjoyed that. All right, that's what they got for you to inflame. Thank you again for all your donations, all your love, all your support. And that is it, everybody. I've got all the donations completed, all the free readings. So we're going to shut down for today. I'll be back on Wednesday. I'm on Sunday. I'm sorry, Wednesday through Sunday nights. So I'll be back. Big celebration tomorrow. It's not too late to get into my giveaway. Here is the link that talks all about what I'm giving away. Um, and here's all the timestamps of the winning videos that it talks about. That's what you need to comment on in order to get into the drawing for tomorrow, where I'm giving away a 1 hour personal recorded reading, 2 30-minute personal recorded readings, and 4 15-minute personal recorded readings. So make sure to check out that link or go into each one of those links. And if you comment on each one, just once on each, because if you put multiple comments. It's still just one on per each video. So when you if you comment on all four, you have four chances to win. So be sure to do that if you're interested. If you haven't checked out my podcast, it's called The Easier Path. The link is in the description area. Here's the link right now. It's also on my main page of my YouTube channel. And the most recent podcast that came out is What They Think of Me. And so that's there too. If you're interested, all those are free. For more information from Spirit, how to make your path an easier path instead of a harder one. It's hard enough, right? All right, everybody. Again, thank you for all your thumbs up, all your love, all your support. We've hit 2,700 plus YouTube subscribers when I last checked. So we'll have some more celebrations coming up soon, but we're going to get through these first, and then we'll work on what's next. So thank you guys again for being part of the Love Tsunami. Remember, every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the Mother and the Father of all things, our Creator. And of course, I love you guys too. So, till I see you again, much love. Hang in there. Take care of yourself. We'll see you soon. Have a great week until I see you. All right.